scratch.
It's fresh, it's innovative.
Lots of energy, lots of passionate reporters.
Knowing what we're starting here puts so much joy in my heart.
We have reporters who are embedded in these communities.
Many people throughout St. Clair Shores have been fighting to save this water tower.
If there's a miracle out there, get a hold of me.
We are part of the neighborhood. Our newsroom is part of your neighborhood.
Residents here on Stansbury say they are fed up with all this flooding that keeps happening.
We shouldn't have to live like this.
Telling the stories that otherwise nobody would know about. Now, AJ, you went to the downtown boxing gym and you really got to see how this gym is impacting kids' lives.
Yeah, Chris, as soon as I walked in the building, it was very uplifting.
It's a boxing gym, but it's more than boxing. You know, we do homework, we help them with the SAT.
When it comes to the weather, it's forecasting what's going to fall on your driveway, when is it going to happen, and how might it actually affect your day-to-day life.
Hundreds of people continue to call in reporting problems throughout the county.
Cleanup crews working all throughout Metro Detroit.
Get them down and get them cleaned up.
Local news to me means we're in your community, we're telling stories that matter to you, that affect you, that maybe we can get change and things done in your community.
She was born without a right arm, and then her legs didn't grow, I guess, the way that they should have.
But for 20-year-old Fortin High School alum Sumaya, she doesn't let that, or anything else for that matter, get in her way.
So you have a favorite button over there?
Yeah, you want to, is it?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and...
This is my favorite.
I hope everyone watching that piece in particular says, I want to help that little girl and help that family and help get her to college.
Well, we are rethinking the way local news is done in the 21st century and how to tell the most important stories in a compelling way.
You can get news anywhere, but for us, we're a fresh face with a new perspective, and we're trying to make a difference in the community, to tell stories that matter to you.
I think we're here to listen and actually hear what you're saying, and we're putting together a newscast that will show that.
I want to tell those people's stories because it's needed. Detroit is ready. Get ready, because here we come.
Reporting in Dearborn Heights.
Live in Wayne County.
Reporting in Adrian.
Live in Livonia.
Reporting from South Lyon, Kelly Vaughn.
CBS News Detroit.
Like there is.
Good morning and thank you for joining us for CBS News Detroit at 9. I'm Terrence Friday. We're going to get into that Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter.
Yes, where more testimony is expected and closing arguments will take place. I'm Meredith Bruckner. The Miller hearing is to determine the shooter's sentence. We're roughly 10 to 15 minutes away from the start of today's hearing, so before it begins, let's catch you up on the last 2 days.
All rise. Fulton County Circuit Court is now in session with the Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
All eyes on Michigan as a judge will decide the fate of one of the youngest school shooters in our country's history.
It is incredibly important for the defendant. His life is at stake. But everyone else is here in this courtroom today because this defendant made the decision to kill 4 other people and to take their lives instead of his own.
The shooter, just 15 years old when he carried out that deadly attack on classmates and teachers in 2021.
Injured several others and terrorized hundreds. So the hearing today is just as important to these victims as it is to the defendant. And it is important to this entire community.
The lives of 4 innocent students were cut short in the shooter's rage, their bright futures stolen by a troubled classmate who investigators say spent months planning what he'd do in intricate detail, down to the day and time.
The amount of research and planning and preparation that went into it, and the way he carried it out. The picking and choosing of who would die.
I'm going to record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying.
4 days before the shooting, the shooter's father bought him a 9mm handgun. His son later sharing the news of that gun given to him as a Christmas gift.
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
3 days before the shooting, the shooter's mother says she took her son to a gun range to practice using the weapon. Then the day before the shooting, Oxford school leaders are warned about a teacher catching the minor using his cell phone to look up ammunition during class.
The parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter for their gross negligence in buying the obviously troubled son a gun for not securing it safely, and then for not doing anything about it when they saw the defendant's drawings on the day of the shooting.
This hearing is distinctly different. Mr. Crumbley has already pled. He raised his right hand. He told this court that he was guilty of committing all 24 counts against him. We are here today because the people filed a motion for life without parole following that plea. We must move away from the trial mentality and into a sentencing phase.
Now, over the first 2 days of the Miller hearing, we've heard testimony from investigators, teachers, faculty, and staff. We do want to warn you that some of those moments and some of the language and images shown have been very graphic in nature.
Excuse me. Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, Justin Schilling, I'm sorry.
Take a moment, sir. Tim, we've never done anything like this. It's okay.
Madison Baldwin. I'm so sorry.
Who was wounded?
Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kylie Osage. The Friday just prior to the shooting.
So that would have been November the 26th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was purchased from a firearms store in Oxford?
Correct.
Who was the registered purchaser of that firearm? I'm going to show you a clip from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram story. This is from June the 22nd, 2021. What's the post that Jennifer Crumbley wrote?
Ethan and James R. Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Now, you mentioned that evidence was uncovered that they were both training with firearms?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibits as soon as this unfreezes, Lieutenant.
Empty the slide locks to the rear. He removed the magazine and retracted the target.
So what are we seeing right now?
Now he is assisting his mother with her turn at shooting the weapon.
Now, when you say assisting, is Jennifer Crumbley showing him how to use it, or is the defendant showing Jennifer Crumbley how to use it?
Yeah, it's clear. I mean, it's evident by the video that he is teaching her what to do.
Standing? I was crouching down. At that point, I had sent my husband a text message that just said, "I love you, active shooter."
Okay. Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say, if you remember?
He said, "Just get safe."
And what did you say?
I didn't respond to that. That was about the time that I realized that I was bleeding. I could feel blood on my arm. And I knew, we have a blood bag you can see on the wall. It's in red. I knew I couldn't get back to the door. The wound is kind of back here on the back of my arm, so it was very difficult for me to see.
So you saw blood, and is
I couldn't. I just at the end. I wanted to go back. I loved the work that I was doing, and I wanted to kind of prove that I could go back. But it was just too hard to be there. It's like I couldn't access things that I knew when I was in that space. Family life, correct? Do you know how hard it is to heal from something like this?
Yes, that was very difficult testimony from last week, and we're going now live to the courtroom where we can see the shooter just entered. Let's tune in.
Good morning, Your Honor. Karen McDonald on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan.
Thank you, Mark Case on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Amy Happ on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you, and good morning to all counsel. You may all be seated. Defense, ready to proceed with your next witness?
Yes, if I could just have a moment to connect the PowerPoint, please.
Absolutely.
Defense will call Dr. Colin King to the stand.
Thank you. Doctor, you're going to approach the witness stand. You're going to stand in the witness box. Face my clerk to be sworn, please.
Please raise your hand. Under penalty of perjury, do you swear or affirm the statements you're about to make to this court will be the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. If you could please state your full name for the record and spell your last name.
Sure. My name is Colin King. C is in Charlie. O-L-I-N. Last name King. K-I-N-G.
Thank you. Defense, your witness.
Thank you. Dr. King, I'll let you get situated. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
Okay. Doctor, what is your highest qualification for education?
I have a PhD in counseling psychology
And where did you obtain your degree?
from Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan.
What licenses do you hold?
I am a fully licensed psychologist, and I'm also licensed as a professional counselor, so I'm dually licensed.
What certifications do you have?
So I'm certified as a board forensic counselor, a board certified sentence mitigation specialist, a certified advanced addiction specialist.
Have you ever had your license revoked or suspended?
No, ma'am.
Where did you do your internship?
So I did my internship in Michigan City, Indiana, and that's at a psychiatric hospital that treats children, adolescent, and adults. And then I did a second internship at Southwest Detroit Community Mental Health, working with patients with chronic mental health issues and polysubstance abuse.
Okay.
Your Honor,
just for the record, it appears the witness is consulting some documents. Could we just identify what those are?
Thank you, sir. What do you have that's currently with you on the witness stand?
Sure. I submitted a copy of my CV.
Thank you. And is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yes.
People, do you have a copy of the CV?
Yes, Your Honor. He's got a whole binder. I just want to make sure I understand what he's consulting.
Yeah, I can absolutely tell you what is in my binder, sir.
Sure. There's no need, sir. If you could please set the binder aside and let's specifically ask to refer to it.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Absolutely. Your resume indicates that you also lectured at a number of universities. Can you describe that?
Yes, so as an adjunct professor, I lectured at Wayne State, Eastern Michigan University, Ashland University, and University of Detroit Mercy.
And what courses did you teach there?
I taught classes in multicultural issues and psychological testing.
You also worked as a special education consultant, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did you do there?
I consult with one of the charter schools in Michigan, doing IEPs and psychological testing.
Okay. You also have listed that you are a brain injury expert. Can you tell me about your experience treating brain injury and or mental illness?
Absolutely. So I've worked with a large Midwestern brain injury facility, actually one of the largest in Michigan. And over the last maybe 23 years or so, I have treated various forms of brain injuries, mental illness, and patients with polysubstance abuse. In fact, I was tasked as a part of my assignments, tasked with supervising teams of occupational therapists, physical therapists, nurses, and psychologists. I've traveled to different states and met with neurologists and assessed patients who were injured due to maybe auto accident or spinal cord injury or stroke. Had an opportunity to look at their medical records and review their records with physicians, and then returned back to Michigan and set up treatment programs for them. I also traveled to Loma Linda University, which is one of the largest, which has one of the largest cadaver labs in the nation, and had an opportunity to meet with a neuropathologist and got a chance to look at various models of the brain, to handle the brain and to see how it works. I've also attended various lectures at the Amen clinics, and you may know he's the award winner on Change Your Brain, Change Your Life. I actually had my own brain scanned, and so that gives me my experience in brain injury.
Have you ever testified at any juvenile life cases before?
I have.
In what counties?
Wayne, Macomb, Genesee, and I think Jackson.
In the last 3 years, approximately, how many juvenile lifers, homicide, or competency cases have you testified in?
Probably about 24, 25.
Have you been previously qualified as an expert?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I move to have Dr. Colin King as an expert in mental health, forensic psychology, and brain injury.
Judge, I understand he's interviewed. I'm sorry, may I, Judge?
Yes.
I understand that he's interviewed the defendant and he's here as a mitigation specialist, and I don't have any issue with that. There's nothing in his report or in the record to indicate that this defendant had any kind of brain injury. So I would object to his qualification on that simply because it's not relevant to this proceeding.
Thank you. As it relates to any brain injury, unless there's going to be foundation laid that this defendant has brain injury, then that's not appropriate. However, I will qualify this witness as an expert in mental health and forensic psychology. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He is so qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If you want to start the PowerPoint. And Your Honor, we do have a demonstrative PowerPoint to explain his report. If you want to just move to the next slide. All right, so I want to go over the process that was taken. Is it working? Oh, yeah. Just move to the next one. So let's start with the process. It is my understanding that you became involved in this case in December of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right. And can you tell me what you did first?
So I spent approximately 23 to 24 hours testing Ethan Crumbley over about 6 sessions. And I used about 15 different assessments, and I've turned in my report, which is about a 69 to 70 page report.
Okay. Some of the testing, was it done in person?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And then some of the testing, was it done on computer or by Zoom?
It was done virtually, yes, ma'am.
So you interviewed him multiple times, approximately 1 year after the incident, a little bit longer than 1 year, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you also given a litany of records, videos, text messages, and reports to review?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you then do research to gather data and establish the standards that are required?
I did.
Here we also have that you consulted with a Dr. Malcolm Court that is a sociologist. Why is it important to peer review?
Well, because I wanted a different discipline to look at my work and to provide me feedback on my work. I wanted to make sure that it was not just my personal opinion, but that my work was based on testing and solid scientific evidence.
And Your Honor, I'll draw your attention to Exhibit O, the CV of Dr. Malcolm Court, and Exhibit P, the report of Dr. Malcolm Court, which reviews Dr. King's findings.
Thank you.
You want to move to the next one?
Judge, if I may, I believe we stipulated the admission of exhibits with the understanding Dr. Court was a witness. And so I had some questions for Dr. Court, and now what it sounds like is he's not going to testify. So I have an issue with the court using his report as a basis, as evidence in this case, without the chance to cross-examine.
So Dr. Court was not listed on my witness list. I did have conversations with Mr. Keys, the fact that Mr. Court would not be called. This should not be a surprise at all. And they did not object to my exhibits.
Okay. Judge, I'll do it as to weight of the evidence to the court to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. The court will apply the appropriate weight, noting that the doctor will not be testifying.
Thank you. So as a brief overview, what is it that you looked at in regards to this case to form an opinion?
Sure. So I looked at Ethan's early life. I looked at the parental influences and activities. I looked at the Oxford school system, testing results, events leading up to the shooting, the day of shooting, and a review of mental illness.
We'll move to the next one. All right, so let's talk about early childhood experiences. Can you discuss that?
Absolutely.
Again, Your Honor, he's consulting
He has the PowerPoint.
Okay, it's simply the PowerPoint?
Yeah, this is sir, this is an exact copy.
Let me step in. Anytime you're referring to something on the witness stand, the parties need to be aware of what you're looking at. And so you just can't just pick something up and start reviewing it. First, the defense attorney or the prosecutor has to prompt you to look at something. So what are you currently looking at, sir?
I have an exact copy of the PowerPoint that is on the screen, sir.
Thank you. And that's the only thing that you're looking at right now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. All right, so let's start again. Early childhood experiences. What did you come across when examining all of the evidence and discussing the matter with Mr. Crumbley?
Certainly. In my review of the records, I saw that as early as age 10, matter of fact, even going back to age 6, there were some issues. I interviewed a neighbor, and looking at the records, which were corroborated, is that he was left unattended as early as age 6. He would go across to the neighbor's house, especially when there was like a thunder shower, and reported that he was afraid and would ask for help. And they would ask him where were his parents, and his response was, I don't know. In the records, at age 10, there's text messages between Ethan and his mom saying to her, when are you going to come home? And there were no responses. In my interview with Ethan, he explained that he spent countless hours watching various adult games. Some of them are in my report, and Assassin's Creed, Grand Theft Auto, and he also spent an inordinate amount of time going to different websites and indulging in various graphic scenes, and indicated after a while he began to fantasize about being a part of those scenes. So he sort of lost track of reality.
You also have listed trauma. What is trauma?
Trauma is sort of an insult to the person, an insult to the brain. So it could be as a result of parental discord. It could be as a result of high levels of anxiety or high levels of depression. Anything that insults the person's brain can be classified as trauma.
What about constant stress from parents fighting?
Yes, parental dysfunction, constant and intense dysfunction, can induce trauma. In my interview with Ethan and in a review of the records also, there's frequent references to either parent threatening to commit suicide. And on some occasions, Ethan has had to be the one intervening at such a young age.
What about the loss of a grandparent or the loss of an animal, especially in a violent death?
Absolutely. Ethan disclosed that one of his sort of soulmate was a large dog that he had cherished, and it died at home, and he was the one tasked with having to remove it and take it back to the shed and figure out how to dispose of it.
And you saw the Google searches where he actually is looking how to dispose of a dog that has passed away. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
What about the loss of a best friend?
The loss of a best friend, and perhaps your only friend, could be a pretty traumatic experience, as in the case of Ethan. And as seen in the record, he spent hours and hours communicating with his best friend and pouring out his heart and disclosing what was happening to him.
Were you also told what his mother told him when that friend went away to a rehab?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
She told him that he would probably never see his friend again.
All right, let's move on. Dr. Keating, when he testified last week, touched on ACEs. Can you explain what that is to the court?
Yes, so I think in 1995 and 97, my year could be off, the CDC and Kaiser commissioned a study where they looked at 17,000 people, and they have established what is called ACEs, or Adverse Childhood Experiences. And what the researchers saw was that between the ages of 0 to 18, children exposed to abuse, physical or emotional, mental, parental dysfunction, or incarceration, the more ACEs someone has, the more likely they are to have mental health issues. In fact, what the research
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for CBS News Detroit at 9 a.m. The fate of the Oxford High School shooter will soon be determined. This all comes after days of witness testimony filled with triggering and emotional recounts of a deadly school day in November of 2021. Day one set the stage and tone of the hearing, allowing never-before-seen evidence to be considered in the shooter's sentencing. Day two, tears flowing from almost everyone in the courtroom, all in disbelief of the events that played out by the hands of a 15-year-old boy. And now, day three of the shooter's Miller hearing.
Thank you for joining us on this day three of the Oxford shooter Miller hearing. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. We heard some recaps of what's been happening with this hearing. It's to determine the shooter's sentencing. We're going to go live in a Judge Rowe's courtroom in Pontiac, and we want to warn you there may be moments where language and images may be graphic in nature. Let's listen in.
Hence, they lack social skills. They lack social awareness. They lack social cues, and essentially become misfits in society.
And why do you feel that this is relevant in your review of this case?
So when I interviewed Ethan and just looked at his profile, at his high level of isolation, lack of parental support, lack of guidance, lack of resources, so psychologically and socially, he can be considered a feral child.
You also had the opportunity to review some text messages between Ethan's parents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, just for your notes, it is Exhibit F.
Thank you.
I apologize, Exhibit G. And in those text messages, were you able to see where they were discussing situations that Ethan was going through as early as March or even October of 2020?
Yes.
And what did those text messages show you?
So, very clear indication that his parents were not in tune to what was going on with him. In this string of text messages, he actually woke up in their room one day, and the mom and dad they were exchanging text messages. And they were sort of joking that Ethan was asking, what am I doing in you guys' role? And one of the text messages stated that he seemed to be under the influence of substances. And one parent asked the other, did you give him one of your Xanax? And she said, no, melatonin.
Okay. So do those text messages show that Ethan was experiencing things that his parents at least were observing at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, let's move to part 2, which is the parental influences and activities. I know that we touched on things that Ethan reported, the threats of suicide made in front of Ethan. What else did you find that was interesting under this section?
So under this section, Ethan witnessed just a litany of verbal abuse, frequent taunts, and I guess the part that sort of stood out for me was when he told his parents that he was hearing voices and he needed to see a therapist. I don't know what 15-year-old raises his hand and says, my brain hurts, I need to see a therapist. And it never happened.
What did you find out about the purchase of the gun and then going to the shooting range?
So there seemed to have been discord between his parents. I think his dad bought the gun out of spite, and then his mom took him to the shooting range out of spite because they were arguing. So there was constant just discord and family dysfunction.
And in your interview with Ethan, did he report that he was ever taken to any sort of doctor to deal with this?
In my review of the record, there was no indication that he was ever taken to a doctor.
In your interviews and your discussion with him about the constant situations that were going on, was there constant arguments about divorce and which parent that Ethan would choose?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit?
So, yes, there was frequent harsh discussions about infidelity, suicide, and which parent Ethan needed to choose to live with when they separate, or the event that they separated.
Okay. Were you able to look at the text messages between Ethan and his friend over the months leading up to November?
I did.
All right. And what's the significance that you found with those text messages?
So, in reviewing those text messages, let me just say, Ethan had no idea that these text messages were going to be made public, and so he was having private conversations with his friend. And in one of his text messages, which is on the screen, he says that my mom thinks I'm taking drugs, but she doesn't worry about my mental health. In another of the text messages on the screen, he said, I have an effing breakdown in the shower. And in the text messages also, he said, from what my mom said last night, I went outside in my shorts and I have no recollection of that event. And in another text message on your screen, he said to his friend, I am hallucinating. And he said, I hear like people talking to me. These were actual text messages back and forth between himself and his friend.
Okay. I want to move next to part 3, which is the Oxford school system. Were you able to take a look at the counseling that was available to Ethan at the school, as well as the reports surrounding the school's interaction with Ethan the day prior and the day of the incident?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. Were you able to look at Oxford school system and their counseling program, as well as the interaction that the school system had with him the day before, as well as the day of the incident?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you explain what you found?
So what I found was that in terms of the
You're watching day 3 of the Miller hearing for the fate of the Oxford school shooter.
Yes, and you can catch our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the high school shooter's Miller hearing. It's continuing over on our app, Pluto TV, and of course, CBSDetroit.com.
You also mention in your report implicit bias. What is that?
So implicit bias it's sort of like the unconscious forces. You know, I can use an analogy of a peanut butter jar, which is actually on one of their slides. And so a child learns how to use peanut butter from a jar because the child is taught by the parent how to do that. They learn how to unscrew and cork and unscrew the peanut butter jar to get peanut from their peanut butter. So after a while, they learn it so well that they're able to do it unconsciously. The grooves on that bottle represent the grooves that society grooves us with, so that we have certain perception of things and people. Well, that's how implicit bias works. Let me give you another quick example. I was in court in Detroit and about to step into the elevator, and there was an attorney and other people. I was dressed in suit and tie, and the attorney turned to me and said, "Counsel, come on in." I'm not an attorney, but he made the assumption based on how I was dressed and how I comported myself that I was an attorney. Well, that's how implicit bias works. So it's not necessarily a bad thing nor a good thing. It's a thing, but it can have deadly consequences if it's not used appropriately.
Okay. Now, you also stated that you had a chance to look at the resources that were available to any high school student at Oxford High School. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And is there a rubric or is there a standard that is required for a school to have counselors, to have support staff, or to be able to help the students when they have issues?
Certainly. So the American School Counseling Association, known as ASCA, this is sort of like the monitoring body that makes recommendation in terms of social worker to student ratio. So the recommendation is that there be minimum one social worker to about 250 students. And what that body says is that if you have a ratio of one social worker to 1,000 students, you are not even getting into the classroom.
Okay. Were you able to find the data, and I know that it's contained in your report, regarding Oxford in the year prior and the year of the incident?
Certainly.
Okay. And Your Honor, just because they're numbers, I ask if it's okay that he refer to his notes just to get the numbers correct.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may, sir.
So in the 2019-2020 school year, what was the social worker to student ratio in Oxford?
So it was approximately one social worker to about 1,000 students.
What about 2020 to 2021?
It was one social worker to about 900 students.
And then what about 2021 to 2022?
It was about 1 to about 900 students.
So you went even a step further to look at suspensions and expulsions. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And what were your findings?
So in my research in the Oxford school system, just in terms of raw data, I saw that whites comprised about 80% of the school district's enrollment, and blacks comprised, I think, about just under 5%, and Hispanics about 12%, which is reflective, I believe, of the society. So there was nothing revealing about that. However, when you begin now to disaggregate the data, because data tells you something, so that when you begin to disaggregate it, you see a pattern, which is visible on your screen. So whites, 80% enrollment, and in terms of suspensions, 68% of the students suspended were whites. Blacks, enrollment, 5%. Suspension, 12%. Let's look at expulsions.
Mm-hmm.
Again, whites, 80% of the population. Expulsions, 44%, so about half. Blacks, 5% of the population. Expulsions, 22%. Hispanics, I think about 12% of the population. Expulsions, 22%. What this data is telling you is very significant, is that other students are suspended or expelled at a disproportionate rate when considered to the majority population. And then when you dig a little deeper, you have to ask yourself, what are we missing? And as it pertains to Ethan, as you will see, is that the students are not subject to the same degree of rigor, which is why implicit bias is so important.
Okay. And can you explain, just so it's clear, how implicit bias ties into these findings?
Absolutely. Because if you believe that a student is not a problem, you are less likely to pay attention to that student. Even if you are shown overwhelming evidence about problems, implicit bias says, you give this person a pass because that's how you've been groomed. You make certain assumptions. So you give certain people a pass based on your assumptions. However, if you give a person a pass who is a problem, it creates a bigger issue.
Okay. So I want to go into a little bit of what you call a pass. You were shown a number of assignments that were found in Ethan's backpack, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that, in Your Honor, these exhibits can be found in Exhibit C.
Thank you.
There is a number of pieces of paper with guns, with bullets, and other alarming scenes drawn on them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I know the prosecutor made mention that we aren't 100% certain that these were seen by teachers, but they were in his backpack and are school assignments, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also able to look at emails between the teachers the day before this incident as well as the day of the incident discussing the things that had come to light from the teachers trying to give warning to the people in the office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Your Honor, that's also found in Exhibit C.
Thank you.
And what did those emails show to you, or how do they tie into implicit bias?
So just looking at the emails, I was, just red flags went up. One teacher said, and it's on their screen as an exhibit, and this is from Ms. Krapinski. She said, I know Jackie emailed you guys yesterday with some concerns about Ethan Crumbley in our first hour class. Today, he's watching videos on his phone and a guy gunning down people. It looks like it's a movie scene and not security footage, a real event, but definitely still concerning when taking into account some of his behaviors. I continue. And this is from Ms. Kubini. I had a student doing first hour. Ethan Crumbley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today. As I was walking around the room passing out their essays, I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was at the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he completed from early in the year lean a bit toward the violent side. I can bring these things later today during my 5th prep hour.
And we can tell the time on that email is 9:33 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The assignment that Ms. Kubina is talking about, you had a chance to look at, and it's contained as well in my exhibit. It's a note card where a gun was erased, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And there is also a drawing of a person with an arm outstretched with the gun, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So I want to get into the brain and mental illness. You can go to the next one. What is mental illness?
So it's a substantial disorder of thought or mood that significantly impairs judgment, behavior, and the capacity to recognize reality. Mental illness is actually a symptom of a deeper problem. So, for example, if someone has a chest pain is a symptom of a deeper problem. It could be a pulled muscle, or it could be because of a heart attack. Mm-hmm. So mental illness is a sign of brain dis-ease.
So there are multiple ways to study the brain, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you briefly discuss those different ways?
Certainly. So one way is to look at the brain directly. So cardiologists look at the heart, dentists look at the teeth, and mental health people should look directly at the brain through various brain imaging techniques which are available. So that's one way. A second way is you want to test the brain directly through psychological instruments. Then a third way is what is utilized by psychiatrists and psychologists, and that is to use symptom clusters. So for example, if someone comes to me and they say, for the last month or so, I've not been sleeping well, I've not been eating well, I've been skipping out on work, I've been crying, I've been sad and blue, then I go to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the DSM, and I look at symptoms, and if the person has, for example, 5 of these 8 symptoms, then I can diagnose that person like with major depressive disorder. So that's the third way of looking at the brain. And then the last one really is not appropriate, and that is that you guess. So what you do, you say, well, because I see you acting in this way, and because you can plan, and because you can execute, and because you can do these things, I know that you're not ill or don't have a brain dysfunction. That is guessing.
Okay. So were you able to actually look at Ethan's brain directly through imaging?
I was not able to.
Okay. So did you then decide to test the brain using assessment tools and perform a number of testing?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. Can you explain to us the brain and exactly how easy it is for the brain to be damaged in a variety of ways?
Absolutely. So,
Judge, I'd just like some foundation. I'm sorry, Judge. I'd like some foundation for this area. There's just no evidence in the record that this defendant suffered any brain damage.
Thank you. Please lay more foundation.
Absolutely. Were you able to view a video taken at the 5-1 diner?
yes, I did.
Okay. And in that video, actually, we'll go ahead and play it now
So
since
what
it's
I would like to
sure.
emphasize. 1 second. She has to ask a question. I can't interrupt.
Sure. So were you able to, in your discussions with Ethan and the evidence that you were presented, were you able to, or did you have some concern that an injury to the brain could have occurred based on what he reported as a child and what you saw in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play the video. This is my Exhibit R. There is no sound in this video. So this is from 2020. What did you observe on this video?
So I observed Ethan walking in the diner, and for some inexplicable reason, his head takes a direct hit to the floor, and observed him trying to get up on his own volition, but he was not able to. And as we know, the brain is very soft. It has the consistency of soft butter or raw egg, and it's housed in this very hard box called the skull that has very sharp ridges. The brain is very susceptible to injury, and I would love to do a demonstration with your permission.
Sure. Your Honor, he has a demonstration to show with an egg, as he described, how exactly, how soft the brain is and how little it takes to injure the brain. Would the court allow? Hold on.
I'm sorry, someone was just approaching
Yes,
without asking permission. I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to do?
Yes, Your Honor. My witness would like to demonstrate to the court how easy it is, as he described, the brain is like a raw egg inside of the skull. He would like to demonstrate to the court how easy it is, even a fall like this, to damage the inside of the brain.
Thank you. People, any objection?
Judge, I guess I just wonder what the basis of that testimony is. It sounds like it's just Dr. King telling us, and the idea that it's the consistency of an egg. I see it in his report without citing anything. So like some foundation that this is not just Dr. King's theory.
Thank you. Respectfully, your argument goes to the weight of this demonstrative evidence, and so the court will apply the appropriate weight. You may approach the witness.
And can you demonstrate, since obviously this is a video courtroom and we're recording, can you demonstrate or discuss what you're going to demonstrate?
Absolutely. So as I previously mentioned,
Sir, you can be seated because I can't see what you're doing.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So as I mentioned, it's 100 billion neurons and 1 trillion connections in the brain, and this is scientific evidence. This is not my opinion. This is how the human brain is engineered, and it has the consistency of soft butter or raw egg. I've had the opportunity to visit the lab in Loma Linda. I've handled the human brain, and I've seen how the human brain works and how it looks like. It has the consistency of an egg. Ethan is about 6 feet 2 inches tall, and this is not 6 feet 2 inches. This probably is about, I don't know, 2 feet.
Before you move on, sir, please do not. Are you going to drop this egg in the courtroom? Thank you. I can't see.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Now, it makes it difficult for me if I don't stand, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can stand now. I just can't see over this bar here, so I can't see what's below your chest area. So you may stand so that way I can see what you're doing, sir.
So Ethan is 6 feet 2, and this is less than 2 feet. That's the human brain. Okay. The reason why our brains don't collapse when we have an injury is because the brain is housed in this hard shell called the skull. This skull protects the brain from external injuries.
So besides the incident that we saw at the 5-1 diner, did he also make you aware of other circumstances where he hit his head or even blacked out?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Yeah, Ethan disclosed that he was out with his parents. I think they were picking strawberries or doing something like that. And he fell, and all he remembered was coming to, was regaining consciousness. And he asked his parents what happened, and they said that he had taken a blow to the head. And there is no indication that he was taken to the emergency room or received medical assistance.
In regards to the 5-1 diner video, you were shown a report where the owner was interviewed, and in fact, his parents told the owner to not call 911 after that fall. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct.
And in your interview with Ethan, did he ever tell you that at some point following that he was taken to the hospital or taken to the doctor to see, 1, why he fell, or 2, what happened from the fall?
I saw no evidence of that.
Let's move on. Let's go through a couple of these more quickly. Let's go to part 4.
Welcome back. We're going to return to Judge Rowe's courtroom. We're in Pontiac, where the Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter is underway.
Again, we do want to warn you that the details emerging from this case and this hearing are disturbing, so keep that in mind as we listen in.
15 different types of tests, and I wanted to, because there was no opportunity to image his brain, so I wanted to test his brain to see what his brain is like. And so there are a list of 15 tests on the screen in my report.
Okay, let's go through them. The evaluation of competency to stand trial. Why was this important?
It was important because this is a test that is affirmed by that is recognized, I should say, by the U.S. Supreme Court in Dusky versus the people in 1960. And it essentially looks at three things. Does the person have the ability to consult with their attorney? Does the person have the ability to rationally understand the proceedings of the court? Does the person have a factual understanding of the proceedings of the court? And the reason why I administer this test is because I know that sometimes inmates feign or they fake. They try to pretend that something is going on when that is not the case. So when I administer this test, anything below 60 is normal, indicating that Ethan approached this test in an honest and open manner. In other words, he was not feigning. He didn't know the questions that pertain to feigning.
All right. And what were the results?
He does have the ability to consult with his attorney. He does understand the charges against him, and he does have a factual understanding of the charges.
Okay. Let's move on to the next test, the mini mental status examination. What is that?
It's a test that has essentially 30 questions, and it tests the person's orientation. My reason for administering this is, again, this is one of the instruments that if someone wants to feign or fake, they can easily do that. For example, some of the questions are, what is the date? What is the day? Where are you? And Ethan answered all of those questions, indicating on that day that he was oriented times 3.
Okay. Let's move to the next one. You did a survey of stress symptoms. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you explain your findings?
So on this instrument, on the survey of stress symptoms, Ethan scored 39, indicating high levels of stress. And it was very clear to me that he was approaching it in a very honest, test-taking manner.
And can you describe some of the symptoms that this test addresses?
Certainly. Anxiety, depression, feeling overwhelmed, loneliness, intrusive thoughts, fatigue. All of those are elements that are present in this test that he endorsed.
Okay. Let's move to the next one, post-traumatic stress checklist for DSM-5. Can you explain what that is?
Sure. It's an instrument that is based on the DSM-5, which is the golden standard of diagnosing mental illness. And so his score of 57 places him in a very high stress category that meets the DSM criteria.
You then did the Beck Depression Inventory. Can you explain that to the court?
Sure. It's an instrument that assesses for depression, sadness, intrusive thoughts, malaise, and his score is 29, which is on that higher level, indicating very high levels of depression.
And again, you're performing these testings at least a year after he has become incarcerated, correct?
That is correct.
Let's look at the next one. It's the Burns Anxiety Inventory. Can you explain to the court what that is?
So that is a measure of one's anxiety, how anxious you are as a person. And as we know, anxiety has a direct effect on the brain. Ethan's score is 53, which is actually in the highest classification of anxiety.
And does that finding of high anxiety fit into all of the other evidence you were looking at? The journal, the text messaging between his friend, and what he self-reported to you?
That's correct.
Let's now look at the brief psychiatric rating scale. Can you explain what that is to the court and what your findings were?
Yeah, so this instrument looks at psychosis. And what is psychosis? Psychosis is a break from reality, as evidenced by auditory hallucinations and visual delusions. And he endorsed several of those items, indicating the presence of psychosis.
Okay. Let's now look at the Kaufman Brief Intelligent Test. Can you explain what that is and what your findings were?
Yes, the Kaufman Brief Intelligence Test is administered to test someone's level of intellectual functioning. The reason why I administered this instrument is I wanted to find out why was he failing in school. In my testing, if you have a an intelligent person who is failing in the classroom, it's a signal that there is something going on. And when I administered this test, I saw that his verbal IQ was 104. So average, anything above 85 to about 100, 110 falls in the average range. So he has average verbal IQ, average nonverbal IQ, and overall average intelligence.
You then went on to perform the Wide Range Achievement Test. Can you explain what that is and what your findings were?
Certainly, in the state of Michigan for special education testing, we administer an intelligence test and 2 achievement tests. So I administered a Wide Range Achievement Test just to see if I missed anything in terms of his ability to function in their classroom. And except for math, most of his scores were average to high average. Again, that's how we know that there's something else going on with someone who has average intelligence.
Let's move on to the Weschler Individual Achievement Test. Can you explain what that is and what your findings were?
So that is the second of the 2 achievement tests, the RAP and the WIAT. Again, it's just to sort of double check your results. And again, the scores are consistent with someone who has the ability academically to function in the classroom, but wasn't.
Then finally, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. What is that and what were your results?
So that is, the MMPI is for, and this one is for adolescents. It's regarded as the dean of tests to determine mental illness. This test has been validated across various measures, and it's a test that psychologists use. On the table to the left, that is his PSY score. His score is 81. Anything over 60 means that the person has a number of those symptoms.
Of mental illness.
Of mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
So his score is 81, indicating someone who has high degrees of paranoia and hallucinations. And then on the right, which is even more troubling, the table on the right, he has elevations above 60 in 2 key measures. One is OCD, obsessive, compulsive, and anxiety. And I would love to explain what I mean by that.
If you could explain obsessive compulsive to the court.
So there is a part of the brain called the cingulate gyrus. It runs from the front of the brain to the back of the brain. That is the brain gear shifter. It allows us to shift from one thing to the next. In Ethan's case, someone who scores highly on this measure, what it tells me that this person does not have the ability to shut off those thoughts. It's like being stuck on. So you're with these thoughts every single day, every single night. And we see that with people who have OCD. He also has very high levels of anxiety, and those two tend to hang together. And as you notice in his journal, you notice that repetition, that the voices don't stop. My brain is on fire. Well, when I tested his brain, it's very consistent with what he was writing.
Okay. Does the obsessive compulsive disorder explain the constant searches on internet to look at violent things or to research things or any type of preparation and planning?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's move to the summary of the testing results that you performed. Do you believe that Ethan is a highly intelligent person?
I do.
Do you believe that he suffers from debilitating anxiety?
I do.
Do you believe that he is and was severely depressed?
I do.
Do you believe that he has features of obsessive compulsive disorder?
I do.
Were you able to determine that he was failing at school when, as you stated, he shouldn't have been?
I did.
And what exactly is your diagnosis for Ethan Crumbley?
So, major depressive disorder, in addition to psychosis, as evidenced by his verbalizing of hearing voices and seeing things. And by the way, about 12.5% of people with major depression experience major depression with psychosis.
Okay. You have now had an opportunity, after turning in your report, to review the records from Dr. Kadir. She is the physician from the Easter Seals, is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that you have similar findings but not exactly the same?
That is correct.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Yeah, that is not unusual. Diagnosing mental illness is not an exact science, so you go based on symptoms. So Dr. Kadir, based on my review of her notation, diagnosed him with, I think, major depressive disorder and I think an adjustment disorder going on.
With anxiety.
With anxiety, which is not unusual. But I believe as she continues, if she continues to treat him, once he has the depression and anxiety under control, if he's still verbalizing, hearing voices, and seeing things, then she may add that diagnosis. So it's not inconsistent.
Add the diagnosis of psychosis or something else?
Correct.
Of psychosis. Okay. So you have told us from your results that Ethan is of average, if not above average, intelligence, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So shouldn't he have known better? Shouldn't he have not done this because he's a smart kid?
So, unfortunately, intelligence, and this is critical, intelligence does not protect someone from mental illness. So being very intelligent doesn't mean that you cannot be mentally ill.
Okay. Do you have any real-world examples?
I do. Robin Williams, very intelligent Hollywood actor, but he was mentally ill. How do I know that? Well, he killed himself. He committed suicide. Twitch. We've seen that publicly. A very talented man on Ellen DeGeneres' show. Extremely talented. I actually watched a video of him the day before he killed himself. He was dancing with his wife and daughter, and then the next day he drove to a hotel.
All right, we're hearing from a legal expert, or we have our legal experts here with us, I should say. We're hearing here from someone who is analyzing the mind of the shooter, bringing to the forefront that intelligence does not protect someone from mental illness, which is interesting because that's something that we've been discussing as well, the fact that he seems very intelligible and he's able to speak eloquently, but yet there's clearly something wrong.
Yes, and this expert tested the shooter on several different scales and shared his diagnosis. The main one major depressive disorder with psychosis. So we are learning a little bit more, but let's tune back in.
Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you save her? Why didn't you save her, God?
We'll move to the next one.
You don't stop it. Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? I know she stopped it. Please stop 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 it. Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it, God? Why did you stop it? Why did you stop it? You let it happen. Why? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, please, God. I'm sorry. Please, God. I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, God.
Any calls?
Stop it. You couldn't stop it, God, but you didn't stop it. And now I continue. Holy stop it. God, stop it, please. Stop it, God. Stop. Stop, God. God, stop.
Stop pushing forward.
Stop. God, stop, please. God. Oh, stop. God, stop. Stop. God, stop. God, stop it. Please. God, you didn't stop it. Why did you stop it? You asked you. You didn't stop it.
Right foot back.
You didn't stop it. 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 Stop it. You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it. You didn't stop it.
Let's lay back. Let's lay back.
It's stop it, God. You didn't stop it. 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 You didn't stop it.
You're doing fine.
Sit there. You don't stop it. You don't stop it. You don't stop it. You don't stop it.
Remain calm. You're doing fine. That's what we over soon.
That's right. Tell me why you stopped. Tell me why. Tell me why you didn't stop it. Please tell me. Oh, no, you didn't stop it. I didn't stop it. I didn't stop it.
Walking over soon. There's a same rotation.
You didn't stop
Remain calm. You're doing fine. So we'll soon. There's a same timing rotation.
That's good. Just ask. Please.
All right.
Please stop.
Yeah.
Please stop.
I count three. You're going to sit down. 1, 2, 3.
Go ahead, tell me why. listen to me, you don't stop. You don't stop it. You don't stop it. Why don't you stop it? 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 Please stop it. 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 Why don't you stop it, God? Why? Why don't you stop it? Why don't you stop it, God? Why don't you stop it? Why don't you stop it? You let it out.
All right. Doctor, what did we just witness?
So we witnessed a child in the throes of psychosis. Well, we just witnessed someone who's saying, God, why didn't you stop it? And that's exactly how psychosis works. You engage in an action, and somehow you don't understand the outcome of the consequences. He's having a panic attack and a break with reality.
We also hear him saying, you could have saved her.
That is correct.
Okay. In any part of that video, do you see Ethan being violent?
No, ma'am.
Are mental health issues perfect? I mean, he's obviously been on medication now for a period of time, and things like this obviously can still happen. What is your explanation to that?
So, medications are not an exact science. There's different levels of titration. There are times when some medications work, and there are times when they don't always work, just like in the physical realm.
I want to move on to part 5. So you were able to look at the events leading up to the shooting, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did Ethan disclose to you a situation where he actually brought casings to school and displayed them on his desk?
He did.
Can you explain that?
Certainly. He indicated to me that he brought one live round, and actually my review of the records and with the detectives that interviewed some of the students, one of the students did confirm that Ethan showed him a live round and shell casing. So I have no reasons to doubt what he said, that he placed some shell casings on the desk in his class, and the teacher walked by, didn't name the teacher, and I said to him multiple times, are you sure? And he said yes.
You were made aware and you were able to see some interviews about the events of November 30th in the counseling office, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it was your understanding that he was caught looking at websites dealing with ammunition?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you able to look at the actual school assignment that was the cause of him being taken to the office that morning, where he wrote certain things and drew certain things?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you also able to discuss with Ethan the video that the court has been shown that was filmed the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had an opportunity to review that video?
I have.
Can you explain that video or give it some context?
So this was a night before the shooting when Ethan recorded himself, appeared to have been using a cell phone in terms of what he was planning to do the following day, and doing certain parts of the video. He made references to demons. And then in the video he said, I am the demon. It just indicates the fragmentation in his head in terms of what was happening.
Okay. And what was your understanding about why he was outside at that point in time? What did he tell you had gone on in the home leading up to him being outside?
I think his parents had locked him out of the house, and he had taken some money from him.
Okay. And was that in relation to grades?
Yes, because he was failing some of his classes.
And how did he feel about that?
Terrible, in terms of how they were treating him.
The video that the court has viewed, and I know you have viewed, it seems just like a rambling of thoughts.
That is correct.
Okay.
Just sort of scrambled thoughts.
And do you believe that that is part of what mental illness can do to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's talk about the actual day of the shooting. Did Ethan ever tell you if he had been asked if he had a gun by any school professionals or the parents that day at school?
No.
And is it your understanding from speaking to Ethan that he was allowed to stay in school that day?
Yes, he was allowed to stay in school.
And can you explain the situation involving his backpack, or how he explained it to you?
So this is how he explained it to me after he was called down to the office. He left his backpack in the classroom. And then he indicated that, I think it was Ejak. I could be butchering his name, I do apologize for that. Went to retrieve his backpack. And Ethan said, for the first time in his life, he felt relieved. He said he just knew that the sheriffs were going to burst into the office and arrest him, because there was no way, after all that they saw, that they were not going to search that backpack. In fact, this is a comment he made that has stuck with me. He said one of the Hispanic students was suspected of using drugs, and he remembered them searching that kid's locker. And he felt fairly sure that they were going to search his backpack. When Ejak brought the backpack into the office, he made a comment. He said, "This is heavy. What do you have in here? Bricks?" And then Ethan said, all he had to do was just unzip that backpack, but he didn't.
So to the best of your knowledge, after speaking with Ethan and reviewing all of the records, the backpack was not searched, correct?
It was not searched.
Okay. So obviously at that point, Ethan had the opportunity to volunteer the information that he had a weapon in his bag. Would you agree with me?
That is correct.
Can you explain why you believe that did not happen?
He was in a state of ambivalence. Do I tell? Do I not tell? Do I do this? Do I not do this? What is going to happen if I tell? So that's the state of flux that he was in.
So I want to kind of put it all together for the court. So you've told us about a complex childhood full of trauma, correct?
That is correct.
Violence in the home.
That is correct.
Mental illness.
That is correct.
A lack of resources. No one's getting him the counseling that he needs.
That is correct.
Neglect.
That is correct.
Access to weapons.
That is correct.
In a school system with not enough counselors. And where did that lead us?
Tragedy.
I want to move on to part 6. I know you've touched on quite a bit of this already. There's been testimony and there's been some argument about Ethan looking up or talking about going to prison. Is it normal that a 15-year-old would just be okay with the fact that he's going to do something that lands him in prison?
So teenagers go through a phase that is called personal failure. And if I may give you an example.
Sure.
A teenager may be driving 100 yards away, the light is about to turn red. They think that they can magically beat that red light and nothing bad is going to happen to them. It's because their brain, their prefrontal cortex, this is the brain supervisor, is not fully developed. Just biologically and physiologically, the human brain, the prefrontal cortex, is not developed until about age 24 or 25. In Ethan's case, he has what is called arrested development.
Can you explain what that is?
Absolutely. So chronologically, he may have been 15 at the time, but given the high levels of stress and complex trauma, his age was much younger than his chronological age.
Okay. You've been able to see through the text messages and actually in your interviews with Ethan, he reported that he was not sleeping and he was not eating. How does that tie into mental illness?
So the brain consumes about 20 to 30% of the calories that we consume. So whatever we consume, the brain consumes about 20 to 30% of that. So sleep deprivation and lack of appropriate nutrition greatly impact the body. Our bodies were not meant to be in a state of high anxiety perpetually.
You've also been able to take a look at the Google searches that he was doing, and a lot of them are looking kind of for self-diagnosis, looking up what is depression, do I have ADHD, do I have obsessive compulsive disorder? What do you make of that?
So here is a child who was just trying to make sense of his inner world. He couldn't get help from his parents, from the home system. He couldn't get help from the school system. He couldn't get to a doctor. He couldn't get to a counselor. So his last resort was to try to figure out what's happening to me. Is this normal? Am I depressed? Am I anxious? Am I a sociopath? Who am I? He's trying to make sense of what's going on within him.
You've also been shown a number of searches that were done on a particular website where very violent videos, actual murders, actual shootings are categorized and people can view them. What is your understanding of what that does, especially to an adolescent's brain?
So during adolescence, the person's brain is still in the formative stage. The neurons are still trying to connect. And if one spends an inordinate amount of time ingesting that type of content without supervision, before long, it's natural to lose sight of what is real and what is not real.
Now, you've been made aware that there was a situation at the jail with a password and a tablet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you explain what you believe to have happened in this situation?
Certainly. So Ethan was given a tablet, and because he's a fairly intelligent person, he was able to figure out the password and was able to go on the internet and use his tablet. And what he indicated to me is that although he had the urge to go to the live gore sites, he was able to restrain himself, which he's pretty proud of. 2 weeks, just did not go to the site, but he eventually went there.
And what does that, can you give that a context? What does that mean to you? Is he regressing? Can you give an explanation to that?
So when you make a comparison of what he was doing prior, he was ingesting that content constantly, every day, hours and hours at a time. And in my mind, it shows progress, not perfection, but progress.
Were you able to view the videos of Ethan killing baby birds?
I did.
Can you discuss the significance of that and what you think and how you think it fits into this case and his diagnosis?
Absolutely. I observed Ethan torturing baby birds. He wanted them to feel the pain that he was feeling inside. And I observed his persona. He was actually speaking to them in a different tone of voice, almost as a parent talking to a child. It's just a reflection of his mental impairment.
What about, he talks about a desire to kill, or he wants to find another set of baby birds so that he can kill them. Can you explain that?
It sort of lines up with my testing of his brain. I indicated that his obsessive compulsive scales, I think his score is 8-1, indicating that this part of the brain, this cingulate gyrus, is on fire, meaning that it's hard to turn it off, and without appropriate intervention, without treatment and medications, that part of the brain is stopped and on.
What about the fact that when the police come in, Ethan surrenders, and then in the police car acts normal? I mean, he's not talking to voices, he's not flailing about. Can you explain that?
Certainly, it's a phase called tension reduction. So tension is something that is built up. Anxiety, obsession, anxiety, obsession. I guess a good analogy is to think in terms of like a pressure cooker. It's on the stove and it's boiling, and there's tension building up in there. And the one way for that tension to go away is when you release that now, the tension goes out and you revert to equilibrium. So tension reduction cycle.
So is your explanation then, once he carried out this plan that he was so fixated on, he had that sense of reduction or accomplishment?
Absolutely. It's analogous to what we just witnessed. So the person in the videos is the same person in the courtroom. There's no difference. It is the same person.
Move on to the next one. I want to talk about the report that you authored. Obviously, in giving the history that you did, you've been doing these regular types of analysis outside of the courtroom for many years. You would agree with me?
That is correct.
Okay. So how is it that you came to start doing the work that you're doing now for Miller hearings?
We were so in, I think it was around 2019, an attorney reached out to me and asked me if I would do one of the Miller hearings. Mm-hmm. And I was fairly confident in my ability as a psychologist, in my ability to clinically interview someone, in my ability to test someone. But in terms of crafting a legal report, I was a neophyte. It was not my area of expertise. And so I reached out to the attorney and said that if I'm to do this report, I'm going to need you to reach out to your sources, obtain copies of their report, make sure you get their permission, because I plan to use the rubric and extract some of the legal language in my report. And that is 2019 to 25 clients ago. And that is the exact format that I've been using.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to form an opinion whether or not Ethan Crumbley was mentally ill on November 30th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is that?
He has major depressive disorder with psychosis, anxiety, and features of obsessive compulsive disorder. He is mentally ill.
And in all of the testing that you did and the interviews, do you believe that there is the possibility of rehabilitation?
I do.
And can you explain that?
Certainly. As I indicated, I've worked in the field of brain injury for 25 years. I take pride in my work. I've treated people with stroke, CVA. I've treated people with anoxic brain injury, and I've treated people with mental health. And along with my team, we've been able to rehabilitate people. A number of my clients have had issues with the law, and through psychotherapy and support, they've made progress. Additionally, and this is important, in neuroscience, there is something called neuroplasticity. And that is the ability of the brain to create new pathways, to generate new neurons. You see this in stroke victims. It's a stroke on the left-hand side, it's right-hand side neglect. But those are the people that I've worked with and taught them how to speak again, and how to walk again, and how to function. So absolutely yes.
So people with mental illness, especially ones that do something, extremely serious that leads them down a path that they find themselves in prison. I know Dr. Keating touched on this a little bit, but you believe that, especially based on Ethan's age, that his brain can rewire and he can stop the behaviors that he was exhibiting previously. Is that correct?
That is correct. Ethan's brain is still maturing, and his brain probably will not reach full maturity for another 10 years.
Are the clinical opinions in your report based solely on the testing and your interaction with Ethan Crumbley that you yourself performed?
So my conclusions are based on my clinical interview of Ethan Crumbley and are based on the results from my testing.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cross.
Your Honor, the doctors actually testified to a whole lot of things that are not in his report, and could we take a short break before cross-examination?
Sure. We'll go ahead and take about a 10-minute break. Deputies, if you could, go ahead and take the defendant back downstairs. To those in the gallery, please be seated until the defendant has exited the courtroom. Thank you, sir. You may step down. We will stand in recess for approximately 10-15 minutes. Court stands in recess.
All right. I'll just give you some of this one.
Welcome back. Another day of intense testimony in the Miller hearing for the Oxford school shooter. Day 3 now. We're getting more of a deep dive into what he could have been dealing with mentally, and it is quite a lot to take in.
It is. It is. Looking at the videos from the Oakland County Jail when, you know, he was in a suicide prevention kind of, you know, garb, I'll call it, you know, and the items that were on his head, his face was covered, you know, you hear the screams, you hear, I could have stopped it or you could have stopped it. I couldn't exactly make that out, but he was going through some pain, and I'm sure people are saying it has, you know, they're going to compare it to the pain that the parents are going through. Again, let me kind of frame this from the standpoint of this is not about the guilt or innocence of the defendant. He is going to prison for what he did. The only question is there going to be an out date? And as Ms. Diallo said earlier or the other day, it's going to be decades. It's not, he's not going to be out in 5 years. It's not going to be 10 years. It's going to be probably 40, 50, or longer years if he's able to get out. And again, it's just not automatic. So this gives us a glimpse into, in my opinion, some other things that are going on in society with mental health and parents, you know, seeing not just little signs. These flags were blazing red hot, and no one did anything.
Those were really difficult videos to watch. We were speaking amongst ourselves here in studio, just saying how hard it was to see. I believe he said, "I'm sorry," in one of those moments.
Yeah.
The first sign of any sort of remorse, at least through this hearing. And like you said, why didn't you stop it? Why couldn't it be stopped?
You could have saved her.
Yes. And you wonder who she is.
Yeah, but you know, they also explained that this was a clear example of psychosis. He was tapping in and out of reality, which again speaks to the nature of his mind, Ms. Diallo, which is something that you've been bringing up too. The point of this Miller hearing is to go a little deeper.
We've gone way deeper than we ever should have or wanted to, right? You look in the courtroom, there was a family member, a male. He was crying. He was visibly impacted. Was he impacted by what he saw? Was he impacted by anything that Ethan Crumbley was going through? Or how many ways this could have been stopped? It was not red flags. It was a whole 10-mile parade, right? My book bag is heavy. What do you have, bricks in here? Look in the book bag, right? I have a bullet on my desk. On the 29th, I'm on the radar of a teacher, and on the 30th, you come in and slaughter the innocents. As Terry has said, it's not about guilt or innocence. He is guilty. There is no ifs, no ands, or buts about it. But to watch him in the suicide garb that they put on them, to watch him with something over his head to stop him from self-harm, and then to hear, there's so many different feelings to hear about Robin Williams and Twitch. The thing about them with their psychosis, they didn't hurt others. That's what we have to deal with right here, and then him being under 18. Remember that. That's the only thing we're here about. And can he be rehabilitated?
So we're
The
seeing
interesting
videos.
thing that I saw from this is, you know, the doctor claims he can be rehabilitated, but he did say something that was very, very interesting. He stated the young man's very intelligent, but the mental illness kind of took over. And, you know, so when you look at the steps that he took, how calculated and all those other things, meticulous that he was in his actions and his planning, the mental illness was still in charge. That's what it seems to me.
Wrapping that around the fact that a teenage brain can't fully sense consequence. Like he also used the example of heading into a traffic light as it's turning red. You think you can make it with no consequence. Nothing will happen to you. So combining that with mental illness gave an insight into what happened that morning. But I'm curious, seeing all of this really difficult imagery, hearing testimony from the psychological expert, what is this doing for the Miller hearing, Lillian?
It's doing its job once again, right? These are all the factors, 5 factors that must be weighed before you give a juvenile life without the possibility of parole. Remember, that's what we're here about, right? We're not trying to give him milk and cookies. We're not sitting here going rah, rah, rah. This is difficult for every last one of us, right? If you are a human being, if you have any empathy, just a little bit for your fellow man, this cannot be easy, and this cannot be celebrated either, right? What's the impact on society? Will this encourage or discourage? We don't know, right? That's up to the professionals, but it's difficult, and they really could have done a better job all around, right, in stopping the slaughter of the innocents, because that's where my focus is, right? Yeah, you went through a lot, but those 4 innocents, they had done nothing to justify the horrific nature in which they left this earth. And to give someone with clearly challenges a gun, not just a gun, but that type of gun, it is an atrocity. It's unfathomable. It's horrendous.
With that video where the police were just handling him, we were for the first time able to see a more extreme side of the mental illness that he was dealing with and living through. And like that expert said, intelligence does not negate mental illness, and we can see clearly here just in the way he's speaking and the way he's behaving that there's something there that is a problem, right? So what does this say about his parents, knowing that they live with him, so they see a whole different side of him? How do you feel about the fact that they were aware of some of these things and still enabled him to end up in this situation?
Well, as I said in a previous segment, you know, I don't know that they were even there. I think they probably treated the horses with more care and concern than they did their own child. There is some liability there, but, you know, my question is, imagine the trial that the parents are now going to get. You know, if in fact this comes back from the Supreme Court that they're able to stand trial, imagine what's going to happen to them. They don't get a Miller hearing. They don't get to go through any of these things regarding, you know, how they raised, you know, their son or anything along those lines. This is devastating, and if there's any message to come out of this that could potentially be a positive, is talk to your kids, love your kids, listen to your kids. Look out for red flags. Not just your kids, your friends, your family, anyone that may need help. We have all kinds of things in place now, from red flag laws to mental health awareness, and we need to take care of that. We need to be on the forefront because, again, this could have been prevented at so many different times.
Yes, and you mentioned the parents. And another interesting part of that recent testimony that we saw this morning was from his conversations with the shooter. This expert said it seemed that the father bought the gun out of spite. The mother took him shooting out of spite. And this was not a child that needed to be around a gun and shooting a gun. This just paints more of a picture of who these parents were.
And let's be clear, not just who they were, what society was at the time. This was, remember, it's about me, and gratification, me, and they stigmatize certain things, right? So we have to have these perfect lives, right? With these perfect kids, social media, right? That's not the reality, okay? And so when you go back to me and how upset I am with the parents, I'm not saying they didn't do the best they could, but you got to do a little bit better when you birth one, right? You can be as selfish as you want to, as hateful as you want to, as mean as you want to be, but when you have a child that you have birthed, that obligation goes, okay, not just to your house because it spilled out of your house. Now, if you keep that inside, that's between you and your home. But when it comes out, and it bubbled and exploded in such a magnificent way, right? Out of spite. What are you talking about? Is that how you're living in that house? It's about, I'm going to spite you, I'm going to spite you. Meanwhile, we got a child that is working. We now know that, right? And think about this. The parents went and took his money out of his account to pay for their lawyer and their time on the run. He has court-appointed lawyers, great lawyers, by the way, don't save your hate mail, right? But still, think about that mentality. It's a me mentality. We have to do something better in America. If we want to stop this, if we don't want this to go to somebody else's house, it should not just be about me. We have to be a little bit more uncomfortable and go, you're struggling over there. Like the assistant principal, I promise you, in my mind, she stopped more slaughter if he had more bullets, because the shooter saw somebody he had a human connection with and turned his head, right? You see the suicide gear that he has to have on over his head, right? Something is wrong, and you don't see that. If you don't see it, you didn't want to see it, you weren't present, and it's all about me.
So a lot of people have also been saying, you know, just in the times we've seen him aesthetically on the outside, he looks fine. And, you know, a lot of people felt like, well, you know, he's not that mentally ill. He knew what he was doing. He planned all of this. Seeing this back end now of the state that he is in, does that kind of change your thoughts on him just mentally in his state of mind?
Yeah, for me. And now remember, when we first started this journey, because it has been a journey, Miller Hearing is working, I'm just like, I don't care, you're wrong, you must suffer the consequence forever and ever and ever. Forget about you, right? But now we're seeing what helped him go into him being him, right? Can you be rehabilitated? The tablet, which is something in and of itself, right? But that they have access to instead of farming and being more productive. But anyway, these tablets, you stopped yourself from going into what you normally did because you were unsupervised. You understand? Unsupervised, you can do anything on that internet in that house that you want to. A parent's not going to walk by and go, what are you doing? Stop that. Come on over here. Give me the computer. You can't use that.
Terry, you had also mentioned something about it almost seeming like the parents may care more about the horses. A viewer comment said something kind of along those lines. Someone wrote me saying, I wonder if that's why he was torturing the animals, because it's almost like his parents showed more love to animals.
That's possible, but if you heard the doctor said, you know, he wanted the baby birds to feel what he was feeling. He said, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, but, you know, he talked to the birds like they were, like he was a parent. They were kids. And he wanted them to and the tone, he wanted them to feel exactly what he was feeling, and that would explain what he did to, you know, tore their heads off, you know, the screw in the belly of the bird, you know. I mean, those are some painful things. Or even, I believe one of the excerpts out of his journal was, you know, the look on the bird's face when they were about to, you know, he was about to kill them. These are things that they're scary. You know, again, he is going to pay for the crimes he's done. He is not, the only question is, again, can he be rehabilitated? If he can be rehabilitated, that doesn't mean he's going to be out next week, next month, next year. I mean, we will either not be here if that day comes, or, you know, we'll be so old we might even forget about it. So I want to make sure everybody understands this is not about him getting a lighter sentence. The only question is, does he get a date that he might be eligible to come out on parole?
Mm-hmm. And let's talk about other behavior that has come out from this testimony again this morning. This video games playing and watching hours and hours of violent, graphic content without any supervision, being allowed to do this.
Since age 6.
Wow. So this is a hallmark trait of people who commit violent crimes. I mean, in your experience, is this the big one?
Oh yes, he was radicalized to me, right? This is what you anticipate when you're talking about terrorists and how they come up, right? He was radicalized on the internet. We don't know everything he's seen and everything he's experienced, right? But there was no bumper for this child. There was nobody to bump him back into the right lane, right? And something that Terry said, and we have to be honest, we will be gone, but there will be others on this earth. Our children, our children's children. What does that mean for them? We have to go past just us in this moment, right? What does that mean are you going to be rehabilitated, or are you going to come out a better killer? You understand? We don't know these things, and I'm not against human beings, but I'm against certain behavior. That behavior is an atrocity, right? It's reprehensible.
But the bigger question to me, and I think we've talked about this, what do we do to stop this behavior from reoccurring? And we're going to see more and more things like this unless parents, loved ones, mandatory reporters, unless people step up and take that extra step to get involved, then if they don't do that, we're going to have more people just like this, and it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Since day one, we've been covering this hearing and everything, all of the different moving parts that make this happen. And part of that, we've also been trying to take a deep dive into the mind, possibly seeing how we could get to this point. We actually spoke with an expert about some of those things. Here's a little bit of that interview. We've seen a lot of characteristics that are similar to what we've seen with what people have described for serial killers in the past, torturing birds and visions of harming people. What do you make of some of the things we're hearing today?
Well, there are two things that characterize a serial killer, and one is a lack of empathy for the other person, which allows them to hurt someone without feeling bad. Every doctor has a hard time making his first incision, giving his first shot, poking the patient in the belly, even if you have to cause a little pain to help them, because we identify with other people. Serial killers do not. The other thing is, for people who do things like that, it's a question of their aggressive drive, their hostile drive, and their drive to inflict pain, which we all have to defend ourselves. That's fused with a sex drive. And Jeffrey Dahmer killed his neighbor's cat and talked about getting a warm feeling inside and getting sexually excited when it happened. And so there's a fusion of those two drives that makes people in that situation want to hurt other people to get their sexual excitement out of it.
So we're, talking about this Miller hearing. Rehabilitation is one factor. Can this individual be rehabilitated? When you say things like lacking empathy, can someone like this re-enter society?
Well, those are the things that make one worried about the lack of rehabilitation potential. If you take a teenager, some theories say you can do anything with a teenager if you catch them early enough and you can put them in a position to learn certain things about living in society, controlling themselves, and not resorting to violence. But if someone doesn't have those internal controls or those internal identifications and sensitivities, we may not be able to teach that. And these are precisely the kinds of people that need confinement and can't live in society. They can't live in the general population because they're so driven, they're as driven to hurt other people as we are to have romance and intimate relationships with others.
If you could help us understand what we're seeing here, because one of the things that's hard to kind of translate is the fact that he is very articulate in the way he speaks. He seems intelligent, but yet he is saying things that also make absolutely no sense and having no empathy at all. How does that work?
Well, there are a couple of things. One is being articulate doesn't mean that you don't have a disturbance. And people who Ted Bundy, was a law student. He was very articulate. He was very engaging. If you look at the video of him after he's convicted, this is all a big mistake. And the FBI behavioral sciences unit that coined the term serial killer talked about interviewing serial killers in prison, and the first few people they interviewed said they must have the wrong guy. This guy is sensitive, he's articulate, and everything else. Another thing we have to keep in mind with this young man, I've not evaluated him, but he is still not an adult. He's not fully mature, and teenagers and adolescents do not think like adults do. They don't have the sophisticated thinking, and then the kind of sadistic, and again, I haven't seen him, but the sadistic impulses that you're describing are the things that drive people to do things, and they may not understand that other people don't have the same kind of thoughts, or other people wouldn't understand what it means to them.
So would you say this is an example of the fact that we can't always generalize what mental illness is or looks like? Because I think a lot of people would see this and say, well, it doesn't seem that crazy to me.
Well, there are different kinds of mental illnesses, and then when you're talking about people who do things to hurt other people or things that are criminal, the law treats people with mental illnesses differently depending on the illness. If there's really a lack of self-control, they might excuse that person's action and try to rehabilitate them in a psychiatric facility rather than a corrections facility. But then there are other kinds of mental illness like this where people are flawed and they don't have prohibitions, or they don't have the controls, and they can do mean things or bad things. They go to prison with everyone else, and that's written in the statute for not guilty by reason of insanity. The mental illness that just means you don't obey the law and you feel entitled to do what you want doesn't get you off the hook.
And we've been seeing, close shots of the shooter today in the courtroom, hanging his head low. Does he seem remorseful at all to you?
Well, you can't tell from a visual. Hanging your head may be remorse, but it may just be that he's too inadequate or too startled and too afraid to look people in the eye and confront what he's done. And
he had
really
requested that the witness statements not be read.
Yes, well, it's disturbing to hear them, and if you listen to what some of these people, I've spoken to survivors of disasters like this. I've debriefed police officers who've been in shootings, and the accounts can be harrowing, they can be disturbing, and you go through the whole experience with it. He doesn't want to face that. He may not want to face that, and that would be what's behind a request like that.
Now, we saw also in the evidence that he had requested mental health support from his parents to try to help with this, but he didn't get it. How dangerous can ignoring something like this be?
Well, you see how dangerous it is, and there's a theory with people who are going to do something bad. They call it leakage, but really they give hints of what they're doing because they want external controls and they want to be stopped. And when someone asks for help, if someone says they were hearing voices, those things are alarming to hear from anyone, especially a child, and there is help that's available. If you just blow it off and say this isn't important, or you ignore it, someone asks for help, you ignore it, they ask louder, and sometimes the only way they ask for help is to do something that we would call crazy or criminal, and that finally gets them the help that they need.
Welcome back. So as you saw, we are still trying to understand all the complexities of this hearing. And Terry, we were just saying, you found it interesting that the shooter is more engaged in today's hearing in particular. Why is that?
Well, if you look at the times that, he's lifted his head, he's looked up, it's always been with someone that he's had contact with, that adult contact. He talked to the doctor, obviously, before the doctor could come and give his testimony today. He has the assistant principal, I believe, the other day. The person from the last witness on Friday from the defense. These are people who've actually tried to help him, okay? That's how I see it, The other people who came, he doesn't know them, I mean, here's a kid, he's still a kid, regardless of his actions, that has truly reached out for help, and these people are giving him what he's been asking for.
The stark contrast from day one, when it was law enforcement, it was a victim, and he just had his head buried. He didn't look up once, it seems.
And that's the human contact, right? I don't necessarily know if it's just the professional, right, that reached. It's the human contact, right? So we know he had contact with the doctor from Easter Seals, right? We know he had contact with this person right here, the doctor, I don't know, Colin something or another.
Rich, I believe.
Rich,
I believe, yeah.
Great job, by the way. But we know he had those contacts, right? That's what he needed. I don't think I would have had to be a doctor to reach him, right? Or a professional to reach him. Hey, what's going on with you today? Come on over here. Something just so simple, right? Human contact, because apparently he's had no interaction. Nobody that cared anything in his mind about who he was and what he was. And the people that's supposed to love me the most are the least interested in this process. You're leaving me at home since I'm 6 years old, and nobody took the kid away, or where's DHS? If I would have gone around the corner in near 12 or 13, somebody's going to be at my door. What's going on over there? He's not being fed, right? He has nothing that he needs as a child, much less growing into any kind of adulthood. It's stunning. It's so many different levels of non-action. And how does this happen? And I know we have a world where we're overwhelmed sometimes, but if this is your job, this is your job. You birthed the baby. This is part of what you bargained for.
But even with that, if you don't want the job, we can get someone else to do it. There's adoption agencies, there's other relatives, if you don't want the job, you know, and to me, that's the bigger thing. If I don't want to be a parent, it's very simple. I can put my kids up for adoption. I can do other things. What they did is truly, and I'm using this word purposefully, criminal. It is abuse. It is neglect. Those are the things they should be prosecuted for.
What are some of the differences in legal processes when you have a defendant who is mentally stable versus someone who has clear mental illness?
Oh, it's much more difficult for the lawyer, right? Because there are more people we have to collaborate with to get the true picture. It's not just, okay, I'm having a bad day and I know what I'm doing, okay? This is a bit different. It's a lot different. It's something that it's triaging, right? And you triage this human being over a course of months, right? Leading up to what is the outcome? Right? Are we in a trial situation? Are we in a police situation? It's way more difficult with the mental health issues because how do you really trust that this person understands what's going on? I don't care what they're saying about right now in his competency. As anybody knows, mental health is fluid. So today you can be good, but tomorrow you're a different person. It's a fluid situation.
And that's the exact key. Did you know at the time? At the time, were you mentally ill at the time? Not a week before, not a week after, but at the time these crimes are committed. And here's the interesting thing. They being the defense team, didn't come forward with anything regarding mental illness. He accepted the plea as is, and the only thing that the discussion is about the Miller hearing. I mean, again, I don't know all the ins and outs of what they were doing, but in looking at it, I wonder how that would have played out based upon what we know now. You know, was he mentally ill at the time that he did this? But again, we're not here for that purpose, only for the Miller hearing. But again, there are so many little things that can go either way in terms of how this could have unfolded.
And Lillian, you continue to say all this person needed was for someone to reach out at any point. And I think it's something we haven't touched upon, but how much responsibility is with the school district in this situation? Because even in elementary school, we saw teachers reaching out to his parents saying, he's not reading where he should be, we're worried. They didn't respond. At what point do teachers push a little harder? Or this meeting the morning of the shooting, at what point do you push a little harder?
So when you have a student like that, right, you should, in Michigan, have an individualized teaching plan, right? They used to call them IEPCs, right? IPT, I'm sorry. So a team gets together to say, how do we best help this particular kid, right? This right here, though, it's like, look, I don't have time to be bothered. I think he's an extension of my persona. So if he is wrong, I am wrong. If he looks sick, I look like a failure. Instead of addressing the issue, you didn't have to address it. So mandated reporters, how does that all play in, right? The teacher the day before says he is now on my radar. And that's the day before this shooting. It's difficult because it looks like there was all these people could come together in the community, but once again, when we have things such as bullying, it's people that have differences, right? And that's celebrated. It's like, ha, ha, ha. We get on the internet and we live stream horrendous acts. What is this about? What does that say about us as a society? And I think that's the minimum. I don't think that's most of us, right? I think they just get all the oxygen in the room. So there's hope. There's always hope, right? But you have to bring hope too.
You know, when you say the liability of the school, I mean, I've heard so many people say they just should have searched the bag and we wouldn't be here, right? They should have searched the bag. It was more than just searching the bag. A lot of things should have happened beforehand. You know, as Lillian mentioned, the IEPs, you know, but if we notice there's a constant theme that rolls back into this, no parental involvement. Even if the teachers in the district did everything that they were supposed to do, the parents still have to sign on to the plan. The parents still have to check homework or follow up with the teachers. And unfortunately, the parents didn't play a part in this. So you can't have a team that's together talking about development of the child, and the two most important people in there, the parents, are nowhere to be found.
Do you feel like there's a lot of people who have failed this child? Because we look back, the teachers were flagging his behavior, the friend that he was texting, the parents obviously knew a ton. There's so many different things, yet we still ended up here.
Well, it's not just, let's not forget, it's not just him that was failed, but because of that failure, we got 4 dead kids and other people with post-traumatic stress syndrome. So everybody was failed.
And we're looking at the courtroom, seeing the shooter re-entering to continue. I believe it's one more witness to take the stand before this Miller hearing concludes. Again, it's day 3 of this Miller hearing to determine whether the shooter will be sentenced to life without parole. Terry, when do you think we can expect sentencing? Because it won't be today.
Sentencing will not be today. Judge Rowe will not say, I'm going to give him life with or without parole. I would anticipate probably a month out, 4 to 6 weeks, somewhere in that time frame.
Okay, well, let's listen in.
Your Honor, calling People versus Ethan Crumbley, case number 279506FC.
Thank you. Appearances for the record.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Amy Pop on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. You all may be seated, and good morning again. Dr. King, if he's still in the courtroom. Dr. King, you may retake the stand, sir. Sir, you may be seated. You are still under oath. Thank you. People across.
Good morning, Dr. King.
Good morning, sir.
Dr. King, you're here because your job is to help the defense establish mitigating factors for this defendant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with the Miller factors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you note that on the first page of your report, the defendant was referred to you for an evaluation focused particularly on the sentencing factors outlined in Miller versus Alabama, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say that the Miller factors and mental illness, you say, supports a sentence of other than life without parole, true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know that the Miller factors are incorporated into Michigan law. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us what the 5 factors are?
So, immaturity, age, person has to be younger than 18, impetuosity, transient recklessness, inability to extricate oneself from a dysfunctional family.
Anything else, doctor?
I probably missed a couple. I didn't memorize them.
Okay, so doctor, in fact, under the law, there are 5 factors. First is chronological age, hallmark features among them, immaturity, impetuosity, failure to appreciate risks and consequences. Does that sound right?
That's about right.
So most of what you described goes to that first factor. The second is the juvenile's family and home environment, and you talked about that, the inability to overcome his circumstances, right?
Yes, sir.
There are 3 other factors: the circumstance of the homicide offense, the incompetencies of youth, which affect how the juvenile might have been charged or convicted of a lesser crime, and the possibility of rehabilitation. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor, when were you retained in this case?
I think it was contacted on or around, and my timeline could be off. I want to say in November. It was just around Thanksgiving of 22, I believe. Again, my timeline could be off.
And you were provided some materials to review?
Yes, sir.
And then you interviewed the defendant?
I did.
Over how many sessions?
I believe over 6 sessions.
And can you tell us when those were?
Sir, I did not memorize the date. I think the first time I met the defendant would have been around January 4th or 5th. I think that is the first time I interviewed him. I interviewed him twice virtually, and maybe 3 or 4 times after. The last time I interviewed him was probably July, I think 10th or 11th. I don't have the access to my calendar, so I didn't memorize those dates.
Okay, doctor, what do you have with you today?
Before you move on, the first meeting you said that was on January 4th or January 5th, was that of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then your last meeting, of course, would have been in 2023 as well, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Doctor, what do you have with you today?
I have my PowerPoint, and I have a copy of the presentation. I have my iPad. I have a model of the brain, and I have a copy of my CV, and I have a copy of my report that is highlighted.
Right, doctor, do you have your calendar in your iPad? Would you be able to give us the dates of those interviews?
No, my calendar, sir, is on my phone.
And you don't have that with you today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you take out your report, please?
For the record, his report is also in defendant's end. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Extra copy.
So, Doctor King, you have your report in front of you?
I do.
And so we're clear that's your report dated June 16th, 2023, and you sign it on page 69, correct?
I do.
All right. If you turn to page 3, Doctor, does that help refresh your recollection regarding any of the dates that you interviewed the defendant?
I do.
Okay, so was your first meeting with him on December 15th of 2022?
That is correct.
And you conducted a structured interview on January 5th, 2023?
That is correct.
And you did an evaluation of competency to stand trial on January 11th of 2023.
That is correct.
Okay. And as to the other 3 dates, you're not able to give us those today.
Yes, that is correct.
And doctor, you did some testing and then you did some research yourself, correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, in the timeline that was in the presentation that was put up on the screen, it didn't include the dates of your reports. You prepared 2 reports, correct?
I prepared an initial report because if my memory serves me correctly, this hearing was supposed to have been held, I think, early in May.
May 1st.
May 1st. And then I was told that there was an adjournment, and so here we are today.
Right, okay, so, but in your timeline, it didn't include the dates of the reports, and in fact, the first report came partway through that timeline, would you agree? And then the last report came in June.
That sounds about right, sir.
So, doctor, on page 3 of your report, again, we're talking about your June report, you refer to it on page 2 as a complete list of records relied on and reviewed, correct?
What page is that?
On page 2, you reference, it's in the first paragraph, about partway down, a complete list of records reviewed and relied on is listed beginning on page 3 of this report.
I see that.
Okay. And then you see on page 3 of your report, you list a number of things, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Dr. King, you testified to a number of things on direct that don't appear in that list. Can you tell us what those are? What other things that aren't on this list you reviewed and considered?
So, for instance, Dr. Kadir's report from Easter Seals, which is comprised of 1,310 pages. I believe I only got those, I think, last week.
Okay.
And Ms. Loughlin, of course, has sent me updated information. I apologize, I have not been able to memorize information. We're talking about voluminous pages of information.
Okay, so what I want to know about, doctor, is things that you had at the time of your June 16th report that you did not list. So, for example, you said in your direct testimony that you interviewed a neighbor. You recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And that's not listed in your sources of information, is it?
That is not listed here. I do not see it here.
Okay, in fact, when did you conduct that interview?
Probably it was about, I think about 2 months ago, and again, my timeline could be off. I don't have my calendar in front of me, sir, so I'm not able to give you that exact date.
Doctor, you made no reference to that in your report, did you?
It's not in my sources of available information.
Is it referenced anywhere in your report?
I don't see a reference here, sir.
Okay, but I'm not, there are a bunch of things you referenced that aren't listed in your sources, and we'll talk about that. What I'm asking you is, did you make reference to your interview with the neighbor anywhere in your report? Is there any way I would have known that about that before today?
Yes, so can I explain?
Please.
So you have, sir, a copy of my PowerPoint?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, I apologize for that.
So it's not mentioned in your report. Did you document that interview with the neighbor in any way?
I did.
And do you have that documentation with you today?
It's not in my report, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do you have documentation of that anywhere? Do you have notes? Did you write a short report? Did you report that to council? Do you have anything that reflects your interview with the neighbor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have that with you today?
I do not.
Doctor, you also referenced text messages between the parents, right?
Yes, sir.
And That's not listed in your source of information either, is it?
It is not listed.
Okay. And you don't reference that in the report, do you?
That is correct.
Okay. Doctor, you testified about reviewing the defendant's internet searches, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you mentioned something about researching something about a dog, right? About burying the dog.
That is correct.
Okay. You talked about he's got to go out to the shed and bury the dog, right?
That is correct.
And he was researching how to do that.
That is correct.
And that's the same shed where he tortured the baby birds, correct?
I don't know that to be a fact, but if you say that is the case, I don't know that to be a fact.
So, doctor, you have something that no one else in this courtroom had. You had access to all the information you wanted, and you got to interview the defendant. Did you not ask the defendant about where that torture took place?
The torture of?
The birds.
I think he said it took place in the shed. I don't know if there's multiple sheds. I've never been to the home, sir, so I honestly don't know.
So, doctor, I just asked you about the torture, and then you said the torture of what? Are you aware of torture of anything other than birds?
I just wanted to have clarification from you, sir, just before I answer the question.
That's fine. Are you aware of any other torture committed by the defendant?
Besides the birds, I don't think so. Or at least I don't recall of any of them.
Doctor, you also mentioned that you reviewed text messages over a period of months between the defendant and his friend B. Is that right? Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
In your report, doctor, you reference a subset of those, right?
Do you have a page for me?
So, doctor, you can do two things. One is, why don't we look at page 3, the 5th bullet point up from the bottom, and you list a series of dates. Text messages obtained by Paulette Lofton between the defendant and his friend B dated April 5th, 2021 to April 7th of 2021, right?
Okay.
But you're telling the court you, in fact, reviewed a lot more text than that. You just don't reference them in your sources, correct?
That is true.
Okay. And then, doctor, on pages 8 through 22, 8 through 21, you include a series of text messages. You know about how many those are?
How many text messages?
Yeah, that you include in your report.
Oh.
If I say roughly 200, I don't need an exact number. Does that sound about right?
I would not disagree with you.
Okay. And, doctor, you'd agree with me, those text messages that you specifically paste into your report are all from one day, April 5th of 2021.
As far as I can see, sir, yes.
Doctor, you looked at some emails, and then you looked at something, an assignment from Mrs. Kubina that you referenced. Those also are not listed in your source of information, are they?
They're not.
But you did review them and consider those?
I did.
And then Dr. Aniker's report is listed in your sources, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And you reviewed that entire report, correct?
The report of Dr. Aniker?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you considered that in your analysis. It was part of your review and your conclusion. Is that correct?
I did.
So, doctor, we talked about the text message you reviewed. You also reviewed some videos, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what videos did you review?
I reviewed the videos of the actual shooting. I reviewed the videos of the bird and the video of Ethan taking a fall in the diner, and I believe 4 or 5 other videos from the Oakland County Jail.
Okay, and doctor, do you also review the video that the defendant took the night before the shooting?
Yes, I did.
Doctor, regarding the diner video, when I watch it, it doesn't seem you can see in the video whether the defendant hits his head or not. Were you able to see that in the video, or did you get that from the defendant?
Can you rephrase that question, please, sir?
When I watched the video from the diner, I actually didn't see the defendant hit his head. Maybe I missed it. But are you saying you can see that in the video, or that that's what the defendant told you?
I'm wondering if you missed it, sir, because based on my review of it, that is what appeared to have happened, and he was helped up, and then he fell again and had to be helped up. That's how I saw it.
Okay. You prepared, we talked about 2 reports, Doctor, and the first report is dated January 27th of 2023. You know, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 63. Can you take a look at that?
One moment, please, sir.
Doctor, I'll go through that with you a little bit, but does that look like your previous report?
It does. I do have an updated report, June 16th, so these two, this is an updated of what I did initially.
Correct. So I received 2 copies of your report. The first one is the one you're looking at now, Exhibit 63, and the other is the June 16th report. And that sounds right to you? You did 2 reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you agree this is the first one?
Yes, so I'm a little confused because I'm under the impression that the June 16th report supersedes the January 7th report because the June 16th report has information that I didn't have when I did the January report.
Okay, that's important, Doctor. It's information you didn't have, and we're going to talk about that. All right, Doctor, are there differences between the two reports?
Yes, sir, there are differences.
Okay, can you tell me what those are? You know what, Doctor, I want to step back for 1 second. Let me withdraw that question. We'll come back to that. Do you know when that report was finalized? Because it's dated January 27th, 2023. I didn't receive it until April. Do you know when you finalized that version?
Sir, I'm not able to keep that timeline in my head. I apologize that I can't memorize the timeline when the report was completed, sir.
So, Doctor, I'm not worried about memorizing the timeline. I'm just asking if you know about when this. So you agree you were going to testify on about May 1st for the Miller hearing when it was originally scheduled, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So did you complete your first report in January, a few months before the Miller hearing, or did you finish it in April or sometime in between?
I know it was completed before May 1st, but exactly when, I don't know, sir.
Okay, a couple weeks before?
Okay.
Okay, so when you submitted that report at that time, you thought that was your final report and you were going to come to court and testify on May 1st with that report, correct?
That was my understanding, sir.
And at that point, you've been retained since, you think, November, right?
I was contacted in November, and I believe I was retained shortly after.
Okay, and you know you were retained by December 15th because you were meeting with the defendant by then, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, Doctor, had you been given access to everything you needed or you wanted to see for your report?
I was given access to information. I don't know that I was given access to everything because obviously since then I've been given additional information.
Okay. And at that point, Doctor, if you look at your first, or the partial paragraph at the bottom of page 1 of the January report, it said you'd spent 16 hours interviewing the defendant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then after you submitted that report, this hearing was adjourned, right?
That is correct.
And then you spent about another 6 hours with the defendant. In your June report, it says you've spent now 22 hours with him. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
All right, doctor, I asked you about the differences in the report. Can you go over those with me?
Are you asking me to tell you the differences in these two reports?
Yes, yes, Dr. King.
I'm not sure if you want me to go through page by page. So the first report has 6 to 9 pages, and I think my
Your second report also has 69 pages, doctor.
6 to 9 pages. So what parts do you want me to go through, sir?
I'd like to know what you changed between the January report and the June report. All right, so doctor, as you sit here right now, you're not able to quickly tell me what changed.
Yeah, we're looking at almost 70 pages, sir, single-spaced. It will take me a long time to compare these two reports and go through line by line by line.
Would you agree, doctor, there are not a lot of differences? Would you agree with me?
I am not able to answer that question, sir, because I don't know the answer.
Okay, but they're both your reports, doctor, and you had an additional couple of months when the hearing was adjourned to prepare another report, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying you don't remember what you did in addition to your first report to come to your second report.
What I am saying is that between May, for instance, between May and July, I have met with Ethan Crumbley.
You spent another 6 hours with him, right? So, doctor, look at
Before
the.
you move on, did you meet with him for 6 hours through May and July?
Approximately.
Thank you. You may continue.
So, doctor, I want you to look at page 1 of your June report, and I want you to look at the second sentence. It starts on December 1st, 2021. The defendant was booked at the Oakland County Jail after bringing a 9mm handgun to Oxford High School, where he allegedly shot and killed 4 of his classmates. Do you see that?
Are you reading from the January report?
June report, doctor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yes. I want you to look at the June report and see that you said that the defendant allegedly shot and killed 4 of his classmates in June. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, in your January report, you don't say allegedly. Can you tell the court why you changed it to say that he allegedly killed 4 students?
I don't know why that was changed, sir.
No one has ever told you that this defendant did not kill those 4 students, correct?
That is correct.
You know that he did it, but for some reason you made a change to say that he allegedly did it, but you don't know why.
That is correct, sir.
All right, doctor, I'm looking, now we're going to go back to the January report. I want to look at page 3 of the January report, and I want to look at the items you considered. Your sources of available information. So in the January report, and I'm looking at the last bullet point. Judge, I'm sorry, I don't know if I gave you a copy of People's Proposed Exhibit 63. May I do that?
Yes. Are you moving to admit it at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Plaintiff 63 is admitted. You may approach.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, so doctor, we're looking at the last bullet point on Exhibit 63, the January report, and the last bullet point. Can you read that to us?
On the January 27th, well, that is dated January 27th, The last bullet point says Oakland County's Prosecutor's Office video footage.
Correct. And you list 3 videos, correct?
I do.
And what are those?
It's the Oxford High School video of 11/30/2021 shooting. Third video recorded by Ethan. And then I have manifesto recorded by Ethan.
All right, Doctor, now I'd like you to turn to page 3 of your June report.
I'm looking at the June report.
Okay, and the last bullet point, what does the last bullet point in the June report say?
It says Oakland County deputies' body camera footage.
And in that regard, you're talking about the body camera footage from the jail that we saw on the screen, correct?
Okay, I think so.
Okay. He's wearing the spit hood over his head, and they've got him in a chair. He's upset?
That is correct.
All right. So, Doctor, you did, in fact, view the Oxford High School video of the November 30th, 2021 shooting, the Bird video recorded by Ethan, and the manifesto video recorded by Ethan, right? You had access to those, and you reviewed those, correct? Correct?
That is correct.
And then you just took them out of your June report?
I don't know that I took them out.
Doctor, you're welcome to as much time as you want, but if you look at that list on page 3, those videos are not referenced.
Yes, they are not listed here.
Okay, so you took them out, and my question to you is why?
Sir, they're not listed here.
And my question to you, Doctor, is why aren't they listed? Why did you take them out between your 2 reports?
I'm not sure why.
But you agree with me, you watched those before your January report.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You watched those videos before you submitted your January report. So when you listed them in your sources, in your January report, you had in fact reviewed them.
That is correct.
Doctor, on page 49 of your June report, so page 49 of your June report under events leading up to the shooting, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you referenced the journal that the defendant kept. Do you see that?
Page 49?
Yes. It's the first line under events leading up to the shooting.
Yes, sir.
When did you review the journal?
At what date?
Yes.
I don't have the date in front of me, sir.
Well, when did you receive it from counsel?
I don't have that exact date in front of me, sir. I do not know the date.
I want to jump ahead to page 68 of your January report. I want to look at conclusion events. Again, we're on page 68. Do you see that?
1 minute, sir. Yes.
And Doctor, the last sentence, I'm sorry, the second to last sentence under conclusion event says, surveillance video shows the defendant sitting on the ground crying, fully well knowing that he is on a path of no return. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
That's not in your June report, is it? It's page 68 of your June report. It's at the top. It's conclusion events, and that sentence is taken out, isn't it?
On the June report,
Correct.
it says, surveillance video shows Ethan sitting on the ground crying, fully well knowing that he's on a path of no return.
That's in your January report, correct?
That is correct.
But not in your June report, correct?
I actually just read that from my June report.
And doctor, you and I have two different reports. Can I see what you're looking at, doctor?
Certainly.
Let me approach witness.
Thank you.
I have a copy of the report that's in my exhibit, so I don't know.
Did you see that sentence?
Not in this report.
So do I.
Your Honor, may I approach and provide my client with a copy of the report that is contained in my exhibit? I don't know if the report that he's referencing is another edit that was done, but I have the copy that was submitted to the people and that was submitted to the court. He was not provided that copy today, so I don't know if he's looking at another version.
And I'll just indicate for the record, Your Honor, he showed me a report that's dated June 16th, but the language is not the same.
Thank you. Are there multiple copies of the June report?
Your Honor, this was a working document, and I know Dr. King can explain that. Obviously, since the first report, which was turned over to the people in April, a number of things have transpired, and he has continued to work and continue to edit his report so that the report that the court has today is the most accurate report. So if I could approach with the exhibit that was turned over to the people as well as the court to make sure that we are all looking at the exact same version of this report that is ever changing.
Thank you. He should only have the report before him that has been admitted into evidence.
This is the
whatever's
report.
been admitted into evidence, doctor, that's the only report that you are to be testifying to. Please don't testify to reports that have not been admitted into evidence because it causes confusion. You may approach the witness and give him the exhibit that has been admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what's the date of this exhibit?
It is the June 16th report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach? I'd like to see what he brought to try and understand why there are two reports with the same date and different data. May I approach?
You may.
May I also approach?
Yes, absolutely. And counsel could take a moment to compare.
Yeah, would you take it out, please? Thank you.
That's the one that was submitted and was used as an exhibit.
All right, so first, Dr. King, I want to make sure we've cleared this up. So you came to court today and brought a third version of your report that is in fact dated June 16th, but is not the final version. Is that correct?
So, as attorney explained, this has been a work in progress that I emailed and sent over and updated. So there seems to be some confusion as to which one is current. I've been handed a copy of what I think has been admitted into evidence, and that's the one I'm referencing.
All right, and now, Doctor, I'm going to bring back to you the one that you brought with you to court today. And what I'd like you to do is now turn to the report that's been admitted as an exhibit, the June 16th report that's in evidence.
Okay.
And if you flip to page 68,
Okay.
and if you look at conclusion events, you see that the sentence I referenced in your January 27th, 2023 report, and that's still in the report you brought with you, is in fact not in the report that was provided to me, and that's in evidence today. You see that?
That is correct.
Okay. Doctor, where did that come from? The statement that surveillance video shows the defendant sitting on the ground crying, fully well knowing that he's on a path of no return. Where did you get that?
I had an opportunity to view the video of him sitting in the lunchroom, the cafeteria.
Okay. So, doctor, that's your interpretation of a video of the defendant. You say he's crying.
Okay.
There's no audio?
There's no audio.
Did you ask the defendant about that?
I did not.
All right. So, doctor, between the first report and the second report, we're going to say you've got about 2 months more time to work on it, correct?
That is correct.
And based on everything you reviewed and your discussions with the defendant and with his defense team, you identified all of the mitigating information you could find, correct?
That is correct.
And you included the mitigating information you found in your report, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, that was the whole point. That's why you're retained, is to find as much mitigation as you could and then present that to the court in a report and then come testify about it, right?
That is correct.
And doctor, you were given sufficient time to meet with the defendant and consult with defense counsel, right?
That is correct.
And you weren't rushed in doing your report?
I don't think I was.
Okay. And if you felt there was some more mitigating information out there in the world, like you talked to the neighbor, if you thought there was something else, you would have looked into that, correct?
That's correct.
Was there anything, doctor, that you saw referenced in anything that was provided to you or that you learned from the defendant and you said, you know what, I haven't seen that, I would like to see that? Anything that you wanted to see that was not provided to you?
Okay, correct.
I'm asking you, was there anything in addition to what you have that you said, I would like to see something else that was not provided to you? Were you given everything you asked for?
As far as I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, doctor, we're going to spend some time on your June 16th report, but before we review that, doctor, did you listen to the testimony presented by the prosecution last Thursday and Friday?
I did.
Okay. And you've never spoken to any of the investigators in this case before, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And you've not spoken to Keegan or Heidi or Ms. Gibson Marshall or Ms. Darnell, the witnesses who testified who were in the school, right? You've never spoken with them?
I have not.
Okay. So when you heard their testimony, doctor, did that have any impact whatsoever on your opinion?
It hasn't changed my opinion.
Okay. All right, doctor. So now I'm going to focus on your June report, and I want to turn to page 4. And in the section under Ethan, Family Tree, and Early Influence, you represent ACEs, right? We're on page 4 of the June report.
That is correct.
All right. And doctor, you don't reference the study that you're talking about there. You provide a footnote at the bottom, but it doesn't give me a journal or a place to find that specific report. Do you have a site for that with you?
Can you rephrase that, please? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
All right. So if you look at your footnote 2 on page 4, you talk about the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study, Child Abuse and Public Health, but there's no citation. You list some authors, but I wasn't able to find that specific report. Do you have a citation, some way to find that specific report?
So, just for clarification, in my testing, the ACEs consist of 10 questions. And the more ACEs that are present, the more the probability exists that this person is going to have issues. In my more than 16 hours of interviewing Ethan, I obtained the ACEs information from him. So if you're asking me, did I administer the ACEs, there was no need to.
Okay, but the question is, for this footnote, do you have a specific citation for this footnote that would help aid in trying to find this article?
The citation is listed there where it says the Adverse Childhood Experience Study, and the author, Dr. Robert Hander, from the Center for Disease Control.
And what I'm telling you, doctor, is I Googled that. I tried to look it up, but without a citation, I was not able to find that specific report. And I'm asking you if you have a citation so I could reference the exact report you're referring to.
This is what I looked at, sir, in terms of the ACEs coming out of the CDC.
Do you have a copy of that, doctor? The report you're referencing in footnote 2?
I don't have a copy with me. I looked at a study coming out of the CDC and Kaiser pertaining to the ACEs.
So, doctor, I think this was in your slide, but that study looked at the adverse health effect on the child, right? In this case, the defendant, not on, so the things they would experience later in life because of the ACEs, right?
That is correct.
Health effects and heart problems and stress and all these things, right?
That is correct.
The reason I'm asking for the study is because in your description on paragraph 4, you say that ACEs culminate in numerous antisocial activities such as aggressive acts, unwarranted violence, and heinous crimes. And I couldn't find that anywhere in relation to ACEs. And I'm asking you, where do you get that from?
Sure. Sir, if you were to research and look at the information surrounding the ACEs study, I think it was conducted in 95 and 97. My dates could be off of 17,000 subjects. There is a litany of information in terms of what happens to someone who possesses these X amount of ACEs.
And so the problem is, doctor, you can't give me that report. You can't cite that to me, so I can question you about that.
Okay.
So, doctor, you talked about a 10 question survey, and in fact, you just said you didn't need to score them. You didn't attempt to score them, did you?
I did not administer the ACEs because I administered 15 psychological tests that provided me the information I needed to reference the ACEs.
All right, doctor. So you say there's studies out there that can trace an ACEs score to other effects, but you didn't need to give it to trace it to other effects. You had other testing. You don't need ACEs. That's your testimony.
I got that information from testing even over 15 different tests and screening measures.
All right. And so how hard is it to give someone an ACEs score? Ask the 10 questions.
Actually, it's not difficult at all.
Okay, but you didn't do it.
There was no need to.
All right, and you agree with me that, in fact, you need a score of 6 or more to be predicted. That was your testimony on direct, correct?
So what I said was 6 or more can predict. It's a predictor. It's not a precise screening measure that this person will have these type of problems.
Doctor, you relied largely on the defendant's self-reporting for a lot of your analysis, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, let me ask you this. You're aware that he has said that he was not bullied, right? You're aware that he said that?
That is correct.
And that he thinks that he had an okay home life, right? That's his opinion.
That's his opinion.
Right? You know that he didn't suffer any sexual abuse, right?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Physical abuse?
That is debatable.
Okay. So, doctor, can you, as you sit here today, can you tell the court that, in fact, this defendant has a score of 6 or higher on ACEs?
Absolutely.
All right. So you can score him on ACEs right now.
100%.
Okay, let's do that. Take me through the testing, take me through the 10 questions, and let's talk about his score.
So I don't have the question in front of me, but I can ask some of the questions to get the information to that question. I'll be happy to walk you through.
Okay, please.
Okay. You want to ask about...
Doctor, so we're clear. I don't care what you want to ask about. I want you to tell me the defendant's ACEs score. That's what I want to know. You said you didn't do it, you didn't need to, but now I want to know what his score is.
Sir, I was very clear with you that I administered 15 tests, and I said I did not administer the ACEs. I was very clear about that.
You did, and then you just told me you could do it right now.
I said I can give him an ACEs score based on the 15 tests that I administered.
All right, doctor. So why don't you give me his ACEs score based on the 15 tests you administered?
So his score will probably range somewhere between 6 to about 8.
And that's based on the other tests that you gave him?
Yes, sir.
And that's not anywhere in your report, you agree?
I did not administer the ACEs.
Doctor, on page 6 of your report...
Before we get too far from this issue, there was something I want to clear up. When the prosecutor asked you about physical abuse, your answer was debatable. What did you mean by that?
Sir, if a child is injured and the parent does not take action, that is considered physical abuse. When Ethan fell in the diner and hit his head, and the owner said, I need to call 911, and didn't, I consider that physical abuse.
All right, so...
Before you move on, is that the only thing that you consider as physical abuse as it relates directly to this defendant?
Additionally, when Ethan was with his parents and fell again and reported a loss of consciousness and was not taken to seek medical attention, I also consider that to be physical abuse.
Thank you. People, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 6, Doctor, in the last sentence of exposure to violent scenes, you make the statement, quote, this mentality is typical of persons who spend an inordinate amount of time ingesting violent content. Do you see that?
Page 6, what paragraph?
It's the last sentence under exposure to violent scenes.
Yes, sir.
Doc, you don't cite anything for that, do you?
There is no citation here.
Okay. What do you base that on?
I base it on my clinical experience, sir.
Doctor, I mean, that's been studied, hasn't it?
It has.
And it's been largely debunked. Isn't that true?
That is not true.
Okay. Can you cite me anything? Any literature that substantiates that?
I'm happy to respond. So it's hotly debated as to whether if one is exposed to frequent scenes of violence and carnage, if that exposure has an adverse effect on that child. Some experts say no, and some experts say yes. I can cite you Eric Erickson, developmental psychologist, who chronicles that between the ages of 0 to 5, a child learns most of his core values. In fact, children absorb what they observe.
So, doctor, thank you for that answer, but the defendant's playing of video games actually post-dates this thinking, right? He reports having violent thoughts long before he played any of those video games. Isn't that true?
That is true.
Okay, so you can't have cause and effect where the violent thoughts are caused by the video games he played later. Would you agree with me?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
He's having violent thoughts at age 5 or 6, and he plays video games at age 13. You would agree with me the video games didn't cause the thoughts.
Sure didn't make them better.
Okay, so you're saying a person who already had violent thoughts was urged on by the video games he was watching.
What I am saying is that at age 6, if you're having aberrant thoughts and you engage yourself in frequent exposure to video games, it's not going to make you a better person.
We can agree on that, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, doctor, on page 7, you talk about mental illness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you cite this. You cite the statutory definition of mental illness, and you also reference something you refer to as, quote, the Miller factor. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, which Miller factor are you referring to?
The Miller factor of 2012, or the Miller hearing of 2012.
So, doctor, we walked through at the start of your testimony what the 5 Miller factors are from the United States Supreme Court. There are 5 of them. And what I'm asking you is, when you say in the last line of the first paragraph under evidence of mental illness, you say, taking into consideration certain factors known as, quote, the Miller factor. And what I'm saying is, when you're talking about mental illness, which Miller factor are you talking about?
The inability to extricate oneself from a dysfunctional family.
All right, so you're saying the second, his family and home life, is where you would put mental illness.
His family and home life, yes, sir.
Doctor, you say that the defendant, and this is in the last full paragraph on page 7, that the defendant is without question someone who is mentally ill. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And you base that on the text messages that you cite in the pages following and some testing you did, correct?
I based that on my clinical interview. I based that on my testing using objective testing methods.
So I just want you to look at the sentence that follows that. It says, a review of his verbalization through text messages and psychological testing substantiate this assertion, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you reference a group of roughly 200 text messages, correct?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, the statutory definition of mental illness in criminal law relates to the question of criminal responsibility. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
Have you testified previously about criminal responsibility?
I have.
All right. And that has to do with whether the defendant has a viable insanity defense, true?
That is correct.
Doctor, you reviewed Dr. Anaker's report, correct?
I did.
And would you agree with me that it's a very thorough report?
I do not.
Okay, what's missing?
I looked at Dr. Anaker's report, and in all of my years of testing, and this is, of course, no disrespect meant, sir. I'm just giving a factual response to your question. Not one testing was done in Dr. Anaker's report. In Dr. Anaker's report, Ethan expressed hearing voices and seeing things. In Dr. Anaker's report, Ethan said that at age 6, he went up to the preschool person, and this is what he said: wouldn't it be cool if cars can just crash into this school and kill a lot of people? And the person said, then why would you say that? That is referenced in Dr. Anaker's report, sir.
Right, it is, exactly. Why is that a problem or something missing in her report?
So to conclude that such a person does not have mental illness is striking.
All right, so doctor, other than the absence of testing, anything else that you, where you disagree with it, it's a thorough report?
It is not, sir.
Okay, outside of the testing, what else do you think is missing?
So to diagnose someone with mental illness, there's 3 ways to do that. You look at the brain.
Which you did not do, correct?
I did not do.
Correct.
You test the brain.
Correct.
Which I did times 15.
Okay.
Then you use cluster of symptoms using the DSM. That is the Bible or the Quran for psychologists. There is no evidence that that was done. And then the 4th way, which most people do, is to guess. I did not see 1, 2, 3.
Okay, doctor, you both didn't test the brain, right?
I'm sorry?
Neither of you tested the brain. You've agreed with that. You didn't give him an MRI. Neither of you did. Neither you nor Dr. Anaker tested the brain.
No, that is not true.
I'm sorry, imaged the brain.
Thank you. I did not.
So number 1, neither of you did number 1.
That is correct.
And your testimony is you did number 2. You gave him 15 tests, right? And you're saying Dr. Anaker did not.
It was not evident in her report.
Okay. And you're testifying that the 3rd method is to look at the reported symptoms, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that's exactly what Dr. Anaker did. She included that. She just disagreed with your conclusion, right? She didn't deny you had symptoms.
I don't think that's true, sir.
you just referenced her talking about this report to the person on the playground at the school, right? She included that, right?
Our conclusion was that he's not mentally ill.
That's right, doctor. In fact, she cites all the text message and many more than you do that when he talks about, I have hallucinations, right? She includes that in her report. Would you agree with me?
She did.
Okay. So what I'm trying to get at, doctor, is I asked you if it's a very thorough report. You said no. You said she didn't do testing. And I'm asking you, what else do you think was not in her report that makes it not complete or thorough?
Looking at cluster of symptoms, looking at the DSM, and based on the guidelines of the DSM, which is a diagnostic and statistical manual, if someone tells you as a psychologist, I am hearing voices. If someone tells you as a psychologist, I am seeing things. And if you look at your text messages, and in their text messages, it's replete with, I am seeing things. There's a demon in my house. Let me take a video. That is evidence of mental illness, sir. Mental illness is real.
So, doctor, you have not answered my question. I'm not asking you if you disagree with Dr. Anarker because I know you do. What I'm asking you is, she references all of that in her report, and she disagrees with your conclusion. And I'm saying, what else is missing from her report? Could you just answer just that question, please?
I don't know what else is missing from her report,
Okay,
sir.
so just the testing.
I don't know what else is missing from her report, sir.
All right. And in fact, her report cites extensively from the record. Would you agree? She cites a lot of text messages. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And extensively from the journal. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
She talks about his internet searches. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
The bird video,
Yes, sir.
the video of the school shooting,
Yes, sir.
her own questions of the defendant and his responses regarding those things, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than your disagreement on the diagnosis, is there anything in Dr. Anaker's report that you believe is factually incorrect?
So, sir, just to clarify, my response is not my disagreement with Dr. Anaker's report. I've never met Dr. Anaker. What I am saying is that I don't know what her conclusions are based on. I don't know. It's not on the DSM. It's not based on testing. I don't know what the conclusions are based on.
Doctor, I've asked you a straightforward question is, are any of anything in her report factually incorrect? It's a yes or no question whether you believe she has something that's factually incorrect.
It's difficult for me to answer that question, sir.
Well, you didn't highlight or note that she got something wrong, did you, in terms of the facts?
And the reason why it's difficult for me to answer that question...
Doctor, you can address that and redirect. I'm not concerned with why it's difficult.
Thank you.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Doctor, I'd like to show you Dr. Anaker's report. You indicated you did review it, correct?
I did, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, and could you just reference which exhibit that would be in your binder?
Your Honor, this is not yet an exhibit, but I am going to move to admit it. Doctor, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 64. Do you recognize that?
I do, sir.
Is that the report you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I move to admit People's proposed 64.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Plaintiff, people 64 is admitted.
Your Honor, may I provide the court with a copy?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, doctor, I want to look at page 61 of Dr. Anaker's report. And I want to read you some statements from Dr. Anaker's report and ask you if you agree with them. Pretty close to the end, doctor. It's 67 pages, I think, and it's page 61.
Thank you. I'm there now.
All right. So I'm looking at the first full paragraph on the page, and I'm going to go through a few of the statements there. If you look at the first sentence, Dr. Anaker indicates, when considering the question whether the defendant was experiencing a substantial disorder of thought at the legally relevant time, there is no indication from objective sources that the defendant engaged in unusual behavior that would be typical of psychosis in and around the time of the alleged offenses. Do you see that?
I see that, sir.
Do you agree with that?
I don't know what those objective sources are that she's referencing, sir.
Well, that's what my question to you, doctor. She says there aren't any. And what I want to know is, do you have any objective sources that the defendant was experiencing or was showing unusual behavior that would be typical of psychosis in and around the time of the alleged offenses? Do you have any objective sources you would point to?
I do.
Please tell us, doctor.
We all saw the video, sir.
The video of the shooting.
We saw the video of the shooting.
All right. And you're saying he's exhibiting signs of psychosis during the video of the shooting.
We saw the video that he made the night before. We listened to him saying, "I am a demon."
I'm glad you brought that up, doctor. Do you know what that's in reference to?
I don't know.
Do you know who the defendant's idol is?
I don't know.
You didn't ask him that?
No, I don't know.
He references it in the journal. Did you not read the journal?
I read his journal.
Okay. And you know he idolizes another school shooter. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of that.
Okay. And do you know that the reference to a demon is a direct reference to that other school shooter?
So for someone to verbalize that tells me that person has a serious thought disorder.
So if I say to you, doctor, you know, that other school shooter referenced demons and I really think he's great, you're going to say I have some evidence of psychosis because I referenced that and I admire that person.
I would say you have some serious issues.
Okay. Any other objective evidence?
I'm sorry, sir?
Any other objective sources that you would rely on other than the two videos you just referenced?
Objective evidence will be testing which wasn't done.
No, doctor, objective sources means independent, not self-reporting. A lot of your testing is self-reporting. I'm talking about objective sources. Let's help with this, doctor. Can you explain to the court the difference between objective sources and subjective sources?
Sure. Objective sources are sources that are devoid of my opinion and that exist. Subjective sources are sources where I can infuse my opinions and thoughts. That's my definition.
But doctor, it's not just your opinion, it's also the defendant's opinion. You're looking for something that is not based on his opinion or yours that's objective. So you'd agree, like, the videos are objective. The video's the video, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the defendant's statements, your take on them, that's not objective. You agree with me?
Okay.
And what I'm asking you is, do you have any other objective sources that Mr. Crumbley engaged in an unusual behavior that would be typical of psychosis in and around the time of the alleged offense?
I do not.
Okay. All right, moving down that paragraph, Doctor, it says, this is Dr. Anaker's analysis, there is ample audio and video recordings of Mr. Crumbley both immediately before and immediately after the shooting. In none of the videos that this writer reviewed does he appear to be in the midst of a psychotic episode. In the videos immediately after the shooting, the defendant is observed communicating clearly with the police in a way that appears rational and relevant, suggesting reality-oriented thought processing. Are you aware of the video that she's referring to?
I am not, sir.
Okay, did you review videos of him shortly after the shooting?
I did not see the videos of him outside of the school.
So you did not see the videos of him in the sheriff's department vehicle?
I did not, sir.
And you did not see the videos of him sitting at the sheriff's department substation?
I did not.
Would you agree that those are objective sources that would allow you to get a look into what the defendant was, how he was behaving, and whether he was engaged in unusual behavior around the time of the shooting?
I do agree, sir.
And you did not see those, correct?
I did not see those videos.
She goes on to note, in that time frame, the defendant does not mention demons, paranoia, hallucinations, or delusions. He follows commands and answers all questions asked of him in a coherent manner. He does not appear to sound or behave in a disorganized manner. You don't have a basis to disagree with that. You didn't watch those videos.
I actually agree with that opinion, sir.
Okay. He follows commands, answers all questions in a coherent manner. You agree?
I do agree, sir.
All right. Also, there's documentation from the jail, which I think largely consists of Dr. Kadir's reports. Also, the reports that deputies do when they go by on watch and they make notations about the defendant. Did you see those reports?
I did, sir.
And the defendant was constantly monitored, correct?
Yes, sir.
Either continuously or every 15 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And so those observations are recorded by the officers that are watching him, right?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with Dr. Anaker that there's no evidence that Mr. Crumbley exhibited thought process, that the videos tend to show that he exhibited thought processes that were grossly organized, goal-directed, and linear, with behavior that was appropriate? Jail staff did not observe him to be responding to internal stimuli. Would you agree with that?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell me why you disagree.
The entire courtroom watched 5 videos of Ethan Crumbley in psychosis.
Okay. And I understand that's your testimony, doctor. That comes much later. Right now I'm talking about around the time of the shooting.
Okay.
And what I'm asking you is, when Dr. Anaker is talking around the time of the shooting, would you agree that the defendant exhibited thought processes that were grossly organized, goal-directed, and linear, with behavior that was appropriate? Jail staff did not observe him to be responding to internal stimuli. I'm talking about in that time frame right around the shooting, within a few days.
Sir, I do not understand the question. I don't know if you're talking about while he was in the school, at the sheriff's office, or the Oakland County Jail. I want to answer you, but I want to understand what it is that you're asking of me, sir.
Right. Let's start from where the shooting video starts until he leaves Children's Village.
Yes,
right?
sir.
During that time, would you agree that he's exhibiting thought processes that were grossly organized, goal-directed, and linear, with behavior that was appropriate, and jail staff did not observe him to be responding to internal stimuli? Do you agree with that?
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you briefly explain, doctor, what does responding to internal stimuli mean?
So an internal stimuli is responding to auditory hallucination.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here on CBS News Detroit at noon. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. Today we're continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Oxford High School shooter as he appears in Oakland County Circuit Court for the third day of his Miller hearing. What Judge Rowe hears during this testimony will ultimately determine the fate of the killer.
The Oxford school shooter admitted to killing 4 students and injuring 6 others and a teacher at the school. He was just 15 years old at the time of the attack. Last week, we heard graphic excerpts from the shooter's journal and also read text messages that he sent prior to the killing of those students. Friday, students spoke about the moments surrounding the shooting and also relived that traumatizing experience.
Right, and today we're expecting to hear from witnesses with the defense. Let's take a listen in, but before we do, we want to warn you there may be moments where language and images may be graphic in nature.
And then you have some folk who may actually respond to internal stimuli.
Okay.
So people react differently based on the source of that stimuli.
All right, and you would agree what that boils down to for the layperson is someone is seeing or hearing things that aren't there, right? It's something that is internal to them and not in the world that all of us are observing.
Yeah, it's your perception.
Okay. So, Doctor, I think you testified that you believe the defendant has a mental illness that constitutes a substantial disorder, correct?
I did.
And that you believe it significantly impaired his judgment, behavior, and capacity to recognize reality?
I did.
Okay. And, Doctor, is it your testimony that this defendant is not criminally responsible?
My testimony is that Ethan Crumbley is mentally ill.
I understand that, and now I'm asking the next question, which is it your testimony that he's not criminally responsible?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is not what we are here to argue today. We are not arguing criminal responsibility. The defendant has pled, and we withdrew our insanity defense notice.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think it's very important whether this doctor thinks that he is not criminally responsible. If that's his opinion, I think the court can take that into consideration.
If your objection is overruled, I will also may continue.
So Ethan Crumbley has pled guilty to the crimes. The facts are the facts, and they cannot be taken back, sir.
Doctor, that's not my question to you. My question is, you understand the legal concept of criminal responsibility, and you yourself have prepared reports regarding criminal responsibility in other cases, correct?
That is correct.
So you understand the legal standard.
Yes, sir.
And you know the first step is mental illness that's a substantial disorder that significantly impairs the defendant's judgment, behavior, capacity to recognize reality, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified, in your opinion, he meets that criteria, right?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm asking you the second step. Do you believe that he's criminally insane?
I believe he's mentally ill, and his mental illness played a factor into the events of the shooting.
So, doctor, it's a yes or no question. Do you believe he's criminally insane, or do you not believe that?
He's already pled guilty, sir.
Please answer the question directly, doctor. If you can, please re-ask your question.
Is it your opinion that this defendant meets the legal definition of criminal insanity? Is that your opinion?
I don't think so, sir.
Okay. And why is that?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Why is it that you believe he suffers from a statutorily defined mental illness, but you do not believe that he's criminally insane?
So I believe he has a diagnosable mental illness, and he engaged in a horrific act which took the lives of several students, and he's pled guilty. And my understanding is that he was found to not be criminally insane, and I will go with that opinion, sir.
Okay. And you know from your own work what the second step is after mental illness, right? What is the second step? What is it that this defendant does not have that makes him not criminally that makes him not insane?
Sure. That's a very high standard. One has to prove that the mental illness was directly related to the act that followed.
Right. And so, doctor, the legal term is that the defendant, in fact, appreciates the nature and quality of the wrongfulness of his conduct. That's the standard, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, to the layperson, it means the defendant knew right from wrong, right?
That is correct.
All right. So, doctor, one of the things you rely on to substantiate the mental illness and this psychosis you talk about are the text messages that you include in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say that this statement that he's without question someone who's mentally ill is substantiated by those text messages. And I want you to turn to the pages of your report that include those. That's pages 8 through, I think, 21.
You just reference which report, the June report.
The June report. Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm going to try to stick to the June report now.
Thank you.
What page, sir?
So the text messages, I think, start at the bottom of page 7 of your report.
Okay.
And there are 14 pages, and I think you've agreed with me, ballpark about 200 text messages, correct?
Yes, sir.
How many text messages did you actually review?
I don't have an exact number, and so I can't give you an answer to that. What I do know, I reviewed, and again, I don't want to give an incorrect answer, but I'm thinking I saw 20,000 text messages.
Okay. So how did you decide, out of all the text messages, which ones to include in your report?
I decided based on the fact of just logic and process of elimination, because it's not appropriate, I didn't feel, for me to include 20,000 text messages in a report. It wouldn't serve anyone any good. So I looked for themes. What are the themes in the text messages? And I included those that I felt were in that theme of mental illness.
So Doctor, that's actually very remarkable to me. You reviewed 200, you pulled 200 text messages out of roughly 20,000, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And you said you chose themes that sort of brought out what you were trying to illustrate and that supported your opinion that the defendant suffers from mental illness, correct?
Okay.
And Doctor, all of the texts you cite are from one date, April 5th of 2021. Do you want to take a look at your report?
Certainly.
All right, we hear some intense moments out of that courtroom on day 3 of this Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter. It's an opportunity for the judge to learn more about the shooter's personal life, his mindset, mental state, and everything happening leading up to that fatal shooting.
Stay with CBS News Detroit for complete coverage of the Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter on our stream. We're covering it in its entirety as part of our community commitment. November 30th, 2021 was a day that not only impacted the village of Oxford, but also the state and the nation. We'll be back on air with other local headlines. Stay with us.
Any other text messages, Doctor?
A number of the text messages were not germane to the report. They were just innocuous. I can give you examples if you want to.
Let's turn this around, Doctor. You agree with me, you cited only from one day, correct, in your report? Okay. And what you're telling me is the only germane texts you found were from one day.
That is correct.
And it's like, I got to do the math, 7 months before the shooting, correct?
That is correct.
And so everything you saw, you say, that one day, that's the one I'm going to hang my hat on. That's the one that tells me that he suffered from a mental illness when he committed the shooting, right?
That is not correct.
Okay. Explain that to me.
My opinion and my conclusions are based on my testing.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. So, Doctor, someplace in your report, I think it's after the text messages, you reference the time of those texts. Do you recall that? I'll find the page. It's page 22, and it's the third bullet point at the top.
That is correct.
And you say most messages were sent around 4 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was remarkable to you and significant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Doctor, are you familiar with something called UTC?
Can you spell it out to me, sir?
It's U, the letters U, T, and C. It stands for Coordinated Universal Time. I know the letters are out of order, but it stands for Coordinated Universal Time. Are you familiar with that?
I don't know if I am, sir.
All right, so doctor, you based your assumption that these messages were sent around 4 a.m. based on the little time indicators for each message, right? They each say 4, 5, 20, 21. They start at 3:50 a.m. and they go until 4:41 a.m. Do you see that?
Okay, I agree, sir.
And doctor, in fact, those every one of them says afterwards UTC plus 0, right?
Okay,
And you agree with that we're on Eastern time, right?
that is true.
And are you aware that Eastern time is UTC minus 4?
Okay,
Are you aware of that?
okay, sir, yes.
So those messages were in fact sent between 11:50 a.m. and 12:41. I'm sorry, 11:50 p.m. and 12:41 a.m. Are you aware of that?
I am not, but I agree.
So your assumption that they were sent around 4 a.m. is just that's an assumption you made, and it's just not true.
Okay.
Doctor, you testified that you have seen the defendant recently, or at least during your testing, and that you agree he is competent to stand trial.
I did.
Okay. Doctor, you were played the jail camera video, right, that you discussed where the defendant is showing signs of distress and upset, and I think you say psychosis, right?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, the prosecution brought that to your attention, to the defense attention, right? We're the ones who said this is concerning behavior, right?
That is correct.
All right, and you then reviewed that, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you consulted with counsel and you were asked your opinion, right?
That is correct.
About whether this person was psychotic or competent and able to proceed with this hearing, right?
That is correct.
And you said he is, right?
Yes, sir.
You also would agree with me that that behavior comes after the defendant had been in the jail in a one-person cell for 16 months?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that the defendant was not behaving that way right before, during, or after the shooting. You'd agree with me.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
I don't have evidence otherwise, so yes.
Okay. He wasn't behaving that way when you interviewed him, right?
He was not.
He hasn't been behaving that way during this hearing, right?
That is correct.
And so this is the only incident you're aware of where the defendant exhibited that kind of behavior.
Can you rephrase that question, please, sir?
This is the only incident you're aware of where the defendant has exhibited that kind of behavior.
Are you referencing those 5 videos?
I'm referencing, yes. Are you aware those are all from the same incident, all from one date?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm going to tell you that they are, but what I'm asking is, outside of those 5 videos, are you aware of any other instance where the defendant was behaving like that or showing those symptoms?
Actually, I am.
Okay.
There are serious concerns about suicidal ideation, which is why he was on suicidal watch.
So, doctor, those were instances where he had something in his cell and might be trying to tie it to a speaker. He said he wasn't suicidal, but they were concerned, right?
That is correct.
There were a few times when they thought he needed to be observed constantly because he showed concerns about suicide, right?
That is correct.
That's not the same as psychosis, is it?
Actually, for one to try to harm themselves is an expression of mental illness.
I asked you about psychosis, doctor.
Psychosis means a break from reality.
Right. And someone thinking about killing themselves is not broken from reality, are they?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're saying thoughts of suicide are a symptom of psychosis. That's your opinion. That's the testimony you're offering to the court today.
I am.
So, doctor, in the video, you expressed the defendant saying something about God or why didn't you stop it, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what do you think he's referring to?
He's saying, God, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you save her?
Right, and what do you think he's referring to?
Asking God, why did you allow this shooting to take place even though he did the shooting?
Right.
That's the
Okay.
break from reality.
Yes. So, Doctor, you agree with me. It's your opinion. He's talking about the shooting, and he's saying, why did you let the shooting happen, right?
Yes,
Dear
sir.
God. And so you agree with me, that upset was not something that predated the shooting. That's a result of the defendant's own actions. You agree with me?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Doctor, you say on page 25 into page 26 of your report, again, the June report, that the defendant reports extreme sorrow. The very last few words of page 25 into page 26. You see that?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I have here that, and if I may read this to you, sir.
Please.
I hope we're talking about the same thing. He reports nightmares, depression, and extreme sorrow over the outcome of his actions.
Right, and so what I'm asking you, that's the sentence I'm talking about, is when you say extreme sorrow, what do you mean?
Ethan is slowly coming to grips with what he did and the horror that transpired at the Oxford School, and he's expressing extreme sorrow.
All right, so doctor, though, that's not what you say at the end of that sentence, is it? You say that he's expressing extreme sorrow over the outcome of his actions.
Correct.
Right? But you don't know what outcome is. Outcome singular, right? And you don't know what outcome that is. So is he extremely sorry that he's in jail?
Sir, Ethan took the life of 4 innocent people, and that is not okay.
We agree on that, doctor. What I'm saying is you don't include in your report that he expressed extreme sorrow for taking the lives of 4 students and shooting 7 other people and terrorizing a school. You don't say that. You say he experiences that over the outcome of his actions. And what I'm saying is, okay, could be that he killed 4 people. It also could be that he's in jail, right?
That is a possibility.
It could be that his parents are in jail, right?
I don't know that to be a fact, but okay.
But he could be, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And he could be experiencing sorrow that he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison.
So we're speculating, but okay.
All right, and what I'm saying is, as you sit here today, you can't tell us which one it is. You don't note it in your report. You just note he was experiencing extreme sorrow over the outcome of his actions.
That's what I have in my report, sir.
Did you observe the defendant's demeanor during the testimony in this hearing?
I did not, sir.
You did not?
No, sir.
When the video of the shooting was shown?
I did not.
When the 2 students were testifying?
I did not.
Do you think that's important?
Do I think what's important?
Whether the defendant feels anything when he hears that testimony or sees that video.
I think it's important.
Doctor, I want to talk to you a little bit about remorse. I think you say that the defendant is sorrowful that he's experienced some remorse. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Doctor, when did the defendant torture baby birds?
I don't have the date in front of me, but there's the videos that he made.
Do you know roughly when that was?
I know it was before May. It was
right. Okay.
Before I interviewed him, but I didn't memorize the date.
Wait, May of 2023 or May of 2021?
Sir, I do not know the date, and I do not want to give an incorrect answer.
You watched the bird video, right?
I did.
And you're aware of his torturing baby birds, but you don't know about the time frame for that.
That is correct, sir.
Give me just one second. On page 26 into page 27, you mentioned several times the stressful experience.
You see that?
On page 26.
All right, so page 26 into page 27. Give me 1 second here. You mentioned several times, quote, the stressful event. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then you conclude that the defendant probably has PTSD, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the stressful experience you're referring to in your report? All right, Doctor, I'm sorry, we're looking at page 26 into page 27 of your report, and you refer to the stressful experience. You refer to it four times. You see that?
Yes.
What is the stressful experience you're referring to in your report?
So those are actually questions on the PTSD questionnaire that he endorsed.
Okay. And what I'm asking you is, you refer to it multiple times, and I'm asking you, what is the stressful experience?
Of dealing with the consequences of his actions,
Okay.
dealing with depression, dealing with nightmares, dealing with his current circumstance.
So that's a result of the shooting he committed, not a cause of the shooting he committed. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So his PTSD, his post-traumatic stress is from the shooting that he committed.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have quite a few more questions, and I did not realize time is.
Sure, we'll take a natural break. Please continue.
All right, Doctor, you indicated at the bottom of page 27 that the defendant, quote, feels guilty all the time. You see that?
I'm getting there, sir.
Page 27.
What part of the page you're looking at?
It is almost the last, it's the second to last sentence on the page.
Yes.
Notable responses to this inventory were the following: I feel guilty all the time, right?
That is correct.
And you don't indicate what he feels guilty for, right?
He actually, this is in reference to the Beck Depression questionnaire. There's a series of questions on there.
Okay.
So the prompt was, do you feel guilty at all, sometimes? And so he endorsed that.
All right.
He feels guilty all of the time.
All right. So that's just a questionnaire, and it doesn't say, what do you feel guilty about? It says, do you feel guilty all the time?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I do have another series of questions. I think this is, for me, a natural break, if the court is all right with that.
Sure. We can go ahead and take a break. We'll go ahead and break for lunch, but I'm not going to take an extended break as we're going to finish this hearing today. And so, with that being said, we will return at 1 o'clock and we will continue with the cross-examination at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Deputies, you may take a defendant. Please be seated in the courtroom until the defendant has exited. Thank you. I'll see you all at 1 p.m. The court stands in recess, so you may step down.
All rise.
Folks, we have to lock the courtroom for the judge's order. We'll be securing the door. Please grab whatever you need and
You bring in different people's stories and experience, it enriches education.
If you don't talk about something, it doesn't go away.
Or driving us further apart.
What schools are doing to our children in the name of anti-racism is in fact teaching them racism.
The intention is to put us in this war against each other.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now. An original CBS Reports documentary.
I was entitled to equal pay for equal work under the law.
Does the Supreme Court's power need to be checked?
9 Supreme Court justices, 5 of them said no, she's not entitled. That's not right.
Calls to fix the court tend to go along with the politics of the moment.
Republican-appointed justices have all tended to go in one direction, with the Democratic-appointed justices tending to go in another.
Even though it's only 9 justices, it takes 5 of them to make the law of the land.
Does it have political impact? True. Political intent? Probably not true.
If the American people don't trust the judgments of their court, that's a real problem for our democracy.
An original CBS Reports documentary, streaming now.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with
election and leading up to the assault on the Capitol. Plus, police in Memphis credit stepped up security with preventing a potential mass shooting. A man fired shots outside of a Hebrew school after failing to get into the actual building. The suspect was later shot by a police officer at a traffic stop. He is in critical condition. And historic flooding in China has killed at least 11 people near Beijing. Several dozens are still missing. The power of the water actually caused one bridge to snap in half. In some cases, entire towns have been evacuated. The U.S. is delivering its first military aid package to Taiwan in an effort to deter any possible future aggression from China. Officials say the $345 million package includes training and weapons from U.S. stockpiles. It also comes as America gives military assistance to Ukraine. Officials estimate the U.S. has given at least $44 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since January of 2021. Retired Marine Colonel Mark Kansian joins me now. He's a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Colonel, what message is this stockpile sending China?
It's sending 2 messages to China. First, it is a clear message of U.S. support for Taiwanese autonomy. It strengthens Taiwan's ability to defend itself, but it also will enhance U.S. and Taiwanese military-to-military contacts, so it makes the United States even a closer partner with Taiwan.
So are we essentially giving them a green light to invade Taiwan? Could that be read in between the lines?
No, this will strengthen the Taiwanese armed forces. It will make it easier for them to resist Chinese invasion. For a long time, the Taiwanese were trying to hold the Chinese at a distance, but the Chinese buildup has been so significant, they'll almost certainly be able to get onto the island. A lot of the aid will strengthen its army.
So let's say China were to invade Taiwan. Colonel, can the U.S. realistically support the needs of both Ukraine and the needs?
All he had to do was just unzip that backpack.
All right, who we just heard from there is Dr. Colin King. He's a clinical psychologist, and we see that though his backpack was sent to the office, it was never evaluated, and the shooter himself explained that if it were thoroughly searched, the shooting would have never occurred. There's so much more to unpack with this complicated case, but before we dig deeper, let's take a look at the recap of the past 2 days.
But today isn't the first day of testimony. As we know, the Miller hearing began Thursday, and what we heard those first 2 days was just as chilling as today. All rise. Logan County Circuit Court is now in session with Honorable Kwame Rowe presiding.
All eyes on Michigan as a judge will decide the fate of one of the youngest school shooters in our country's history.
It is incredibly important for the defendant. His life is at stake. But everyone else is here in this courtroom today because this defendant made the decision to kill 4 other people and to take their lives instead of his own.
The shooter just 15 years old when he carried out that deadly attack on classmates and teachers in 2021.
Injured several others and terrorized hundreds. So the hearing today is just as important to these victims as it is to the defendant. And it is important to this entire community.
The lives of 4 innocent students were cut short in the shooter's rage, their bright futures stolen by a troubled classmate who investigators say spent months planning what he'd do in intricate detail, down to the day and time.
The amount of research and planning and preparation that went into it, and the way he carried it out. The picking and choosing of who would die.
I'm going record the shooting so when they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying.
4 days before the shooting, the shooter's father bought him a 9mm handgun. His son later sharing the news of that gun given to him as a Christmas gift.
Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm. I hit the bullseye.
3 days before the shooting, the shooter's mother says she took her son to a gun range to practice using the weapon. Then the day before the shooting, Oxford school leaders are warned about a teacher catching the minor using his cell phone to look up ammunition during class.
The parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter for their gross negligence in buying the obviously troubled son a gun, for not securing it safely, and then for not doing anything about it when they saw the defendant's drawings on the day of the shooting.
This hearing is distinctly different. Mr. Crumbley has already pled. He raised his right hand. He told this court that he was guilty of committing all 24 counts against him. We are here today because the people filed a motion for life without parole following that plea. We must move away from the trial mentality and into a sentencing phase.
All right, so that piece there was just kind of recapping everything that brought us to this point, the reason we were having this trial, and also we're going over some of the details that we've been hearing over the last couple days as well.
Yes, it's a lot to take in, and of course you can stay with CBS News Detroit for complete coverage of the Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter. As soon as it resumes, we will begin streaming the hearing in its entirety as part of our community commitment. November 30th, 2021 was a day that not only impacted the village of Oxford, but also our state and the nation.
Well, with mass shootings in schools all too common in recent years, now local districts are working to build safer environments for students. Fortis Group, a private company, held a 2-day active shooter training in Livingston County, which included target practice, situational drills, and ways to detect concerning behaviors. The company's CEO says more and more districts are now signing up in light of recent school shootings.
Many districts are taking a lot of extra measures, spending a lot of funding to improve their security, and all of it is really just to try to prevent a future occurrence through deterrence.
The training resumes today in Livingston County. The focus will be on building relationships with students and also creating a positive learning environment.
Wearing a badge is an absolute privilege. It is not a right. And these two officers, at least preliminarily, did not uphold that privilege to wear the badge.
2 Detroit police officers have been arrested for 2 separate felonies that took place last week. Both arrests happening outside of the city of Detroit while the officers were off duty. One male officer has been charged with criminal sexual conduct, and a female officer faces felonious assault charges for brandishing a firearm during a road rage incident.
We have a situation here that we have to stand in front of and be transparent with the community and continue to earn their trust.
Detroit Police Chief James White calling both of those allegations disturbing. He says that he has seen enough from the investigations to suspend both of those officers without pay.
And we're continuing to follow the Miller hearing for the Oxford High School shooter. But before we circle back to that, let's take a look at today's other top headlines.
There is a boil water alert underway right now, and it's impacting a lot of communities. If you live in Chesterfield Township or Lenox Township, Macomb Township, New Haven, or the city of Rochester, you do need to boil your water before you consume it. Great Lakes Water Authority says water main breaks at 24 Mile Road just east of North Avenue is what they're looking at as the cause. Crews there are investigating and working to isolate the break. The fire stations are without water, I should say, as well. Mutual aid will have to be called in the event of an emergency. The water boil advisory will remain in place until further notice.
And in other news, Michigan's reserved waterfowl hunts may still be a few months away, but hunters can apply now for a spot. The application period runs through August 28th, and hunters can apply online at michigan.gov/waterfowl or anywhere DNR licenses are sold. Reserved hunts will be held weekend mornings and afternoons in October at several locations across the state. Hunters can only apply once, and drawing results will be available on September 11th. Anyone with questions can call the number on your screen.
All right, we're going to go now to the next weather center with Karen for a look at the forecast.
Today overall, we're seeing some sunshine out there, and we are going to continue to see some sunshine throughout the rest of this week. Here's a look at our next weather tower cam. We're seeing that sun, but it may look a little bit hazy out there. We do have some smoke high in the atmosphere. It is not reaching the surface, so we don't have any air quality alerts to tell you about, but we do see kind of that haze that's over the sun for today. And you can see that here in our wildfire smoke, a little bit on the heavier, denser side, but as we take a look through the rest of today, that's going to begin to move out, and we are going to see clearer conditions throughout tonight and tomorrow. So that's going to be great if you're looking forward to watching the supermoon outside tonight. Taking a look at national radar, we have a little disturbance down here in Missouri. Otherwise, we are staying nice and dry throughout southeast Michigan and really throughout the state. Now, there is a very small chance we may see a little bit of light isolated showers through the northern part of the Tumen into the Saginaw Valley, but we here in the rest of southeast Michigan are going to stay dry throughout today. Taking a look at current conditions, temps right now in the low to mid 70s, 75 there in Monroe, 74 in Adrian, 73 in Ann Arbor, 71 in Pontiac, and 70 in Lapeer. Throughout the rest of this afternoon, though, temperatures are going to warm up. We'll have temperatures reaching a high today near 80 degrees, and we are going to see partly cloudy skies throughout today as well. Still a very nice evening tonight as well, with temperatures dropping in mostly clear skies, but 80 degrees will be our high for today. So overall, pretty nice, low humidity, partly cloudy skies. Coming up, we are going to talk about the quiet weather conditions continuing. Temperatures, though, are going to heat up, and I'll tell you when your best chances for rain are going to be coming up in your next weather forecast.
All right, Karen, thanks. Time for a look at today's Health Watch. Today, we're looking at the world of oncology.
The industry is looking to entice young women from underrepresented backgrounds with a basic mission.
We need you. We really need you.
The world of oncology looking to entice young women from underrepresented backgrounds with a basic mission.
To enhance and diversify the cancer research workforce.
Welcome to SHE, the summer healthcare experience, where specially selected female high school students from the Philadelphia area get 2 weeks of cancer-related experiences.
I think it's a great resource, and honestly, it connects you with 100 other kids with the same exact passion as you.
Asta Patel and her twin sister Ayushi, who are going into their senior year of high school in Ben Salem, are both already thinking about careers in oncology.
this seems like the perfect opportunity.
Women make up half of the college-educated workforce, but only 28% of scientists and engineers.
We are doing a better job of bringing women into cancer practice and research, but we have a lot more to go.
Dr. David Mankoff is with the Abramson Cancer Center, one of 10 locations around the country participating in the SHE program for high school students.
That entry is the key component, is to get young women interested early and have a kind of experience that can be transformational.
The twins are intrigued about the ability to someday be on the front lines of eradicating cancer.
It's just so cool how there's the ability and technology out right now to actually find cures.
As they walk toward futures in medicine, they're hoping cancer will someday be in the rearview mirror. Stephanie Stahl, CBS News, Philadelphia.
All right, now we're going to get that extended look at your forecast with next weather meteorologist Karen Carter.
Yeah, we do have some nice weather headed our way. A little bit hotter, though, so if you like those warm temperatures, you're going to like the next few days. Humidity, though, is still going to stay rather low, but temps on our next 7 days are going to be warmer tomorrow. 84 degrees, 87 then on Thursday. We will have a chance for some isolated thunderstorms in the afternoon, and then after that, temperatures drop back into the low 80s or around 80 degrees. By early next week, though, we will have isolated to scattered showers and thunderstorms. Taking a look at national radar, we do have that disturbance right here in Missouri and also just north of Minneapolis, but we are going to stay dry throughout today unless you live in the northern some area. Even in Saginaw, if you are traveling there is a potential for an isolated rain shower. I know you're going to be seeing the precipitation throughout the rest of southeast Michigan, but we are going to see dry conditions throughout today. Dry conditions tonight with mostly clear skies. We'll still stay dry throughout the day tomorrow with partly cloudy skies. Our next best chance to see showers and a thunderstorm is really going to come on Thursday afternoon, and that's going to be very isolated in nature as well. Other than that, we'll have to wait till next week. So here's a look at our rain chances. There's that slight chance today in the tip of the thumb, otherwise dry conditions tomorrow. That isolated chance then on Thursday. Dry conditions for the end of the week, and then we'll start to see that isolated chance on Sunday with that scattered chance on Monday for showers and storms. Now, if you're looking forward to the full supermoon tonight, supermoons typically can look up to 30% brighter and 14% bigger. Now, this moon is the sturgeon moon, and it's named because this was the time period that many Native Americans would get the sturgeon from the Great Lakes. So that's why it's called the sturgeon moon today. We have another full moon that will happen at the end of the month, but it still should be visible throughout this evening. Taking a look at our temperature trend, we will see those temperatures warming up above average for the next couple of days and then dropping just slightly below average, but near normal for the end of the week and even into next week. The good news is, take a look at the dew point tracker. We are going to stay not bad really throughout the next couple of days, so it's not going to feel as bad out there, not as sticky out there, even though temperatures are going to be a bit hotter. Taking a look at my Motor City meter, I'm going to give today a 5. It's going to be nice again overall today. We'll expect temperatures to reach a high of 80 degrees with partly cloudy skies. And then for tonight, we'll expect 60 degrees as our overnight low with mostly clear skies. Perfect for that moon viewing. Another look at your next 7 days. Today, that high of 80 degrees, partly cloudy skies, still some of that smoke in the atmosphere, but it's not making it down to the surface. So you may see some hazy conditions out there. Otherwise, partly cloudy skies for tomorrow, a high of 84 degrees. 87 then on Thursday with those isolated storms possible in the afternoon. And then we're going to see cooler temperatures back to around 80 or in the low 80s for the end of the week and even into next week. Isolated storms possible on Sunday and scattered showers and storms possible on Monday.
All right, thank you, Karen. And also, thank you for joining us today at noon. We're going to wrap things up a little bit early today as we prepare for that Miller hearing to pick back up later this afternoon. That hearing for the Oxford school shooter continuing at 1 o'clock today. We're going to have that gavel-to-gavel coverage.
Yes, we'll see you then.
I don't know if there's been a better time to start a brand new news operation.
The newsroom was pretty much starting from scratch.
It's fresh, it's innovative.
Lots of energy, lots of passionate reporters.
Knowing what we're starting here puts so much joy in my heart.
We have reporters who are embedded in these communities.
Many people throughout St. Clair Shores have been fighting to save this water tower.
If there's a miracle out there, get a hold of me.
We are part of the neighborhood. Our newsroom is part of your neighborhood.
They know who the key players are. They know the stories that mean the most to people who live there, what's impactful.
Our Gino Vici spoke with some very frustrated neighbors near Stansbury and Eaton Avenue on Detroit's west side.
Residents here on Stansbury say they are fed up with all this flooding that keeps happening, so we reached out to the city to get some answers.
Because look, it was like to the middle of the block. Now it's coming all the way to the end of the block.
We shouldn't have to live like this.
Telling the stories that otherwise nobody would know about.
Now, AJ, you went to the downtown boxing gym and you really got to see how this gym is impacting kids' lives.
Yeah, Chris, as soon as I walked in the building, it was very uplifting.
Today, Coach Clay DeBose is sparring with 16-year-old King Bethel.
It's a boxing gym, but it's more than boxing. You know, we do homework. We help them with the SAT.
When it comes to the weather, it's forecasting what's going to fall on your driveway, when is it going to happen, and how might it actually affect your day-to-day life.
Hundreds of people continue to call in reporting problems throughout the county.
This one ranks right up there as one of the worst.
Cleanup crews working all throughout Metro Detroit.
Get them down and get them cleaned up.
Local news to me means we're in your community, we're telling stories that matter to you, that affect you, that maybe we can get change and things done in your community.
She was born without a right arm, and then her legs didn't grow, I guess, the way that they should have.
But for 20-year-old Fortune High School alum Sumaya, she doesn't let that, or anything else for that matter, get in her way.
So you have a favorite button over there?
Yeah, you want to press it?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and...
This is my favorite.
I hope everyone watching that piece in particular says, I want to help that little girl and help that family and help get her to college.
Well, we are rethinking the way local news is done in the 21st century and how to tell the most important stories in a compelling way.
You can get news anywhere, but for us, we're a fresh face with a new perspective, and we're trying to make a difference in the community to tell stories that matter to you.
I think we're here to listen and actually hear what you're saying, and we're putting together a newscast that will show that.
I want to tell those people's stories because it's needed. Detroit is ready. Get ready, because here we come.
Reporting in Dearborn Heights.
Live in Wayne County.
Reporting in Adrian.
Live in Livonia.
Reporting from South Lyon, Kelly Vaughn,
CBS News Detroit.
Reputation.
Everyone loved him.
You had to miss a test. What did he offer to have you make up the test?
He said that I can come by after school was all over and just take the exam. The blinds were down. He closed the door. The next thing I knew, he was right next to me. That's when I realized what was going to happen. Even if I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs, no one would hear me because no one was there. He told me that if I ever said anything to anyone, he would kill me and he would kill my family. So I did it. Pledge of Silence, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
She was near the finish line of the Boston Marathon when a terrorist bomb changed everything. Join us for an extraordinary story of survival, persistence, and triumph when we go person to person.
When weather is about to get extreme.
We're talking about hail, we're talking about tornadoes, damaging winds.
Every second counts.
Let's now take a look at what that really means to you.
That's why CBS News and the Weather Channel have come together to bring you virtual weather technology so advanced, so real.
We can show you what it's going to look like when the storms come through.
You'll see what will happen, where it will happen, before it does. Feel the forecast on CBS News. Time to get prepared.
We're really excited that we've been honored with the Emmy Award for Outstanding Live News Program. But we know we couldn't have done that without you. So thank you. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7 on CBS.
We go to stories because we can bring someone to that story. That human connection is incredibly important. The news doesn't have to be depressing.
What do you love about running?
It can be uplifting.
Welcome to our CBS Sports HQ studios. I'm Brandon Baylor, and this is your news at 9. The United States, they move on to the knockout stage of the Women's World Cup, but barely. They settled for a lackluster 0-0 draw against Portugal there this morning and finished at runner-up stage there in Group B. Disaster almost struck, though, in the second half. Stoppage time as Portugal's chance hit the goalpost. Maybe a little sigh of relief there. U.S. will face the winner of Group G on Sunday in Melbourne, Australia. It figures to be a busy day in baseball with the trade deadline looming just hours away. The biggest names potentially on the block today include Mets ace Justin Verlander, Padres pitcher Blake Snell, and Josh Hader there when it comes to the Padres. The deadline is at 6 p.m. Eastern today. On the field, the Halos cooled off the red-hot Braves offense in a 4-1 victory in Atlanta on Monday. Randall Grichuk homered his Angels debut, by the way, a day after getting traded to the Halos from the Rockies. Meanwhile, Shohei Ohtani went 2 for 3 and was robbed of a home run in that ninth inning. Elsewhere, the NFL has suspended Cowboys running back Ronald Jones for 2 games violating the league's PED policy. Jones expected to be the backup starter there to Tony Pollard this season. His first chance to play will come September 24th against the Cardinals in Arizona. And don't forget CBS Sports HQ, we got you covered around the clock, 24/7. Everything you need, especially on a day like this, expert analysis, streaming for free. You can catch us on Paramount Plus, the CBS Sports app, and don't forget us online.
On a day like this, baseball teams have one last chance to improve their rosters. The trade deadline is today at 6 p.m. Eastern. The biggest trade so far has been star pitcher Max Scherzer. That was when he was moved from the Mets to the Texas Rangers. And now all eyes are on his former teammate, Justin Verlander, as the Mets could trade him as well. Joining us now is Matt Snyder. He's a writer for CBS Sports. All right, Matt, the Mets were considered World Series contenders going into the season. Do you think they'll continue to pivot and then by trading Verlander?
Yeah, you just mentioned it was one last chance to improve your team. That would be for contenders. The Mets are not. This is one last chance to try to tear everything down, or at least shed a lot of salary, as they did with Scherzer. Justin Verlander makes a lot of money. He's getting up there in years. He's a future Hall of Famer, but he's past his prime. There are fits out there on the market. A reunion with the Astros, he won the World Series with them last year, would be in the cards if they decided to trade him. The Orioles could work. The Dodgers, obviously, they can take on money. It's the Los Angeles Dodgers. They could work. And also the Padres. Like, we'll talk about them a little bit more in a second, but they could work as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes down. If I had to guess right now, I would say that he's going to go today.
So you mentioned the Padres. They have spent an enormous amount of money and are underperforming the expectations. What do you think they're going to do?
I think that at this point, General Manager AJ Preller is kind of in, hey, I'm going down with the ship mode. I think he's going to try everything he can to try to add to this team. If they decided to be sellers, they could trade guys like Juan Soto, Josh Hader, Blake Snell. There's specific circumstances. It would work there, and that would have given an influx of talent to the market. But I think the Padres are inclined to hold. They're 5 games out of the last wild card spot. That's a tall order, but they have enough talent to get there. I think that he believes in his team, and I think Preller's probably going to hold. If he does add, like I said, maybe it's a big splash with Justin Verlander. Maybe it's a little bit smaller with pitchers from the Tigers, for example, like Eduardo Rodriguez or Michael Lorenzen, something like that. But I do not expect the Padres to sell. I think they're going to hold or even buy.
So one team that decided not to make a trade was the Angels, the Los Angeles Angels. They chose not to trade their star, Shohei Ohtani. How has he improved the team?
Well, the big impact on the Angels deciding to hold on to Ohtani was on the market as a whole. He was going to be the best pitcher and the best hitter on the market, and we've never seen anything like that before, maybe since Babe Ruth, I guess, but there wasn't even really a trade market back then. They just sold him. It was a big deal to have the Angels decide to keep Ohtani, because when they did that, they looked like they might be a seller. Instead, they became a buyer, because if you're going to keep Ohtani for the last 2 months, you might as well go all out. They traded for all-star starter Lucas Giolito. They made deals for C.J. Cron and Randall Grichuk. As mentioned earlier, Grichuk hit a home run yesterday in his Angels debut. They're still on the periphery of contention. They're only 3 games out of the third wild card, but it's really crowded right there. They will get help when Brandon Drury and especially Mike Trout come back from injury there. It's going to be fun to see how it unfolds. The main thing for the Angels was Ohtani is set to hit free agency after this season, but they really want to keep him. If they traded him away, they wouldn't be able to keep him.
Great to have you, Matt Snyder. Thank you. Okay, the internet is in a heated debate. Is it a bear? Is it a man? Is it a man in a bear suit? Is it Superman? You be the judge. This video of a sun bear at a zoo in eastern China went viral over that exact question. The bear can be seen, as you can regard over there, standing on its hind legs, acting somewhat humanly. Some viewers grew skeptical, saying that the bear was too small and standing up too straight, too upright to be an animal. The zoo responded by posting a statement role-playing as the bear, saying, quote, "I am a sun bear, not a black bear, not a dog. It's a sun bear." I don't know, I'm not convinced. Look at that hand gesture. What? You be the judge. Still ahead on this afternoon on CBS News, we are outside a federal court in Washington where a federal grand jury is debating whether to hand up a new indictment against former President Donald Trump. And the man suspected in a string of cold case murders in New York faces a judge. And as the temperature goes up, productivity goes down. La vagancia. What companies are doing to keep employees working safely in this extreme heat. We're streaming CBS News.
If it's important to our nation,
I wonder how you think about where America is at this moment.
it's on Face the Nation.
Can there be stability if Vladimir Putin remains in power?
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
An original documentary from CBS reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
It can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable.
The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
I'm here.
Fire and rescue is out. They're doing wellness checks when people are trapped inside their homes.
How's the pay?
A lot better.
That's you and the Queen. That's beautiful.
An original documentary from CBS reports tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt. Absolutely.
As Taiwan faces threats and aggression,
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, there are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform.
Or you can be really old at 60, and you can be really young at 85.
Inspire.
How do we unlock the power within ourselves to be who we want to be?
And brighten your day.
The best part of fame is making people feel good. Always send the people home happy.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
Why aren't you holding yourself to that standard? It doesn't look like Congress is doing anything. What are the risks that they're looking at? I think I asked direct questions. I don't know that they're tough questions per se. I think there are a lot of tough issues that our country is facing. Does this mandate make sense? That's the role of Face the Nation, to focus on the issues at hand. That means a civil, contextualized conversation with perspective.
CBS News. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, Sunday on CBS.
Since childhood, she never stopped reaching for the skies. Now she's spent more time in space than any other American.
I like being a part of something bigger than me.
Peggy Whitson's extraordinary career as a history-making astronaut when we go person to person.
This is CBS.
Hey there, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News. I'm Lilia Luciano with a look at the top stories we're following today. The federal grand jury investigating January 6th is meeting in Washington to weigh an indictment against former President Donald Trump. The man charged with killing at least 3 women on New York's Long Island faces a judge as investigators try to link him to more murders. And tragedy averted in Memphis, where police say a man may have tried to carry out a mass shooting at his former school. Also later this hour, COVID cases are inching up in hospitals across America. A look at the possible reason for the increase and how health officials are trying to stop a new spread. Plus, destination weddings are all the rage now. We'll look at how the trend is affecting not only the brides and grooms, but their family and friends as well. The federal grand jury investigating the insurrection and former President Trump is meeting in Washington today. Here is a live view from outside the federal courthouse. The panel meets every Tuesday and Thursday. It is weighing an indictment against the former president. Former President Trump spent the past weekend railing against the possible charges, claiming it is a witch hunt. Trump has already been indicted in a federal case in Florida and a state case here in New York. He could also be indicted in an election interference case in Georgia. CBS News investigative reporter Graham Cates joins us now. Graham, it's so good to have you here in studio. Talk to us about just whether or not or how close the grand jury could be to handing up an indictment at this point.
So we think they could be close. It's now been over 2 weeks since Trump received what's known as a target letter. That's what identifies you as the person being investigated in a criminal case. It's usually among the final steps before an indictment decision is made. And so, you know, the last time he got one, it was just really a few days before it. So we're now on this clock where it's been some 16 days since he received it. And we're waiting. We don't know when it's going to happen or if it's going to happen, but it does feel like something is imminent.
I mean, when you look at the Florida case, the classified documents case, there was the indictment, and then there was a superseding indictment. So the case continuously changed after the indictment. Are we expecting any more interviews before an indictment is handed up on this case?
So that's not exactly clear, but for instance, one former advisor, Bernie Kerik, who also used to be a New York police commissioner, still hasn't had an interview that he had been negotiating with the special counsel. That's a matter of days, up to a week away from now. And so we don't know, is that interview going to happen? Is it before an indictment? Do they need it before doing an indictment? We're kind of unclear exactly where that plays out with this indictment or if there's other interviews scheduled.
But let's talk about where we stand now. Who has been interviewed in this case? What do we know about what has the grand jury been looking at?
You know, compared to Trump's other cases, this is a really wide-ranging probe. We're talking current and former officials from as far apart as Arizona and Georgia, as well as his advisors in those final days in the White House after he lost the election to President Joe Biden. So this is really kind of they've interviewed a lot of people. There's a broad scope to this investigation, and we're still waiting to see what all of that material and all of those interviews and subpoenas are going to bring us in the end.
Well, talk to us about what happens next.
So if he were to be
there is an indictment.
Sure. If he were to be indicted, the next step, we've actually been through this twice now. He would have to be arraigned, which is where you show up in court, you presumably enter your not guilty plea. And then they go through this, they begin this kind of painstaking case of figuring out when the trial is going to be and handing over voluminous discovery. Again, if this is the most wide-ranging case, in his Mar-a-Lago case, which is just about a set of documents that he may or may not have taken from the White House, the discovery in that case was a million pages worth, his lawyer said. So in this one, we're talking about really a long, laborious process until you would get to a trial.
And just very quickly, I think it's important to remind people what this case is all about. What do we know from the target letter? What can we expect from this?
So what we know is that the special counsel has been looking at the weeks and months following Trump's defeat in the 2020 election, looking at the machinations among his advisors, trying to show, they say, voter fraud in a widespread way, and whether Trump was aware that he definitely, he lost this election, or if others were misleading him along the way.
How much of the lie he may have believed, and at what point?
That's a really important part, right, in order to show that he believed it or not.
Yeah. Graham Cates, it's so good to have you here. We'll keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you.
A pro-Trump PAC is burning through cash as it spends tens of millions of dollars on legal bills. The Save America PAC has raised around $103 million by early 2022. It now has less than $4 million cash on hand, according to a Federal Election Commission filing. And a group of Trump allies are also creating a separate legal defense fund. Senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang joins us now from D.C. Weijia, what impact could this spending by the pro-Trump PAC have on the Trump campaign?
Well, Lilia, you said it. They are already burning through the money that was supposed to be for campaigning, right? And that's exactly what donors thought that they were signing up for when they donated these millions and millions of dollars. So now that means less money for TV ads. That means less money for advertisements. It means having to move money around because this particular PAC actually donated tens of millions of dollars to another group so that it could focus more on other areas of campaigning that it is not supposed to. So now it is asking for some of that money back. So Lilia, this all boils down to not just the question of what the already donated funds are going to do, but also for people who might be thinking about giving money to a campaign, because do they really want to be giving money to lawyers instead of, promoting their candidate, the former President Donald Trump? Of course, he and his campaign would say that they are inseparable because they claim that this is a political witch hunt to impact the election results. But I think, when it's up to the donor, whether it's a huge mega donor up to someone who's just a grassroots, average person who wants to commit to a candidate, this is a big question about where they want to give their money. So we'll be watching closely what that means for money that Trump brings in from this point forward.
But, as the indictments pile on, it does seem to make Trump more popular among his base. A poll from the New York Times and Siena College shows that President Biden and former President Trump are tied in a potential rematch at this point, as we are on indictment watch. What does that say about the Biden campaign's health at this point?
Well, it says that the campaign has not yet been able to really capitalize on the fact that the, leading opponent in this case, Mr. Trump, even though he is, facing criminal charges and yet another indictment, that hasn't helped the Biden campaign. So the big question here is, whether or not the voter, who at least part of this poll, sees it enough that they want to support President Biden just because he is not the former President Trump. Of course, I think the Biden campaign thinks that will be enough because, when I talk to sources in the Biden world, they think at the end of the day, when it comes down to the ballot, it'll be much as it was in 2020, that if it is, in fact, Trump on that ballot, the fact that he is not Trump will be enough to push Biden over the edge. And that's exactly what we saw from the very first campaign video launched by the Biden campaign. That said, they're also trying to steer very clearly away from anything that has to do with indictments of the former president. The Biden campaign really focusing on making sure people see him as presidential and, touting the fact that he's too busy being president to even mention anything about the indictments that are ongoing. So, Lilia, I think a lot of people might be surprised to see that these two men are, again, neck and neck. But what we have found also is that the fact is people don't want to vote for either of them. And so it's really those people who haven't decided yet who might determine this race.
Of course. Well, tonight you're anchoring America Decides, and you'll be interviewing the co-chair of a pro-Tim Scott PAC, former Colorado Republican Senator Cory Gardner. Weijia, what is the state of Tim Scott's bid at this point?
Well, it's actually looking very good as of today, Lilia, because we do know now that several huge business leaders have donated to the Scott campaign. And so even though in that very poll that we were just talking about, he's only polling at about 3%, I think the campaign is going to be invigorated. And that's what I expect to hear tonight during the show, is that, this shows that there are prominent business people who really make big decisions that could impact the economy, that have faith in Tim Scott. And so if someone is looking for an alternative to former President Trump, they will start to really hammer home the case that this is where your money should be going instead of legal fees. So the more that comes out about where the money is going to pay for Trump's lawyers, I think they see this, the Scott team sees this as an opening to say, why don't you actually put your money into a campaign, into a traditional candidate instead, who's not dealing with all these legal fees?
Weijia Zhang, thank you.
Sure.
And you can watch America Decides at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on CBS News. We have breaking news at this hour. New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver has died at the age of 71. Oliver was hospitalized yesterday for an undisclosed medical issue. Oliver made history by becoming the first Black woman to be the Speaker of the New Jersey General Assembly. Governor Phil Murphy is out of the country, so now the president of the Senate President of the state Senate, Senator, is the acting governor at this point. CBS News has learned that the governor is trying to make plans to return to the state. Murphy tweeted his family is, quote, incredibly saddened to learn of the passing of our great friend, colleague, and partner in government. He also asked for people to keep the Oliver family in their thoughts and prayers. A federal jury in Pennsylvania is deciding whether the gunman who killed 11 people at a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 will be put to death. Federal prosecutors argued Robert Bowers should receive the death penalty. His defense team urged jurors to opt for a life sentence instead. In June, Bowers was convicted of 63 criminal counts relating to the shooting at the Tree of Life synagogue. This is the deadliest anti-Semitic attack in American history. CBS News Pittsburgh investigative reporter Andy Sheehan joins us now. Andy, the jury this morning returned to the courtroom to take a look at the guns that were used in the attack. What do you make of that?
Hard to say. They were in deliberations starting at 9:30 this morning. About an hour into their deliberations, they asked the judge a question. Could they look at the weapons that Bowers employed at the synagogue? That would be an AR-15 and 3 Glock handguns. Judge agreed to this. The jury came out. They processed before them in the courtroom and now have returned to the jury room to continue their deliberation.
Welcome back to CBS News Detroit. We're having a live look right now at the courtrooms of this Miller hearing of the Oxford High School shooter. Let's have a listen in.
Thank you, Pierce, for the record.
Karen McDonald for the people.
Thank you, Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. David Williams on behalf of the people.
Paulette Michelle Lofton on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
On behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deborah H. McKelvey on behalf of Ethan Crumbley.
Thank you. You all may be seated, but before you have a seat, counsel, please approach. just letting you all know that at 4:30 I ended today. Then after this, I'll pretty much be on vacation after tomorrow. So just want to put you all on notice so you all can try to eliminate some questions or a couple of bits of the real quick. Can I do it? Thank you. Dr. King, sir, you may retake the stand. Sir, you may be seated. You are still under oath, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. You're very welcome. People, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I want to try to get as quickly as I can through the testing portion of your report, but what I need you to do is to listen to my question, pretty much yes or no, try to answer just the question I'm asking. If there's something else you can address it on, redirect. All right?
Okay. Thank you,
all right.
Sir.
So, doctor, you tested the defendant and you described symptomology, things he's experiencing at the time of the testing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we talked about PTSD, and we talked about the fact you agree with me that's a result of the shooting, not the cause of the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, doctor, you make a number of statements in your testing, and I'll just review a few of those. One of the things on page 35, you say that the defendant feels trapped and constantly persecuted with no means of escape. And that's one of the things that comes out of one of your tests, right? But that's at the time you tested him. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you're not saying he felt that leading up to the shooting. You're saying he feels that now. And that's not surprising given that he's in jail facing a long prison sentence. Would you agree?
I don't.
You don't agree with that? Okay. You don't expect that someone in jail for a long sentence would feel, quote, trapped and constantly persecuted with no means of escape.
That's how we felt before also.
Doctor, in your summary, you state that the defendant was, quote, on page 40, not believed by any responsible adults. Who are the responsible adults you're talking about?
His parents.
Okay, who else?
His high school, his counselor.
All right, that's important to me, doctor. Explain to me when his high school counselor, quote, did not believe him. Because, in fact, the defendant lied to the counselor and said he was not suffering this distress, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So it's not that the counselor didn't believe him, it's the defendant didn't tell him.
He told him in his drawings on his assignments.
Okay. But, doctor, it's not that he didn't believe him. It's that when he asked him about the drawings, the defendant lied.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. What other adults, what other responsible adults didn't believe the defendant? I'm not talking to about people he lied to who didn't pick up on it. I'm talking about people that he expressed his need for help to and who did not believe him, other than his parents.
So those were the notable ones, his parents and his high school counselor.
You just agree with me, doctor. He didn't tell the high school counselor he wanted help. He said the opposite.
Okay.
Is that a yes, doctor?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, you described the defendant as a broken person with a broken brain, and I don't need you to describe that. I need to know what does that mean? What's the medical definition of a broken person with a broken brain?
Mental illness is a symptom of a broken brain.
Is the broken brain a medical term, doctor?
It is a layman's term. I'll be more than happy to go into clinical definitions of a broken brain.
Is there a clinical definition? Like if I look it up, am I going to find that?
What you want to see is brain dis-ease, brain dysfunction, cingulate gyrus dysfunction, limbic system dysfunction. All of those are clinical terms, and I thought we wanted to be brief, so that's why I said a broken brain.
All right, and you'd agree with me that a broken brain is not a Miller factor, right?
It's not a Miller factor.
And you agree that you're not offering a fix for the broken brain, are you?
I'm sorry, sir?
You're not offering a fix for a broken brain?
No, sir.
Okay. And you're not telling the court even that it can be fixed, are you?
Yes, I am actually.
Okay. You know that this can be fixed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor, you finished that sentence on page 40 describing the defendant as a person waiting for something terrible. That's in the third to last sentence in the last full paragraph on page 40.
The third to last sentence?
In the last full paragraph. So it's the paragraph under summary of defendant's mental illness.
Okay.
And you say broken person with a broken brain waiting for something terrible to happen. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, he wasn't waiting, was he?
He was.
He was planning. Wasn't he planning something terrible?
He was.
All right. And he planned it out, and he wrote about it, and he recorded himself talking about it, and he actually anticipated people finding his recordings, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he carried out something terrible, right?
Yes, sir.
You make another remarkable statement on the last line in the last full paragraph of page 40. Quote, the defendant's form of mental illness, if not treated, typically ends with deadly consequences. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You don't cite anything to support that in your report, do you?
It's not cited in my report, sir. That is correct.
Okay, what do you base that on? The idea that the defendant's form of mental illness, as you describe it, typically ends with deadly consequences.
Yes, sir.
Can you cite the court what you rely on for that prospect?
Every day in this country, I'm citing it. I'm giving you the evidence, sir. 22 veterans killed themselves.
Doctor, that's not the question. You use the word typically, and you use the mental illness describing this defendant. And what I'm asking you is, where do you get that it typically ends in deadly consequences?
Untreated mental illness, sir, without intervention, does not end very well.
But you say it typically ends with deadly consequences.
Yes, sir.
You got anything you can cite that says that?
22 veterans every day in this country.
The disorders that you list, that you diagnose the defendant with, those aren't specifically associated with youth, are they?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
The disorders that you diagnose the defendant with on page 41, those are not specifically associated with youth, are they?
That's not true.
Okay, tell me.
Depression?
You're saying is associated with youth. Adults don't have depression?
Yes, sir. And so do adolescents.
I understand, doctor. What I'm saying is specifically associated with youth. That this is a problem that youth face that adults do not. And you would agree with me that adults suffer from major depressive disorder or even severe with psychotic features, as you describe it, generalized anxiety disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
Those are not exclusive to youth.
Oh, correct.
Lots of adults have those same diagnoses.
Absolutely.
And lots of those people with those disorders don't kill anyone, do they?
That is correct.
Lots of people suffer depression. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Even severe depression.
Yes, sir.
And those people don't all become mass shooters, do they?
That is true.
Doctor, you spend quite a bit of time talking about implicit bias, and I want to start our discussion about that and say, you and I agree that implicit bias exists, and it's been widely studied and well documented, and I know you teach seminars on it, and I agree with you that it's an important issue. What I don't understand is how implicit bias has anything to do with this case, so that's what I want to focus on, okay? What was the genesis of this idea of yours to view this shooter and this shooting through the lens of race?
So what I do when I teach implicit bias classes, sir,
So, doctor, I want to stop you. My specific question is, what was the genesis of this idea that you have to view this shooter and this shooting through the lens of race?
I was about to explain it to you, sir.
Let me ask you this. Was that your idea or someone else's?
It's actually based on my profession, on my professional experience, sir.
All right, so this was your idea?
It's not solely my idea, sir.
No, what I mean is, when you decided to put that in your report, no one said to you, hey, doctor, how about implicit bias? You came to them and said, you know what, I can explain this, it's implicit bias. True? It's your idea.
No, sir.
Who involved in this case said to you, how about implicit bias?
I got my information by looking at the data and by disaggregating the data, sir.
I'm not talking about the data that you rely on. I'm talking about the idea. Have you ever seen another mitigation report that blames a defendant's conduct on implicit bias?
I have not.
Okay. And what I'm saying is, so you have this idea, right?
Okay.
And where did that come from?
from my professional training and my research and teaching on implicit bias.
So, Doctor, on page 44, you refer to implicit bias as, quote, perhaps the most telling variable that contributed to the tragic events that can be traced, pardon me, the most telling variable that contributed to the tragic events can be traced to implicit bias. You see that?
I don't see it, but I do agree.
It's the first sentence on page 44 under implicit bias and failure to act.
Just one moment, sir. Okay.
What do you mean by the most telling variable? You know what, let's make this faster. What are the other variables that are not as telling?
Explicit bias did not seem to be a factor. That is one variable that did not seem to be a
Hold on, Doctor. I'm talking about variables in this case. You're talking about the most telling variable in this case. You say that contributed to the tragic events. You're talking about the shooting in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to know the variables you're talking about in this case for which implicit bias is the most telling. What are the other variables related to this case?
I don't have others.
It's the only variable?
That's what I looked at, sir.
All right. So you don't look at parental neglect or his home life as one of the most telling variables?
They're all contributing factors.
Or the untreated mental illness, or you claim untreated mental illness that according to you typically ends with the defendant killing someone? That's not the most telling variable to you?
They're all contributing factors.
All right. You say multiple times in your report that the defendant needed and was asking for help and he didn't get it, right? That's according to you.
Yes, sir.
And the people you say that he didn't get it from are his parents, and then you told me the school, right?
Yes, sir.
Does implicit bias have anything to do with his parents' failure to get him help?
I'm sorry?
Does implicit bias have anything to do with his parents' failure to get him help?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're just talking about the school.
Yes, sir.
All right. And doctor, when you're talking about the school, one of the things you rely on are the homework papers where the defendant drew guns and notes all over them, right? Correct?
That's one reason. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And you pasted those assignments into your report, right?
Yes, sir.
And you referenced those in several places in your report, and I want to go over 3 of those with you very briefly. On page 2 of your report, you say the defendant had been turning in assignments Doctor, let's skip to page 3. Under your sources of information, you list assignments turned into the Oxford High School leading up to the offense. Do you see that? It's the 4th bullet point up.
Yes, I do.
All right, you say on page 2, leading up to the offense, the defendant had been turning in school. This is the bottom paragraph on that page. About a little more than halfway through, it says, the defendant had been turning in school assignments with weapons drawn on them and sad faces and saying things like, the world is a joke, school is a joke, I'm a joke for falling for a fool's joke. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you attach that specific assignment, and it's at page 63 of your report. You want to take my word for it, or you can look. But
I take your word for it.
All right, page 63 says, the world is a joke, school is a joke, I'm a joke. That's what you're referring to, right?
As one of the assignments, yes, sir.
Yeah, and then on page 48 you say, despite turning in assignments with weapons drawn on every assignment, he was not suspended nor expelled from school because implicit bias says he did not fit the profile of a troubled student. You see that on page 48?
Yes, sir.
And then you attach all those assignments that you're relying on, right?
Yes, sir.
And your point is no one paid attention to those drawings because the defendant is white, right? That's implicit bias, right?
It's not subject to the same level of rigor.
And you're relying on the homework assignments because you say if someone else had turned those in, they would have paid attention, but because the defendant is white, they overlooked that. That's your opinion.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Doctor, when and where were those homework papers found? Do you know?
I believe they were found in his backpack.
Okay.
And,
okay, that's what I needed to know. After the shooting, right?
That is correct.
All right. And you notice there are no grades or anyone else's handwriting on any of those, are there?
That is correct.
And doctor, those assignments, do you have any evidence that anyone other than the defendant saw those until after the shooting?
I do not.
Okay. And so when you repeatedly say in your report that those assignments were turned in, you assumed that, right?
That's correct.
And you accused the teachers at Oxford High School of being racist. It's implicit bias, not overt, but it's racism, right?
No, sir.
You're saying that implicit bias is not a form of racism?
Implicit bias is not racism, sir.
Okay.
They're two very different terms.
Okay. And so what you're saying is because the student was white and not black, not racism, but implicit bias, they didn't pay attention to those assignments, right? That's what you put in your report.
Everyone in this courtroom has some form of implicit bias, sir. It has nothing to do with race.
I'm not debating that with you, doctor. What I'm saying is you're accusing those teachers of not paying attention to those homework papers because the defendant was white. That's your testimony.
That is correct.
Right. And doctor, none of those folks saw those homework papers. So you accused teachers at Oxford High School of not paying attention to the defendant because of his race when they never saw those things. Does that matter to you?
Sir, he turned in...
Does it matter to you, doctor?
It does matter.
Okay. Do you want to amend your statement now about Oxford High School based on the homework papers? Now that you know they didn't see them, you're going to stick with that?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, to be clear, you're stating that implicit bias is relevant to this case, right, which is about a white student at a mostly white school who killed 4 other white students, shot a white teacher, shot 6 other white students. You're saying that implicit bias plays a role in this case, right?
I do not understand your question, sir.
You understand the things I just said. Who was involved in this case? A white student, 4 white students who were killed, a white teacher, 6 other white students who were shot. You agree that those are the actors in this case who were involved in the charges here?
Those are the actors.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying implicit bias has a role in this case?
In regards to the teacher's response.
Okay. And what Miller factor does implicit bias relate to?
There is no Miller factor, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me that Miller factors are things that mitigate a defendant's responsibility, right? Things like if you had fewer chances in life or a tough upbringing, those are mitigating, right?
That is correct.
Is growing up white in a mostly white school district a disability the defendant had to overcome?
Can you rephrase the question, sir?
Is growing up white in a mostly white school district a disability this defendant had to overcome?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did race make his circumstances more difficult?
I don't think so.
Was he discriminated against?
There's no evidence to show that.
So, doctor, would you agree with me that growing up white is not a mitigating factor in this case?
That is true.
Doctor, you testified that you reviewed the Bird video and the Manifesto video and the school surveillance video before you submitted your first report, correct?
I think so.
All right. And, doctor, I'll tell you, and you can tell me if you disagree, but you don't mention those. Other than putting them in your sources in your first report, you don't mention them at all, again, in the rest of your first report. Would you agree with that?
That sounds about correct.
All right. In your June report on page 49, you spend about 2 pages describing what happened leading up to and on the day of the shooting, correct? If you want to look at page 49.
I take your word for it, sir.
All right. Your report's a total of 69 pages long, right?
That is correct.
And you spend 5 sentences on the journal. You disagree with that?
I take your word for it, sir.
2 sentences on the Bird video.
I take your word for it.
4 sentences on what you refer to as the Manifesto video, right?
I take your word for it.
And then you spend about a page that you label, quote, the day of the shooting. You want to look at that, or will you agree with me?
I take your word for
All
it,
right.
sir.
But, Doc, you really don't even spend a page describing the defendant's actions on the day of the shooting, do you? You never mention the defendant getting up early to get the gun and ammunition, do you?
It's not mentioned in my report.
You don't mention him packing it into his backpack?
It's not mentioned in my report.
Or getting himself to school?
It's not mentioned in my report.
Or getting into the school with the gun and the clips and the ammunition?
It's not mentioned in my report.
Or going into the bathroom?
It's not mentioned in my report.
Or putting toilet paper in his ears?
It's not mentioned in my report.
Did you ask him about that, doctor? Why he put toilet paper in his ears?
I did not.
And you don't mention the defendant shooting Phoebe, right?
I did not.
Or shooting Hannah, right?
I did not.
Or shooting, Hannah or Madison? You don't mention that?
I did not.
Or Tate?
I did not.
Or Justin? Right?
I did not.
Or Aiden, or Molly Darnell, or John, or Riley, or Elijah, or Kylie. You don't mention any of that, do you?
I didn't think it was appropriate, sir.
Okay. That information was included, so you knew about it, you just didn't include it, right?
I did not mention any names in my report, sir.
Doctor, it's not just that you didn't mention any names. You don't talk about the defendant killing anyone, do you?
I do. It's on page 1, the first paragraph.
You know, Doctor, it's interesting you bring that up because you didn't say that. You changed your report to say allegedly the defendant did it. There is nothing in your report that suggests this defendant is responsible for the deaths of those kids. We'll get there. But you agree that was included in the materials you reviewed. You knew that information.
I do.
Doctor, you never talk about how many victims there were, do you?
I did not.
Isn't that relevant?
It is relevant.
Okay, but you don't talk about how many people he shot, how many people he killed, and how many he terrorized. You don't talk about that.
That is correct.
Doctor, you don't indicate how long the defendant spent walking through the school shooting people, do you?
I did not.
Do you know how long that was?
I do not, sir.
Do you think that matters?
Perhaps it does.
And you don't indicate the defendant's demeanor during the shooting, do you?
I did not.
And you saw the video, right?
I did.
Does not include audio, though, does it?
I'm sorry?
That video does not include audio, does it?
Which video, sir?
Of the shooting.
I do not understand. The question does not include audio?
Correct. When you see the video of the shooting, there's no audio to that, right?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did you ask anyone what it sounded like inside the school during the shooting?
I did not.
Did you listen to the body cam audio and video of a staff member trying to save Hannah?
I did not listen to any audio, sir.
Okay. Does any of that matter to you?
It does matter.
Okay. In your report, you don't even include one sentence about how this defendant killed the victims, do you?
It's not included in my report, sir.
All right. How far away was the defendant when he shot each of the victims who died?
Sir, I watched the videos, and he was pretty close to them.
Pretty close. What do you mean by that? Point blank range?
Yeah, I don't know the exact measurement, so I can't testify to
It's
that.
essentially the gun to the head in most cases. You agree with that?
Those are the facts of the case.
Do you know where on the body he shot the various victims?
I do not.
In the head, the neck, the chest? You're not aware?
I believe one victim was shot in the head, at least one.
Doctor, are you aware of when and how the defendant shot Justin Schilling?
I am not aware, sir.
Okay. He's in a bathroom. Do you know how long he was in the bathroom with Justin and Keegan before he shot Justin?
No, sir.
Do you know how he asked Justin to get down on the ground and then he executed him? Are you aware of that?
I take your word for it, sir.
Okay. Does that matter to you?
It does matter.
Doesn't it speak to the defendant and his state of mind at the time?
It does.
You think that's the product of a juvenile brain?
I do.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant about that?
I certainly asked him about the shootings.
Did you ask him about his motivation or what he was thinking when he did it?
I did, sir.
But you don't include that in your report, do you?
I did not.
Doctor, would you agree that being calm and methodical when you kill people is not a reflection of youth and impulsivity, is it?
Can you rephrase your question, sir?
No, but I can repeat it.
Okay.
Being calm and methodical when you kill people is not a reflection of youth and impulsivity, is it?
I think it's a reflection of what happened.
Okay, but it's not youth. Adults do that, right?
Absolutely.
All right, doctor, I want to move to page 67 of your report. When the defendant was sitting in the office with the backpack next to him, you say, the defendant started to feel a sense of relief knowing that the sheriff would descend on the school. You wrote that, right?
Yes, I did. Yes, sir.
And you characterized the defendant, we've talked about this, as someone who kept asking for help but never got it, right?
That is correct.
You cite times when he said to his friend B, I keep telling my parents I need help and they won't help me, right?
That is correct.
Doctor, that exact moment you're citing, when the defendant has the backpack next to him in the counselor's office, the defendant had the perfect opportunity to get help, didn't he?
Absolutely.
All right, and he didn't take that, right? He didn't take that opportunity.
Those are the facts of the case.
Right. He'd asked for help many times, but when help is right there in front of him, he doesn't ask for help, does he?
That is correct.
And you'd agree if he just said, Mom and Dad, I need help, or I feel like there's no hope, I even brought a gun to school, they'd have given him help, wouldn't they?
I've never met his parents. I don't know how they would have reacted.
Well, the school, you don't have any reason to believe if he had said that he would not have gotten help, do you?
I don't know, sir. I don't know the answer to that question.
And it's not that no one believed him, right? He just didn't say it. You agree with me?
I do not agree with that, sir.
He never said it, did he? He never said it in the counselor's office. Did he tell you that he said, I really need help, Mr. Hopkins, I really need help, Mom and Dad? Did he tell you he said that?
He wrote on his paper.
Doctor, we've talked about that. He then tells them that the paper was part of a video game. He says, I'm not asking for help. That's what he says to them, right?
For the sake of brevity, sir, I will say yes.
Yeah, okay. So, at that moment, doctor, the defendant, for whatever reason, decided he wasn't going to ask for help, right? But, you agree with me, at that moment, the counselor told his parents, you have to get him help within 48 hours, right? You agree with that?
I read that.
So at most, if the defendant's just not comfortable talking about it there, he's 48 hours away at most from the help that he's allegedly been begging for, right?
So he should have gotten the help right away.
Okay, doctor, but I'm talking about the defendant now, not the other folks in the room. The defendant now knows, after he's been asking for help for a long time. You cite April of 21, right?
Yes, sir.
He's less than 2 days away now, right? You agree with me?
I agree with you.
All right. And he doesn't choose to just say nothing and go home. He leaves that meeting and he goes to the bathroom and he takes the gun and he starts shooting, right?
Actually, no, sir. He went back to classes.
Okay, he went back to class, and instead of finishing out his classes for the day and going home and then getting help, he decided to start shooting.
No, sir. He went to the lunchroom and had his lunch.
And then he started shooting. He had time to think about it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ask the defendant about that?
I did, but he did not respond.
Okay. On page 68.
You said, did you ask the defendant about that? Could you just clarify about that, what that means?
Yes. So, doctor, did you confront the defendant with the fact that help was now, he was on the precipice of help, less than 2 days away? Why did he start shooting instead? Did you ask him that?
I did not ask him that question.
Okay. So he didn't explain that to you?
That is correct.
On page 68, you describe the defendant, and I gotta look at the page. This is Doctor, on page 68 of your report, first paragraph, conclusion events, you say the defendant now returns to class with this feeling of terror and absolute astonishment. Those are your words, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're talking about the defendant. You're saying the defendant is the one who's feeling terror.
Yes, sir.
And then, doctor, even more remarkably, the sentence before that, you say, perhaps the saddest part of this very horrible saga is that the defendant was given his backpack with the gun and told to return to class. You've heard the testimony, doctor. You've read the reports. You've heard people crying in the courtroom. You've seen the families. And you're saying that the saddest part of this is that he was sent back to class. That's what's sad about this case.
Those lives could have been saved.
That's true, doctor. And who made that decision?
A number of people.
All right. Finally, doctor, on the very last page, you include one sentence that talks about the defendant murdering anyone. It just sort of hints at it. And in fact, in that sentence, you don't blame the defendant, do you?
Where are you referring to, sir?
I'm talking about the one sentence where you ever talk about the defendant killing anyone. The only one in your entire report.
Could you just specify where this is?
Yeah, it's the last sentence under conclusion events.
Can you tell us the page?
68.
Okay. One moment, please. On page 68, the last sentence?
Of the conclusion events.
Oh.
Can you read that to the court?
It says, his obsessive thoughts and compulsion propelled him to take the lives of innocent people.
Doctor, is that really your opinion about how these murders happen?
Yes, sir.
When you talk about obsessive thoughts, obsessed with what? What is the defendant obsessed with?
With harming people.
That propels him to do it. He's obsessed with torturing birds and killing people, right?
That's correct.
All right. Doctor, would you agree with me? You spend very little time discussing the journal in your report.
I spend time discussing it, sir. I don't know very little, but I spend time discussing it.
Okay. All right. So you don't discuss it at all, you've already agreed with me, in your first report, your January report, right?
That is correct.
All right. And then in your June report, you spend 6 sentences on it, right?
I take your word for it, sir.
All right. And you pull out 2 quotes, right? One about my parents would listen to me and help me, or a therapist. I used to have a dream, and I realized working hard for your whole won't do anything. That's the first quote you use in events leading up to the shooting from the journal, right?
I take your word for it, sir.
And then he includes a second quote where on page 49, I have this huge crush on a girl in my 6th hour and want to ask her out, right?
That's correct.
Those are the only 2 quotes you use from the journal, right?
That's correct.
All right. And you spend almost no time talking about the birds or the bird video. Again, in your initial report, you list it as a video and never mention birds anywhere again in your report. Would you agree?
He made a video of himself torturing birds.
Correct.
Indicating his desire to make the birds feel what he was feeling.
We're about to get there. That's 2 sentences in June, right? And in the first report, there's 0 sentences. You agree?
That is correct.
All right. And you say, as you just said, the defendant probably saw this as a way of releasing the pain he was feeling inside, right?
That is correct.
You don't explain that, right? That's it. You don't offer any further explanation of why you think he probably saw this as a way of releasing the pain he was feeling, right?
That is correct.
Did you ask the defendant about that?
I did not.
So, doctor, there are things you asked him and things you didn't. Was the defendant forthcoming with you?
Based on my testing, I believe he was.
All right. You do indicate in one of your tests he was over-reporting, right?
That is correct.
And, doctor, you're aware of a discussion he had with a girl about being shot by his father with a BB gun? You're aware of that?
I saw that in one of the documentations.
Okay. And he acknowledged he lied about that, right? Sometimes he just makes stuff up.
That is true.
Did you ask him about why he killed baby birds and whether he liked it or not?
I attempted to.
Okay, and he didn't respond to that.
He's still trying to come to grips with what has happened.
Okay. And doctor, you really don't mention the manifesto video, right? You spent about 4 sentences on that, and you don't quote anything from it, do you?
Sir, I believe I've answered that question. I did mention it in my report.
Doctor, hold on. I'm asking about a different video now. We're talking about the manifesto video, right? And you don't address that in your first report, but in your second report on page 50, you label video the night before the night of the shooting. It says video before night of shooting, but it's video the night before the shooting, right?
Okay.
And you include a couple sentences about that. It's actually not mostly about the video. You say, the night preceding the shooting, Ethan was locked out of his home by his parents following a verbal conflict surrounding his grades, right?
There's 6 sentences in that section.
Yes, and the first one is you talk about he'd been in a verbal dispute with his parents, and his parents actually locked him out of the house, right?
That is correct.
In fact, he'd been locked out of the house when you made that video, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. You spend a couple sentences on it, but then you don't actually quote from it. You say the video shows him indicating his desire to harm students at the school, right? Those are your words, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me, doctor, of the 20,000 text messages, you make no reference to 99% of those. You just include the 1%.
That were relevant, yes.
And doctor, in your report at least, you never talk about the defendant's internet searches. Agree?
That is correct.
And you were aware they existed. You testified. You did pull out one about the dog, so you knew they existed. You just didn't reference them in your report.
That is correct.
In fact, you don't mention the shooting at all or the shooting video in your report, do you? You saw it, but you don't mention it, do you?
It's on page 1 of my report. The shooting.
What are you talking about, doctor?
You said I have not mentioned the shooting, and I'm saying
yes.
On page 1 of my report, the very first paragraph.
Oh, where you say he allegedly shot and killed 4 of his classmates? Okay. You never talk about the defendant's motivation, do you? You never talk about the defendant's motivation, right?
I mentioned his mental illness, sir.
Doctor, my question is not his mental illness, it's his motivation. Why does he want to kill people? You didn't talk about that in your report, did you?
I did.
Where?
In my testing, sir. I spoke about his obsession and his compulsions.
Doctor, I'm talking about what motivated him. Why did he want to kill other people?
I don't even think Ethan knows fully why he wanted to kill people.
Okay. I'm glad you said that, doctor, because we're going to look at some things and see if Ethan tells us.
Sure.
The shooter tells us why he was motivated to do that. All right. Doctor, I'm going to show you a series of clips from the journal, the text messages, internet searches, and so forth. I want to go through those with you. All right, okay. First one, doctor, page 22 of the journal. And the defendant says, then I will walk behind any girl pretty and shoot them in the back of the head. I will then shoot everyone I see aiming for the head. You see that?
I do.
Right. Next slide, please. I will continue shooting people until police breach the building. I will then surrender to them and plead guilty to life in prison. You see that?
I do.
Next slide, please. I want the world to remember me. That's in the journal, right? You saw that.
That is correct.
You don't reference that in your report, though, do you?
That is correct.
Next slide, please. Killing myself is too much of a pussy move. People will just forget about me, and I will have never making an impact in this world. The only way is to shoot up the school. You see that?
I do.
And you were aware of that. You read that, right?
I do.
Next slide. I'm going to kill many, many people for no sole reason. I'm going to rain fucking fire down on this school. I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan history. I will kill everyone I fucking see. You see that?
I do.
That tells us something about his motivation, right?
It does.
And in fact, he's right about Michigan history, isn't he? Isn't he?
I want to answer, sir. So far, yes.
Next slide, please. I want to remember it throughout all of history. Right?
I see that.
Okay. You saw that before. I'm not showing it for the first time, right? You've seen the journal.
That is correct.
Next slide, please. I would just hope their parents will fill with sadness and is it distraught? When I shoot up the school, I hope that every parent of kids I gravely murder will be so sad that they kill themselves. Do you see that?
Those are the facts of the case.
Hold on, doctor. It's not just the facts of the case. This is the defendant's own words, right? Okay. When they show the video in court, everyone can see their children and friends dying. And I want for the parents to see their kids burn to ash and bawl their eyes out. I am going to spend the rest of my life in prison. You see that?
I do.
Next slide, please. Defendant's Journal, page 18. The first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future. You see that?
I do.
And it shows a gun to the back of the head of a girl, right?
I do.
Next slide, please. I know that rarely any shootings have happened in Michigan, so that means I will cause the biggest school shooting ever in the state. I am not going to tell myself I will surrender to the police. I wish to hear the screams of the children as I shoot them. You see that?
I do.
Next slide. So, doctor, on this slide, he's talking about what kind of weapon he has. You're aware at one point he has access to a .22 pistol, right?
I do.
And he says, I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol because they are effective from killing, but all I got is a puny .22, right? You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then he draws a drawing of two different bullets. One's a .22 and one's a 9mm, and you're aware, doctor, one is a lot more deadly than the other, right?
I take your word for it, sir.
You're not aware of that? He was right about that, right?
Yes, sir.
Next slide, please. It just amuses me how I can cause people to talk about what I did, and it just makes me happy. Now he's talking about taking the bird head to school. You're aware of that incident, right?
Yes, sir.
And he says, now people are talking about me. That makes me happy, right?
Yes, sir.
I killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death, right?
Yes, sir.
These are the defendant's words after torturing the baby birds and before killing his classmates, right?
Yes, sir.
I murdered an entire family of 5 newborn baby birds. I drowned them and burned them alive while they all screamed. I cut one in half and stuck the head of its brother in its stomach. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Again, these are the defendant's own thoughts and words ahead of the shooting. Right? Next slide, please. If I kill myself, then people will not care about me and I will be forgotten within half a lifetime. That's why I'm going to cause the biggest school shooting of this decade and the only one in Michigan, right?
Yes, sir.
I also want to react on how the world reacts to my shooting. I'm probably going to live the rest of my life in prison. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Next slide, he says again, I'm about to spend the rest of my life in prison, right?
Yes, sir.
Shortly before the shooting, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now I want to go through some text messages. The defendant talking about violence against people. He's talking about drowning children. He says, just looking them in their eyes as they look back at you while they know that their entire life is about to end so young, the best feeling. But stick your fingers into their eye sockets and push down so they scream in pain and drown their lungs with water. Just thinking about the torturing and the screaming and the way their legs flail in the air as they cry, it fills the void. You read that, doctor.
Yes, sir.
And again, you read that before your reports, but you decided that wasn't relevant to your report, correct? Correct?
They're all relevant to my report, sir.
But you didn't include it.
That is correct.
All right. Next slide. Whenever I see a little kid about a year old or a little more, I want to pick them up and run off with them, then torture them before throwing them off a cliff. And then I will kill any innocent. I don't care who I kill. I will kill who I feel like killing. Age, gender, I don't care, right? I don't care about innocent. Killing the innocent is the same as killing the bad. It both satisfies. You're aware of those texts?
Yes, sir.
Next slide. I want to take the axe and chip a bird in half, presumably chop a bird in half, shoot it, torture it, dissect it. I want to chop it in half with an axe. Talking about fish, then I want to kill it while it is live so that it can feel the pain. Next slide, please. More about the birds. Also, there is a baby bird nest right next to my house with 5 baby birds in it. I can also reach them. Tomorrow I'm making my move. I will get video and pics. I can't wait till tomorrow. There is 5 and they're going to die anyways. I want to take something heavy and break its beak. I can't wait, dude. I'm so fucked up. I'm going to break its beak, then chop its head off. I'm going to take so many vids and pics. You've seen all these, right, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
I want to hear it scream. The first bird, though, I want to torture it. And it's so young, too, like it's just born and it's already going to be killed. It's like 2 days old. I'm going to snap the beak off and then chop its head off. Then take out its heart, then chop it in pieces. And also take out the brain, then smash it to little bits. I'm so fucked up I like it. Jeffrey Dahmer got the good idea. Only thing he did wrong was get caught. More about the birds. I want to kill another bird so badly. Or baby bird. I can reach into the nest. They're not safe. During third hour, all I thought about was ways to torture the bird. I'm going to film this like a documentary. My dad is pulling out of the driveway. Now, I'm going to wait a couple minutes, though, just in case he comes back. Right? So he's talking about his joy in killing birds, but also then what he wants to do to the birds. But Doctor, he doesn't just talk about it, then he goes and does it, right? And he videotapes it. And then he texts his friend about that, right? And he says, I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't...
You have to ask a question.
I'm sorry. So you agree with me that after he made those statements about his plans, he then did go and do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that he then wrote about that after he'd done it, right?
Yes, sir.
And he wrote to B, right?
Those are the facts of the case.
All right, and what he said to B is, I just finished. The vid is too long, so I can't send, but I can send pics right before I throw it out. Sends a picture. I'm sorry, one moment. All right, so we're reading the text on the screen. It's so fucking, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's so fucking disturbing. And as I don't even remember saying half the stuff, like I talked to the bird like a little child while torturing. I can't wait to show you. It was so fucking fun. Thing is, the vid halfway through, so you can't see the good stuff. I put a drill in its stomach and skull. I also shot the gun at it a couple times in the stomach and its head. I also chopped it in half with an axe. I also smashed its head in with a hammer at the end, and its eyes bulged out just like Glenn's. Do you know who Glenn is?
I do not.
You know, it's a reference to The Walking Dead.
I'm not a movie fan, sir. I apologize.
Did you ask the defendant about that?
No, sir.
Like the eyelids came apart so that I could see the bird's eye. There are still 3 birds left. I was originally going to try to stick a toothpick up its ass, but I couldn't find any. God, I can't wait to show you the vid. It's 8 minutes long. Like I couldn't stop laughing my ass off when I rewatched the vid. Again, you're familiar with all that.
Yes, sir.
All right, and now, next slide, please. This is what I meant the other. So this is a text from the defendant to B. This is what I meant the other day of how I need to recharge to kill again. Now, tomorrow, I really want a bird, but I want it to be alive when I chop its head off, right? God, I want to kill. I hit a bird yesterday 2 times, but it flew away. And continuing with the birds, there have been no baby birds to torture in for a long time, and I'm getting that feeling where I need to kill again. I like killing the big birds, but I like killing the baby birds more. Mostly because they're so young and they had a whole life ahead of them, but then I took it away. That's what I like. And also they're helpless and they scream when you hurt them. Doctor, you see a theme there with the students he wants to kill and the birds?
I do.
That he takes joy in killing younger people, younger birds. He talks about killing children, right?
He does.
So he talks about killing and then he talks about better killing. Would you agree? What makes him feel better?
I do agree.
Doctor, we don't need to spend much time on these, but you understand that in addition to his internet searches about a dog, he also repeatedly searched about prison sentences in Michigan. What's the worst prison sentence you can get? What is a life sentence? What is a sentence for a 15-year-old legal age to be sent to prison? Youth correctional facility. What prisons are there in Michigan? The Oxford High School layout. And then this one's important. What is the average response time for a shooting? You're aware of all of those.
Yes, sir.
And then, Doctor, there's a little bit more. You reviewed the manifesto video, right?
I did.
And in the manifesto video, you heard the defendant say in his own voice, when the bell rings to end fifth hour tomorrow, November 30th, 2021, I'm going to walk to the dividend between the boys and the girls' bathroom, and I will have my black jacket on, and I will walk behind someone, and I will shoot a bullet in their skull. Yeah, that's my first victim. I'm going to open fire on everyone in the hallway. The hallways are too jam-packed. I will try to hit as many people as I can. I will reload, and I will find people hiding. You heard him say that. You listened to that video, right?
I did.
And then you heard him say, I understand that I'm going to prison for this. Michigan doesn't have a death penalty. I don't want to die. As funny as it may seem, I want to kill a lot of people. I do not want to die. I realize how valuable life is. This is the defendant, 12 hours before he starts killing people, right? And he's expressing what he intends to do and then what he does do, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you hear him say, just the thought of, oh, there's so many people who think they're going to live the life, going to go to college, have a great career, get a family, grow old, die happily, and what they don't know that in less than a day, they're going to die and their lives are going to be changed forever, right?
Yes, sir.
And he's right about that, right?
He's correct.
I understand my consequences. I understand that people put me in prison for this, right?
Yes, sir.
And then that first video ends, and then he records a second one saying, fuck that previous video I took. That was bullshit what I said. I'm going to have so much fun tomorrow. I have a goal, and it's to kill everyone. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Doctor, you may say this is like grandiose juvenile stuff, right?
No, sir. That is very serious stuff.
All right. So when we look at the defendant's messages, Doctor, he tells us a lot about why he's doing what he's doing, and that's why I asked you about his motivation. You talked about the testing, but he tells us, right, that what he wanted was to be famous, right?
That is correct.
That was his really primary, his only motivation. He liked killing, but he really wanted to be famous, right?
That is correct.
So we agree it wasn't a fight or a robbery. No one was defending themselves, right?
That is correct.
And he didn't want anything from the victims. There's nothing they could have given him where he said, like, if you give me this, I'll spare your life. He didn't want anything from him, right?
That is correct.
All right. And none of them had done anything to him, right? He hadn't been bullied. He didn't even know these specific people he killed, right?
That is correct.
And he wasn't seeking revenge. It's not like someone had done him wrong and he said, you know what, I'm going to get him back for that.
That is correct.
And you would agree that can be kind of a juvenile thing, right? You feel that you've been dismissed or mistreated and you want to lash out at that person, right?
That does happen sometimes.
And you agree this shooting is not that, right?
I do agree.
So his goal and the reason for the victims, he just wants to maximize the number of people he killed so that he can commit the biggest mass shooting so that he can be remembered, right?
That is correct.
We also learn about what kind of victim he's looking for, and we just talked about this. He wants younger victims, and he actually talks about probably not killing teachers, right?
That is correct.
All right. Doctor, this thing about the defendant specifically choosing not to kill himself, have you ever seen that before?
I have. Ethan is the only mass shooter that I've interviewed, sir, so I can't. That's it. That's my only answer I can give you.
All right. Have you? Okay, so you don't have experience with other mass shooters. You can't speak to that.
That is correct.
So it's important, doctor, at least to me, when he expresses what he's going to do, for instance, shooting people in the head, and that's what he carries through and does, right?
That is correct.
You know, doctor, you have this comment about the bird video, and you say that the defendant probably saw this as a way of releasing the pain he was feeling inside. Just so we're clear, you saw the slides. That's not what he said, right?
That's not what he said.
That's your impression.
That is correct.
Doctor, when you watch the bird being tortured, do you get any sense that that's difficult for the defendant, that made him uncomfortable? Did he have any qualms about it?
He de-associated from what was happening.
Okay, so the person who was torturing the birds didn't have any qualms, you're saying, but that's him dissociating from what?
From reality.
So you're saying he did that during the torture, but not when he's texting his friend and talking about it, right? Not when he's rewatching the video.
That is correct.
All right. Doctor, you reviewed Dr. Aniker's report, and when he's talking about the birds, he says, "It just made a good feeling, and I don't know how to describe it. I made a little area in my parents' shed, and I would form different torture techniques on it, cutting it or breaking its limbs, or drowning it or burning it. 7 baby birds in total from 2 different nests. And I would take the BB gun and shoot them or hit them with a baseball bat." He indicated he worked on the birds over the course of a few months. He was asked what his thoughts or feelings arose when he tortured the birds. He stated, "It's like a feeling between good and pleasurable. A relief feeling in power. I don't know, it just felt good." Doc, you talked about this tension removal, tension release, right? After the defendant kills a bird or a person, he feels relieved somehow.
That is correct.
When you comment on the manifesto video, you say the video shows the defendant's inability to contain his thoughts any longer. But again, this is your interpretation, right?
It's not.
Well, let me jump ahead, doctor, because the next day in the counselor's office, he was perfectly capable of containing his thoughts, right? He didn't have to say those things there. He chose not to say them, right?
That is correct.
Doctor, there are a couple of other areas you didn't address. I just want to make sure that you agree with me. They're not part of this case. This defendant did not have a learning disability, right?
That is correct.
And you agree that this defendant has very good adaptive skills, right? He has no trouble getting out of bed in the morning or getting his things together or getting to school, right? Carrying out a plan.
That is correct.
All right. And you would agree in this case the defendant didn't act on impulse. This was not an impulsive crime.
That is correct.
All right, doctor, I want to move on now. You mentioned in your direct testimony that some of the language in your report came from another report, right?
That is correct.
And you said your understanding was you had permission to use it, right? Who told you had permission to use it?
The attorney that retained me.
And who is that attorney?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to mention his name on
Doctor,
national.
I talked to...
Answer the question, sir.
The attorney's name is Sheldon.
Sorry.
I think it's Sheldon.
Can you spell that for me, doctor?
I think it's Shellman. My spelling could be off.
And doctor, what case was that in?
It was one of my first cases.
In 2019, you said?
Yes.
Do you have your CV in front of you, doctor?
I do.
If you can just take a quick look. You list the 20 cases you've been involved in, and I want to make sure I know which case you're talking about.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. If you can just see from that list of cases, I think they're maybe in date order that you might be able to tell us.
I think it's the People versus Lewis. I think it's the People versus Lewis.
All right. And you're saying that that attorney said, here's a report from another expert, and it's okay for you to use parts of that report?
Yes.
What report was that? Who was the expert?
I believe it's Dr. Holden. I'm not sure, but I believe it's Dr. Holden.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Have you shown defense counsel?
Just hand it to defense counsel.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 65. Would you take a look at that, please? That's a report authored by Dr. Carol E. Holden.
It's dated April 4th of 2018, and it relates to People versus Gary Peters, which is a case in Macomb County Circuit Court. Can you take a look at that, Doctor, briefly? Just page through that. Let me know if you recognize that.
This looks like it. I can't verify the report, but I think this looks like it, sir.
Okay, we're going to go over it, and we can come back to that. So, Doctor, can you tell the court which sections of your report that are cut and pasted from someone else's work?
Are cut and pasted?
What I'm looking for, Doctor, is the language that you took from someone else's report, language that you did not write yourself.
Sure.
You can look at Dr. Holden's report, or you can look at your report. What I want to know is, in your report, your June 16th report, which parts did you take from someone else?
Sure. So I actually used the same format as I indicated in my testimony: summary of opinion, sources of information, notification of purposes.
Doctor, I want to shorten this up. I'm only interested in what are essentially word for word cut and paste from the report. So I understand there's format and there's some things that are identical, but they're pretty standard. I'm talking about stuff that you just dropped it in.
Sir, my report is 70 pages, and this report is 12 pages. My report has 15 psychological tests, and this report has none.
So, Doctor, I think your answer is you can't tell me right now as you sit here which parts you took from Dr. Holden's report. Okay. Doctor, when did you find out that I knew you had taken portions of someone else's report? When did you learn that?
Actually, through the attorney who retained me.
Okay. And they alerted you. They said, hey, the prosecutor's office is asking for Dr. Holden's report, and I think there's something up.
I don't know about they. I know about Ethan's attorney who retained me.
Okay. They brought you the report and said, hey, or they said to you, there's an issue here, right? You didn't bring it to them.
So you keep saying they, sir. I can only tell you one person that I had a conversation with.
Okay.
And that is Paulette Lupton.
Okay. About this report, and it's not you told her, it's she told you.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So what I want to do is look at, what I'd like you to do is, first, on the first page of so I want you to look at Dr. Holden's report, I apologize. On the first page, she indicates that Mr. Peters was referred to her, quote, for a psychological evaluation focused particularly on the sentencing factors outlined in Miller versus Alabama. Do you see that? It's on the first page.
Yes.
Okay.
On the summary of opinion?
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
And doctor, that's the same reason that the defendant was referred to you, right? It's the same purpose.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then, doctor, I want to go through a little bit of the substance of that report. If you look, Dr. Holden references that the defendant in that case, Mr. Peters, was repeatedly placed out of his home over his entire childhood. That's going to be on pages 3 to 5 of her report. You know what, Doctor, we're going to save a little bit of time here. I'm going to represent to you that in that report, Dr. Holden reviews the Mr. Peters' out-of-home placement on pages 3 to 5. She references his record of delinquency on pages 4 to 5, and she references his prison record on pages 9 through 11 of her report. And then, Doctor, I want you to turn to, I believe it's page 11.
Counsel, so you're aware, I don't have this report that you're referencing.
Yeah. Pardon me. Judge, if it's all right, I'll give you a copy, and then once I've established with the doctor, I'll move to admit it. Is that?
Any objection, Terrence?
At this point, I am objecting, yes.
Thank you. I will wait until it's actually admitted into evidence.
All right, Doctor, so let's turn, I believe it's on page 11. All right, sorry, Doctor, page 12, the last real full paragraph, it starts in formulating my opinion. Do you see that?
I do.
It says, I gave the juvenile's potential for rehabilitation considerable weight because the amount of time since Mr. Peters was originally sentenced offers the opportunity to assess this factor in a way not possible when he was 17, right? You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then it says, all right, sorry, we're back to page 11, second paragraph under conclusion. And it starts, the extent to which a psychological evaluation may be of value to a sentencer. You see that?
I do.
And then at the bottom of that paragraph, it says, from research on, for example, adolescent psychological and brain development, trauma, out-of-home placement, delinquency, and prison adjustment. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, now what I'd like you to do, Doctor, is you've got Dr. Holden's report, right?
I do.
And I want you to open that back to page 11. And I'm going to open my copy of your June 16th report, and I know the court has a copy also of the June 16th report where you say conclusion. What I'd like you to do is read Dr. Peters' report starting with the word conclusion. Dr. Holden's report regarding Mr. Peters. And so what I'd like you to do is read with the word, starting with the word conclusion, start reading Dr. Peters' 2018 report.
Dr. Holden.
Dr. Holden. Thank you.
Certainly. Would you like me to start?
Yes, please.
Sure. So, Miller v. Alabama requires that the sentencer take into account how children are different and how those differences counsel against irrevocably sentencing them to life in prison. And that's a quote. By considering the factors discussed above.
Please continue.
The extent to which psychological evaluation may be of value to a sentencer varies across the factors, and how best to weigh and combine the factors in sentencing. A given individual is, of course, a legal rather than psychological question. I consider the factors from a forensic psychologist's perspective, taking into account information obtained from Mr. Peters and from available records from research on, for example, adolescents, psychological and brain development, trauma, out-of-home placement, delinquency, and prison adjustment, and from my current psychological evaluation.
Please continue.
As described in detail above, at the time of his offense, Mr. Peters was a late adolescent. Psychological and neuroscience research has clearly demonstrated that even late adolescents are different from adults. And consistent with this research, compared to an adult, young Mr. Peters was less capable of considering alternatives, more focused on potential rewards versus potential risk, more likely to take such a risk, and less able to consider the long-term consequences of his actions. Mr. Peters' impulsivity and failure to consider the consequences of his actions, lack of social skills and vulnerability.
Doctor, I want to stop you just for 1 second. So there's a part here where it deviates from your report. Go ahead and continue, though. Lack of social skills.
And vulnerability to peer pressure and immaturity were particularly striking to the MDOC psychologist who evaluated him early in his incarceration, as was the fact that Mr. Peters' antisocial and angry attitudes and behaviors so clearly served to ward off many painful feelings.
All right, now, Doctor, I want to jump down to that last paragraph on page 12 of Dr. Holden's report that starts with the above. Can you read that, please?
With the above, and the court's assertion that the distinctive, and this is quote, the distinctive attributes of youth diminishes the phenological justification for imposing a harsher sentence on juvenile offenders, even when they commit terrible crimes. End of quote. In mine, it is my opinion that consideration of the Miller v. Alabama factors, especially the final factor, supports a sentence other than life without parole for Mr. Peters.
All right, so Doctor, we followed along, and that's virtually word for word with just a few changes, mostly the defendant's name from the two reports. You are not denying that that's where you got this language, correct?
I am not.
All right. Your Honor, I move to admit people's proposed 65.
Your Honor, I am objecting. I don't believe it's relevant. This is a different defendant, a different fact pattern, a completely different case. And Dr. King has testified that he used the rubric from this report. I don't think that the court then needs to have the report to be able to come to the conclusion that he has used somebody else's rubric, not somebody else's opinion, but somebody else's rubric. I don't think the facts and the specifics of a case from years ago in 2019 is relevant in this case whatsoever. So I'm objecting.
Your response?
Judge, I think the court can take it for what it's worth, but I actually want to talk to the doctor about the fact that the contents of this report, Dr. Holden's report, fit her conclusion. The contents of Dr. King's report do not.
You can ask him that question, but I don't see the need to admit it. I was actually following along as the doctor was reading from Dr. Holden's report, and it's clear that there is some language from that report that is significantly similar, if not the same, in his report that's on page 68. So I would note that the court doesn't need to have that admitted, but you can very well ask him questions about that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Doctor, you use the word I, and then you say it is my opinion that you were especially relying on the final Miller factor, didn't you? That's that last paragraph.
That is correct.
So now I'm looking at your reports. We're on page 69 at the very top. It is my opinion that considering the Miller of the Miller versus Alabama factors, especially the final factor, supports a sentence other than life without parole for Ethan. But doctor, that's in fact not your opinion, is it?
It is my opinion.
What's the final factor, doctor?
And that is the juvenile's potential for rehabilitation.
Doctor, how many times does the word rehabilitation appear in your report? I can help you out one time, and it's not in reference to the defendant. It's the Americans with Disabilities and Rehabilitation Act.
Okay.
How many times do you discuss the defendant's future, his potential, in any way, shape, or form?
How many times?
Do you discuss this defendant's future, his potential for rehabilitation in any way, shape, or form? Anything in your report that addresses that?
I think it's contained throughout my report in terms of his mental illness and ability to respond.
Why don't you point out where that is, doctor? Because I don't see it.
It's throughout my report. I don't know that there's a specific sentence. If you're looking for like the exact sentence, it's not in there.
I'm not looking for the exact sentence. I'm looking for any sentence, doctor. So, doctor, the quote you just took from Dr. Holden, you talk about the defendant's impulsivity. You just read that to us, right?
Sure.
And that's in your report, right? The word impulse and impulsivity appears nowhere else in your report, only in that section you took from Dr. Holden. You agree with me?
I do.
And in fact, you agree this defendant's crime had nothing to do with impulsivity, right? You've already testified to that.
I've testified that he's not impulsive.
Correct. That this was not an impulsive act. You testified to that.
That's
I asked
right.
you. Okay.
That's
and
right.
so when you put that in your report, that shouldn't be there. That's because you cut and pasted it, right?
The defendant is impulsive in relation to the crime. It was not an impulsive act. It was a well-planned out act.
All right. Okay. So, Doctor, also, I want to go back a page. So we're at the first paragraph under sentencing request. So this is page 68, first paragraph under sentencing request, last sentence of that first paragraph. You talk about out-of-home placement, delinquency, and prison adjustment. Do you see that? This is your report now, page 68.
What section are you looking at?
So are you looking in the first paragraph under sentencing request on page 68?
Yes, Your Honor. It's the last sentence of that first paragraph.
Page 68. I'm still trying to get there. You saying the first paragraph of page 68?
From that. May I approach, Your Honor? Just to
Yes.
So, Doctor, I'm looking at sentencing request, first paragraph, last sentencing request. So I'm looking at research on, for example, adolescent psychological and brain development.
I see that now.
Can you
Thank you.
finish out that sentence? Out-of-home placement, delinquency, and prison adjustment. You see that?
Yes.
All right. You don't make any mention of foster care of an out-of-home placement in your report regarding this defendant, do you?
That is correct.
In fact, this defendant was never placed out of his home, was he?
He was never.
And he never went to foster care, right?
That is correct.
You make no reference to delinquency in your report regarding this defendant, do you?
That is correct.
Okay, and in fact, this defendant did not have any record of delinquency, did he?
He did not.
And you don't make a reference to a prison record in your report, do you?
That is correct.
The defendant's never been to prison, has he?
That is correct.
All right, and to the extent he's been in jail, you didn't review those records or include anything about that in your report.
Can you repeat that, please?
So this mentions prison adjustment. What I'm saying is he didn't go to prison, and to the extent that he's been in jail, you didn't address that in your report.
That is correct.
All right. All right, so Doctor, if you look at the probably page 3 of your report, maybe 4, let's see. All right, page 4 of your June report, Miller versus Alabama factors. You never list the potential for rehabilitation as a factor. You agree with me?
Which page are you on, sir?
I'm looking at page 4, where at the top you say Miller versus Alabama factors, and then you have chronological age as the first thing, right?
That is correct.
And what I'm trying to establish is nowhere in your report do you ever list the potential for rehabilitation as a Miller factor, do you?
That's correct. That may be correct.
Okay, you don't list as a factor, and then you don't discuss rehabilitation or potential rehabilitation, correct?
Throughout my report, no.
All right, you don't explicitly discuss it. You say it's part of your whole report.
Correct.
Doctor, not listing that as a factor and not explicitly discussing that was a conscious decision you made, correct?
It's not listed, sir.
And I'm asking you, Doctor, that was a conscious decision you made. Doctor, in your Jamar Johnson report, you know who Jamar Johnson is, right?
I think he's someone that I'm assuming he's someone that I evaluated years ago or several months ago.
All right. Doctor, in 2020, you wrote a report regarding a Jamar Johnson for Wayne County, it looks like. You familiar with that? You want to look at your CV? You agreed that you wrote a report for Jamar Johnson?
The names, I'm pretty sure I did, and I take your word for it, sir.
Judge, I don't intend to admit this, but may I approach the witness, see if I can refresh his recollection?
I don't have a copy of it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you show the defense before you approach?
I can.
You may approach.
Doctor, what I'm showing you is, just to refresh your recollection, this is a September 24th, 2020 report that I believe you authored, that I want to see if it refreshes your recollection.
This is my report, sir.
Okay. And in that report, you specifically list the potential for rehabilitation as a factor, right?
I probably did.
It's a heading, so if you flip through, it's not just buried in there. It's a heading. It says potential rehabilitation.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to establish here, Doctor, is that when you've addressed that factor before, you've expressly included it in your report, you know it's a Miller factor, and you made a conscious decision not to include it in the report regarding this defendant.
I don't know that I made a conscious decision. It's not included. That's what I can tell you. It's not included.
Was it a mistake?
Sir, it's not included.
Doctor, I'm aware it's not included. I'm trying to ask you why. Because what I'm suggesting to you, and what I'm asking you is, you've made a conscious decision. You decided not to include it.
That is correct.
Okay. Doctor, you also made that same decision. I can take that back from you now.
Okay.
Also, Dr. Holden's report.
Thank you. Okay.
There are two other Miller factors you don't list and you don't address. So the fourth Miller factor is the incompetencies of youth which affect whether the juvenile might have been charged with and convicted of a lesser crime. For example, because the juvenile did not have the capacity to assist their attorney in their own defense. Would you agree with me, Doctor? You didn't list that as a Miller factor in your report regarding this defendant.
I think that's correct.
And in fact, that's because it's a conscious decision. It doesn't apply here, right? There wasn't any plea deal. There was no. That has no relevance to this case.
That is correct.
All right. And in fact, you also don't list the third Miller factor, right, which is the circumstances of the homicide offense, including the extent of the juvenile's participation in the conduct and the way familial and peer pressures may have affected the juvenile.
That is correct.
So you agree that's not in your report, and that's a conscious decision, right? Because in this case, it's just not mitigating.
It's not in the report, sir.
Doctor, I know it's not in the report. What I'm asking you is, you consciously decided. Your job was to find mitigating facts, right? That was your job. And you looked at all the factors, right?
Certainly.
And you determined that some factors you could provide some mitigating evidence on, right?
I did.
And on the third factor, the circumstance of the homicide offense, including the extent of his participation and the way familial and peer pressure may have affected the juvenile, you didn't list it and you didn't address it because it's not mitigating, right?
That is correct.
All right. So, Doctor, you've never evaluated any other mass shooters, correct?
No, sir.
Are you aware how many mass shooters there have ever been in Michigan since 1966?
I'm not aware.
5. And you know how many of those defendants were under 18 when they committed this shooting?
No, sir.
Only one. This defendant. You know how many people under 18 have committed a school mass shooting where there are 4 or more people killed since 1966 in the entire country?
I know since 1999 there have been over 386 mass shootings.
4 or more killed, Doctor. It's a much smaller group. 16 since 1966 mass school shooters in the country. And do you know how many of those survived?
Can you repeat that, sir?
How many of those 16 survived? Do you know?
I'm not aware.
All right, 7. 7 of those people survived. And my question to you, Doctor, is how many mass shooters ever have committed their mass shooting with a plan to survive, not to kill themselves, not to get gunned down by the police, but with a specific plan to survive and go to prison for life so they could see their victims suffering?
I don't know how many, sir.
Can you name one?
said, I don't know that.
Right. Just a couple of hopefully quick things. Doctor, you mentioned something about with his parents, someone doing something out of spite. His father doing something out of spite. You remember that?
I do.
What was that in reference to?
I believe it was in reference to his father buying him a gun.
Oh, out of spite against his mother.
I think that's what I referenced.
Where did you learn that?
I'm sorry?
Where did you learn that? Like, what did that come from, that reference? Where did you get that information?
From the defendant.
Okay. Doctor, you referenced, this is something I want to come back to. So in your January report, at the end, you referenced the defendant sitting in a corner and crying. You remember we went over that, right?
I think he said sitting in a cafeteria.
Okay, sitting in a cafeteria and crying. And I said that's not in your June report, and then you said yes it is, you had one, but then we established there's the one that we're working from does not have that
is correct.
Sentence. And I said to you, where did you get that from? What I'm saying to you, doctor, that didn't happen. That's what I'm trying to say to you, and you're saying it did.
Sitting in the cafeteria?
Crying.
That was my impression, sir.
Your statement is, again, it's the January 27th report, and it says that
I'm going to object at this point. This has already been asked and answered. He already discussed the statement that was in one report and not in the other report, and he gave a context for that. This has already been answered.
Sure, I need to hear the question first. He hasn't asked
Understood.
the question.
So, doctor, we noted the sentence. I want to read you the sentence. Surveillance video shows the defendant sitting on the ground crying, fully well knowing that he's on a path of no return. That was the sentence in your January report and the one you brought to court today, right?
Okay.
And I said to you basically, that didn't happen, right? Did that happen?
In my viewing of the video, sir, I observed the defendant sitting by himself and appeared to be crying.
So he wasn't sitting on the ground, right?
Wherever he was sitting, sir, that's what I was referring to.
Can you explain why that was taken out of your report?
Absolutely.
Who took it out?
You will recall. I did.
Counsel, you asked another question while he's trying to answer your first question. Please re-ask your question.
Who took that sentence out of your report?
I'm responsible for my report, sir. I did.
Okay, and why?
My report has gone through, and you are aware also that it has gone through a transition.
You can continue to answer, sir. I'm listening.
Matter of fact, I have sent several versions of the report, sir, and matter of fact, one recommendation came from your office that I should revise my report and include the journal and the video, and then we sent another iteration. So the report that we're talking about has been a living, breathing document. We've been asked to send revision, and that is exactly what we did.
You're right, doctor. We did bring that to your attention through counsel, right?
Sure.
And we said that the defendant needs a thorough report that addressed all of the facts in the case, right?
Absolutely.
Including things that happened the night before, like his parents kicking him out, right?
That is correct. So that explains the revision of my report.
It doesn't explain this sentence, and it's funny, doctor, now when I'm asking you the question, you say, well, that was your impression, or he was sitting by himself. But when I asked you this morning, you told me that that happened and that you saw it on a video from the cafeteria, correct?
That is correct.
Do you want to look at that video?
Do I want to look at it?
Do you want to look at that video? Because, doctor, that's not on there.
Okay.
For the record, you're showing something on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor. This is a video that's taken from the school cafeteria between the time of, this is at 11:51 a.m. So this is after the meeting with the counselor in the office before the shooting. Pardon me, 11:53. And what this shows is the defendant, who's on the left side of the hallway, walking towards the frame. He's going to walk up. He's going to sit down at the table in the lower right, and then he sits there for about 15 minutes. He's on his phone. He does not sit on the ground, and I've looked at it. There's no sign that he's crying. He's simply on his phone sitting there. So we can show that now. It's already
the full 15 minutes.
I think only, Judge, if the witness tells me I'm going to see something other than what we see right now, which is the defendant on his phone at the table. When you watch the whole thing, Doctor, you see anything other than that?
That's the video that I saw.
Okay. There's 15 minutes. Do we need to watch the rest? Do you agree that's what it shows?
I don't think it's necessary, but it's just your call.
Counsel, respectfully, I don't need to see this video for 15 minutes. It's a waste of time, so I'm going to ask that you move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will. Yeah. So, Doctor, can you list the things that when we talked to you through counsel, we said, look, you got to address this stuff. Do you know what those things were? The things you didn't address in your first report?
So, I don't think there's any way for me to recall. You know, it's not humanly possible.
Okay.
I mean, I looked at thousands of pages and videos and journals, and it's not practical for me to tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just not possible.
All right, but you did make changes, and they were partly at our request, and they were to actually mention things like the journal, right? Like
Yes,
the
you
bird.
asked me to revise through counsel. You asked me to revise my report, and we did, and we sent revisions over to your office.
Doctor, actually what we asked is that you include all of the evidence, that you address all of the facts before the court, right? That you address the very obvious things that need to be addressed, like the journal, the text messages, the internet searches, right?
So it's not possible for me to send you 20,000 text messages. They could not have been included in my report. It wasn't possible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Before redirect, we're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break.
Understood. Before
we take a break, counsel, please approach. All break. To the media, you are not to record the bench conferences. I will note that my staff sent me a note that says that this microphone was recording our last bench conference. That shall not happen. So
All right, we have been watching everything happening now with this Miller hearing. Boy, has it been intense today. It has been incredibly intense. At times, very hard to watch.
It has been. It has been. And we're joined again by defense attorney Lillian Diallo. Lillian, thank you for staying with us. So what do we make of this incredibly long questioning by the prosecution of this psychological expert?
The prosecutor, you can tell he's into minutia, so he's probably really smart like that, right? But it seems like he's very angry, like the man has personally wronged him. We need to move on, right? Let's get back to the 5 factors, right? The age and all of that. You're trying to sully this man's reputation, it seems like. He's a doctor and he's not testifying for me, right? So I'm going to just make sure I cut the legs off of this particular doctor. And then you're using his former clients, right? You're supposed to be a facilitator of justice over there. That's the prosecutor's oath. Facilitate justice and not just convictions. You're missing the mark here.
Yeah. Yeah, and in him trying to do this, obviously they are wanting to move away from some of the things we heard earlier, because earlier we got more insight on the shooter's mental state. We saw video, we saw more recordings of him in that fractured state of mind. So it almost seems like this is a way to completely overshadow all of that, but also in a way discredit this doctor.
Discredit the doctor, seems like to me, right? All you have to do is play that video. And I've never seen a video such as that where you have the covering over your head. I have seen suicide video where they have the clothing on, never anything to that level. That's what you play.
What was that on his head?
So something to prevent him, it seems like, from self-harming, right? And keep him maybe under some kind of control. So if he ran at something, right? If he tried to hit his head on the wall so he doesn't, I guess, knock his brains out or pass out. Because you could do that theoretically if you have those kind of self-harm issues, right? So that's an issue. And what the prosecutor who's asking the questions doesn't seem to realize is they've already testified he's smart, but he has a psychosis. You can be perfectly smart with a mental illness, right? Feral. Right, a feral kid in the throes of that psychosis, right? At that moment. Once again, it's repugnant behavior, I understand. It's unforgivable behavior because you don't have the right to take a life like that, right? But why are you sitting here trying to break down that doctor? You didn't question any other expert in such a manner, right? What is it about this doctor? And then when they talk about implicit bias, it's there, we get it, right? But to what end, right? What he's saying is if it was, I guess, a black kid, you would have put him out of school. I think that's what you're trying to say. I'm not quite certain.
That's what it sounded like.
I don't know, right? Because we're not there. We have to deal with what is, okay? Not what could have been, because what could have been and what should have been should be these 4 kids are alive.
Yeah. Now, I know for us, obviously, that's not our world, so we're not totally adept to how these proceedings should go and the protocol, but just from my observation, it almost seemed as if we were losing track of what he was brought in for. Do you agree with that?
Oh.
Like, did it just seem a little like we were losing focus?
Lost focus, and the doctor, to his credit, he kept his composure. They didn't have to break or anything, so that speaks to the professionalism. Let's go back to the prosecution side and what Madam Prosecutor said on day 2 of this Miller hearing, right? We don't treat people like that in this courtroom. You should not be treated like that. And she's sitting next to her person that's allowed to treat somebody in such a hostile, unprofessional manner. Now, I don't know what happened. Whatever it is, he might look like somebody he didn't like in the past, or he's having a problem with. Whoever it is, apologize so we can move on.
And I think the distinction, though, is she was saying, please don't do this to victims. Because a member of the defense team really went after the victim, the adult victim, the assistant principal, and she got emotional at one point. So I think that's what she was trying to say. But yes, this is still a person on the stand testifying. It's now been hours of this questioning. And even though we took a break, are we done with this testimony?
I think they're still going. And that's the other thing that's kind of hard about this, because this subject is hard for all of us. Of course, it's hard for the people who lived through it and have survived it, but even for us having to report it, and even for these witnesses who've been brought to the stand, and for the people who had to analyze the shooter, this is hard for them too. What do you think is
expert on the shooter, right? And his psychological, because they know something is not quite right there, okay? But you're trying to say, okay, he has all that. Let's get back to the imagery that we had on day one on Thursday, right? We cannot lose focus on what he did. We're not losing that focus, but how are you gaining by villainizing and demonizing a witness on the stand?
And something that caught me during that testimony of Dr. King, which is ongoing, is that he said a broken brain can be fixed. Now, whether or not he was speaking about the shooter specifically in that case, it wasn't clear. He could have been speaking broadly, but that works towards the advantage of the defense.
It does. And you wouldn't have gotten that but for hammering and going after him and going after him and going after him. It's like, how dare you write something like this? How dare you rely upon the protocols, the DSM that they all rely upon? How dare you use the Rubicon, you know, the rubric rather, that everybody else relies upon? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's also a little hard to process because the point of bringing in these experts is to get their opinion. That's why we have you here, Ms. Diallo. So it'd be almost as if you're telling me certain things about the proceedings and where we're headed. And I'm like, no, it's not. That's not what we're doing. You know, so we had him in. He's talking about the fact that he seemed to be severely depressed, had anxiety, depression, and psychosis. So we're looking at those things, getting those statements, but now it seems like we're almost peeling back all of that, and it's coming across like it's at the doctor's expense almost. Is that normal?
I don't know. Because it's insanity. I mean, if you're talking about an insanity defense, right, that's properly argued to the finder of fact, but that's not what we're doing here. It's just the Miller hearing, the 5 factors. The prosecutor probably knows well what he's doing here, right? Is it for the theater of what's going on? Right? Is this so you live in infamy? We get it, right? What he did was an atrocious act. But that doesn't mean there wasn't something wrong with him. And don't go after the medical professional. You didn't go after the other professionals like this, right? I didn't hear you one time ask one of those professionals about implicit bias. I didn't hear you one time sneer at them, right? You had a nice tone, conversational. Now it's like he's the shooter's parent, or he's the shooter. He's the one that gave the gun. He could have stopped it. He's just giving an opinion. Yeah. You can do what you want with an opinion. That's what judges tell juries all the time. You can accept some, none, or all. Period.
Yeah. Now, in the world of journalism, for me, when I'm interviewing someone, I typically like to ask them beforehand, what do you want to get out of this interview? How do you want this to go? And for me as a journalist, I appreciate the fact that they are trusting me to ask them those questions and navigate the conversation in a way that won't make them necessarily look bad. Sometimes there are tough questions where we can't avoid that, but at the end of the day, I appreciate that they've agreed with me to sit down and trust me to tell that story. So in your world, what is it typically like when you have someone on the stand? How is that supposed to work? Because I do know that sometimes it does get tough, it does get intense, and we see that, but what's the typical protocol?
For a witness like this, the doctor witness, I don't, this is unprecedented, right? And once again, I do tons of trials. I did 15 capital trials in one 6-month period, homicide and whatever, to jury verdict. We don't, I mean, this is not what we do for a witness like this. Right now, I can see if it's a witness on the stand that's going after you, right? And you might have to tighten them up a little bit, right? But this is just an expert, a medical expert. You can say accept some, all, or none. And it's the judge making the final decision, right? As to what they hear or what they don't hear, what he's going to do. So why villainize the doctor? I still don't understand it.
Lillian, thank you for this. And we are live now with Andres Gutierrez, who has been there at the courtroom, standing by all day. Andres, what can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, Meredith, let me just give you kind of set the scene here. Right now, I'm in the hallway. Gino has just stepped out. He told me that there is at least another witness that is in the back of the courtroom that we are expecting will testify later this afternoon. The judge is adamant that he wants to get this done today, so that means that we may go past the 4:30 hour. We'll see about that. But yes, as you've been talking there, they have been picking apart this testimony from Dr. Colin King for much of this afternoon. They are trying to challenge everything that he said, to point out, to make sure that, attempting to say that Crumbley was not insane at the time of the shooting, that he knew what he was doing, and he was really capable of knowing what was right from wrong. And so,
yeah. All right, I think we lost Andres there. Are we able to get him back? Okay, we're going to head back to him. We just had a little bit of a technical issue. We're going to send it back to Andres out.
yeah, Sarah, so what I was saying, that what the dramatic turn of the hearing happened this morning when we saw that video from body camera footage from Oakland County Sheriff deputies at the jail, where we saw that the shooter was having this psychotic break. He was essentially saying that he was having a panic attack, and he had also lost touch with reality. So the doctor also talked about how the childhood's trauma, the abusive parents, and the lack of support from the Oxford school system is what led to that tragic day. So again, right now we are in this recess that's about to be wrapping up here shortly, and we'll be going back into the courtroom and watching those proceedings. But for now, sending it back to you guys.
What is the feeling there? This is day 3 of very dramatic testimonies and experiences by everyone there in the courtroom. What's just the sense there?
Well, the parents of 2 of the victims were very emotional when they were showing that video of the shooter having that psychotic break at the jail. So right now, I think everyone has obviously been through a wide range of emotions. It's been hard to listen to it, but right now at this point, we believe that they're going to be at some point, trying to, wrap this up for today.
Sure. Andres, thank you so much for your insights there from the courthouse. It's difficult. Going back to that moment that he just referenced when one of the parents appeared visibly emotional, was that Tate's father in reaction to these videos released by the police?
Yeah.
You just wonder what was going through his mind.
You absolutely do. And it really speaks to, like we've said, the whole point of this hearing, to give us a deeper dive, not necessarily to make you sympathize with the shooter, but just to have a better understanding of where he was mentally.
Right, and we even said here from our coverage that this is now day 3. From day 1 to day 2, we felt very differently in the studio, just amongst ourselves as we absorb all of this. We felt very differently.
Yeah, and of course, one of the biggest questions from the beginning of this has been why? Why would you do something like this? Why would you target these young, innocent students? What was the point? And now it seems that we are able to now get a better understanding of some of the why, at least. You can't just say it's just the home life or just whatever disadvantages. There is a mental issue that these experts are now presenting. Lillian, what are your thoughts just on how we've been able to change the trajectory of how we see the shooter?
The father in the courtroom, and I don't know whose father he was, when I looked up at the screen and I saw the emotion on his face, right? You're losing focus, prosecutor. You don't keep putting him through that, right? Now, is that the reason why you're going after this doctor so aggressively because of that break? It is what it is at this point, right? And we have to have some measure of justice and at least some kind of finality of this particular proceeding for the family, right? You will never get over this, right? You just got to go through it, right? And are you helping them go through it with what you're doing? It's almost you're being mean-spirited because the things that have come out may not have been as what you wanted them to be, but they are what they are. just say, thank you, I disagree. But you're going to, after this man's reputation, the way he makes a living, because you disagree so strenuously, I guess, with his presence on that stand. You didn't do it to anybody else. So don't tell me this is a different prosecutor's office than it's supposed to be.
From my memory, did the prosecution question other experts last week? I mean, did they even step in? Didn't they rest at some point?
I don't. I think they might have questioned them, but it was just really esoteric kind of questioning, right? Nothing like this where you seem very angry, and whatever you're angry about, it's okay. Take a deep breath, like we tell the kids, count to 10, nose them out, right, and refocus, right?
Something that you all have been saying consistently is that we are not here to paint the cloak of innocence on the shooter. At the end of the day, he is guilty. What he did was absolutely wrong. For these parents, though, who are also still suffering with just coming to grips with what has happened and losing a loved one, what does it do for someone in that courtroom who's already in that state of mind to see this back and forth?
I just pray they have an advocate, a victim advocate that can help put them where they need to be, right, to help them get through this. Somebody should be in the courtroom from the prosecutor's office with the family to help buffer some of this, right, so that to address some of these issues that are coming up. Who knew they were going to be here? One witness, because you didn't like one thing, you are trying to tear this person's soul out. Now, come on now. This is what the problem is. That's what happened with young Mr. Shooter, right? Exactly the same thing. Just make your point and move on. Don't try to tear the throat out of them.
Yeah. And like we've mentioned, this isn't the first time that we've seen something like this play out in these proceedings. We've actually seen moments where some of the other witnesses were treated a little harshly with their line of questioning, one of them being one of the teachers who survived that shooting, and she actually gave her testimony just talking about what she experienced and how hard that was for her. Just a little recap for you. Here's a bit of what she had to say.
Standing? I was crouching down. At that point, I had sent my husband a text message that just said, "I love you, active shooter."
Okay. Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say, if you remember?
He said, "Just get safe."
And what did you say?
I didn't respond
Okay.
to that. That was about the time that I realized that I was bleeding. I could feel blood on my arm. And I knew, we have a blood bag you can see on the wall. It's in red. I knew I couldn't get back to the door. The wound is kind of back here on the back of my arm, so it was very difficult for me to see.
So you saw blood, and is
I couldn't. At the end, I wanted to go back. I loved the work that I was doing, and I wanted to kind of prove that I could go back. But it was just too hard to be there. It's like I couldn't access things that I knew when I was in that space. Family life, correct? Do you know how hard it is to heal from something like this? I avoid everything I can to heal. This is learning about what happened is not part of my healing process.
Do you know anything?
All right, so we just heard that teacher fighting back in that moment.
Yes.
While that line of questioning was getting to be pretty hard for her.
That was a really, really difficult moment. That was from day one, I believe.
Yes, it was. And just seeing her reaction is just a reminder that we are dealing with humans who have dealt with something very traumatic. So again, now, we don't know exactly how that doctor feels, but I can imagine he doesn't feel good about any of this, just like the rest of us. So knowing that this has been going on all day, just from a legal stance, how do you feel about that and the way you handle cases?
To what end what is the point of all of this, really? To what end? You want to villainize and demonize. I get it, it's your case, you brought the case, right? Even something, oh, we don't have the updated report. Did you hear the defense attorney say, you have everything we have, here it is, whatever is updated, right? Because you're trying to cast aspersions on this person's character, right? You know, he's not to be trusted, he's a this, he's a that. So maybe there is some implicit bias coming in somewhere.
The question that really got me was when the prosecution asked a girl, I believe he said a girl, was shot in the head, does that matter to you?
Yes. And
it just felt very strange in this setting to be asking an expert about almost his personal feeling towards this case. He's almost been asking a lot of personal, he's been going into this corner a lot, and it just feels strange.
It's off kilter for us, right? And it's very upsetting. And we all have to maintain our composure, right? But of course it matters to one human that has any human empathy that another human it has been slaughtered and shot needlessly. Of course it does. But you're trying to say that to say what then, right? You should come up with a different opinion? Is that what it is? Or I disagree with your opinion. That's fine. We can disagree without being disagreeable. He's being disagreeable.
Sure. With everything that's been happening during this Miller hearing, we've been just hearing a lot about just what all happened here, how much detail went into planning this whole thing. Also now today, learning more about the shooter and his mindset. We also heard from one of the lead investigators before. We heard a lot about mentally where that shooter was. The investigator had quite a bit to say. Here's some of his sound.
Killed.
Excuse me. Tate Muir, Hannah St. Juliana, Justin Schilling, I'm sorry.
Take a moment, sir.
Tim, we've never done anything like this. It's okay. Madison Baldwin. I'm so sorry.
Who was wounded?
Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kylie Osage. The Friday just prior to the shooting.
So that would have been November the 26th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that was purchased from a firearms store in Oxford?
Correct.
Who was the registered purchaser of that firearm? I'm going to show you a clip from Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram story. This is from June the 22nd, 2021. What's the post that Jennifer Crumbley wrote?
Ethan and James R. Crumbley both got handguns this week, testing them out at the range.
Now, you mentioned that evidence was uncovered that they were both training with firearms?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as exhibits as soon as this unfreezes, Lieutenant.
Empty the slide locks to the rear. He removed the magazine and retracted the target.
So, what are we seeing right now?
Now he is assisting his mother with her turn at shooting the weapon.
Now, when you say assisting, is Jennifer Crumbley showing him how to use it, or is the defendant showing Jennifer Crumbley how to use it?
Yeah, it's clear. I mean, it's evident by the video that he is teaching her what to do.
So looking back now, knowing what we know, it's almost even scarier to realize the fact that he was so high functioning, but in the background was dealing with so much mentally, yet taking lessons on how to fire a weapon.
Right, it seems, and something I posed to you earlier, could they have just hidden all of this awful home life really well?
I don't know if hiding is even an issue for this particular family, right? It seems as if it was just, we're going about our business, right? We don't see it because we don't want to see it, because it may say something about parenting and difficult issues that we may have to face as parents, right? But that's a vile video. It's just ghastly, you know, thinking about what that led to in the post. Ethan, oh, I'm sorry, shooter and dad, let's do that. Shooter and dad got guns. That right there, if that's not one of the vilest things we have heard, right? And how callous and cavalier. What, are you trying to say something to the bullies too? Mm-hmm. Or the perceived bullies?
They enabled a lot of this. And let's have a live look back into the courtroom. It seems like things are picking back up again. The
yes, thank you.
Returning to the stand.
Doctor, there was a lot of talk about, or a lot of questions, I should say.
Yeah, we're going to listen in right now as Dr. Colin King continues that testimony.
And that the report, I believe you said, was like a living document. It changed as different things were brought to your attention. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Even after authoring the report dated June 16th, you continued to visit Ethan and continued to review evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If for some reason you had received a piece of evidence or something had been brought to light since your report dated June 16th of 2023, and you felt for some reason that your opinion changed, would you be sitting here today and committing to your opinion that you have in paper dated June 16th?
No, I would have amended my opinion.
Now, there was conversation about all of the evidence that you viewed. We actually went to the prosecutor's office to view the bird video, the security footage, and the footage of the whole day, not just the footage that we were shown today, and the recording the night before, correct?
That is correct.
I want to talk about the phone call with the neighbor. Was it your understanding that this neighbor appeared in the news and then contacted me?
Yes, that is correct.
And then that person was willing to contact you, correct?
That is correct.
And you had a full conversation with this person, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And they identified themselves as a neighbor?
That is correct.
And in that phone call, was it detailed to you, the same thing that had been detailed in a number of investigators' reports, that Ethan was left home alone often from a young age?
That is correct.
If you were to list in your report every single text message, video, the 10,000 pages plus of discovery, how long would your report be?
At least 5,000 pages.
Did you pick and choose what you thought was the most important to your findings and put it in your report?
I did.
So when Mr. Williams goes through the things that you did not include, and you had answered the questions, I do think those things are important, is it true that you took those into account? You may have not said the words about the video, said each word about the journal, but were all of those things in your mind when you rendered an opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about ACEs because there was so much discussion about that. Do you need to perform the ACEs test to conclude what you did?
No, you don't.
And why is that?
Because once you have the information for that assessment, there is no reason to, once again, go over each question because you already have the information.
We went over the fact that there is a copy of your report dated in January that was turned in April. And then there's the report dated in June. Then there was some conversation or some questioning about the fact that it was the prosecutor's office had asked that you include more details into your report about certain things. Do you remember that line of questioning?
That is correct. Yes,
okay.
I do.
You had already viewed those things that were not included in your report when you authored your first report, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So because they weren't present or they weren't in that first report, is that because they weren't important to you or that you didn't consider them, or you simply just didn't put that in your report?
That is correct. I just did not put them in my report.
And when we re-examined the report dated in January, we went over all of your findings and all of the evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Your opinion did not change from the January report to the June report, correct?
That is correct.
You changed words, but you didn't change your opinion, correct?
That is correct.
There was conversation about the violent videos. So if a person has violent thoughts and then continues to watch these violent videos day in and day out, what happens to that person?
Essentially, that person loses sight of reality and begins to fantasize about what they're feasting on, and then sort of start imagining themselves as a part of the action.
So it was mentioned, because it's mentioned in Dr. Anneker's report, that at a very young age, Ethan has a conversation with a teacher about wouldn't it be funny or wouldn't it be nice if, you know, all these people end up in a car accident and then there's death. And the prosecutor had asked you questions, well, look, he already has violent thoughts. So if someone's starting at a young age with these violent thoughts and then they watch the videos, how does that affect them?
It can only get worse. It's actually a recipe for disaster.
There was conversation about the video games. You were made aware that Ethan had started playing these violent video games at a very young age, correct?
That is correct.
The purpose of a criminal responsibility exam, what Dr. Anneker performed, is different than what you are here for today, correct?
That is correct.
There's a different purpose for your report, correct?
That is correct.
There was a lot of time spent on page 61, objective sources. What are objective sources?
Objective sources are sources outside of the evaluator. For instance, a video will be considered an objective source.
Okay.
Because it's something not inspired by the evaluator.
What about text messages or a journal?
Yes. Those are objective sources.
Okay. So when you're talking about objective sources, are these the things that you're talking about?
That is correct.
There was some conversation that when you're testing Ethan, you're only going off of what he's self-reporting. Do you remember that line of questions?
I do.
You also explained in direct that you tested him to see if he was feigning or faking, correct?
That is correct.
Can you describe for the court how you did that and why?
So, psychological tests have built-in validity scales, and the respondent does not know the questions that comprise the validity scales. And, you know, these scales have been validated for years and years and years, so they have nothing at all to do with me. I just use the instrument. And if he were feigning, then his profile would have looked different. But based on the validity scales, and for instance, the mini mental status exam, which is a screening tool, and it gives the defendant the opportunity to feign or to fake the answers if he or she wants to. And if they do that, then their scores will be very different from normal people. So when I looked at Ethan's responses, they were very consistent with neurotypical. So that's how I knew that he was not feigning. Also, on the evaluation of competency to stand trial, as I mentioned, that instrument is recognized by the United States Supreme Court, 1960, the People versus Dusky. And on the scales, he appeared competent to stand trial. If he wanted to, he could have feigned those answers, but he did not.
There was a lot of questioning about Ethan's behavior following the shooting. the fact that he goes in the hallway, surrenders, he follows the directives of the sheriffs. He then is in the police car, and there's no issues. There's no video showing him talking to voices out loud or appearing to be in distress. Does that change your opinion about whether or not he was suffering from mental illness on that day?
It does not.
You had discussed kind of a release. Can you explain that again briefly to the court, why your opinion doesn't change even though his behavior, he's able to comport back to reality and follow directions?
Sure. So mental illness is a dynamic process. I think I used examples of Robin Williams. I used examples of Twitch. And there is a United States senator who not too long ago checked himself in due to clinical depression. And he represents this country at the highest level, but he raised his hand and he said, I need help, I'm clinically depressed. And so the point I'm making is that mental illness is a dynamic process. There are some days when you can go to work and you show up and you do well. And then there's some days when you're not doing well. Well, that is mental illness. That's what it looks like.
And psychosis itself, it isn't always what we envision as talking to voices or acting animated, correct?
That is correct.
So even though Ethan is not experiencing visible symptoms, that doesn't mean that anyone can conclude that he isn't exhibiting symptoms internally of psychosis. Is that fair?
That is fair, because if someone comes to that conclusion, then of the 4 things that I showed, they're guessing.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about psychosis. If someone is having a psychotic episode, are they in it permanently, or do they then at some point regain their ability to be in reality?
Sure, it waxes and it wanes. I have had the opportunity to hospitalize over 20 years, several mentally ill patients, and after treatment at a hospital, a number of them would return back to the group home, and within a couple of weeks, they were able to regain their typical function, like going to work, taking their medication, and making informed decisions. So again, mental illness is a dynamic process, and some people assume that to be mentally ill, you have to be foaming at the mouth. I used the example of, Senator Fetterman.
Some conversation about the time on the messages, and because of the actual time is not the 4:30 a.m. that you had referenced in your report. Does that change your opinion at all, that it is in the late evening, early morning hours, as opposed to 4 in the morning?
It is immaterial.
And Ethan self-reported to you that he was not sleeping, correct?
That is correct.
There was a lot of conversation on page 26 where you indicate sorrow over the outcome of his actions. And Mr. Williams took some time to say that you didn't follow up with the questions, and we don't know why he's sorrow or he's upset. Maybe he's just upset because he finds himself in jail. That testing, it is a set of questions that you ask. There is no follow-up, correct?
That is correct.
That test doesn't look for the reason, it looks for the symptom.
That's exactly what it does.
There was a lot of questions about what do you base your statements on? You don't have a cite here. You've been qualified as an expert, correct?
Several times.
And you're here today to give your expert opinion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked questions about how many millions of people suffer from depression and the fact that not all of them become mass shooters. Do you remember that question?
I do.
Okay. And that's because most of them get intervention, correct?
Absolutely correct.
That's because good parents recognize when their child is circling the drain, correct?
That is correct.
I want to talk a little bit about implicit bias. you don't blame defendant's actions on implicit bias, correct?
I do not.
Then why are you giving us the context of implicit bias? How does this fit with the facts of this case?
Absolutely. So some people misconstrue the concept of implicit bias.
Is it racism?
It has nothing to do with racism. And I just want to make that clear for the record. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that the Oxford school system is a racist system. That is not what I'm saying. Implicit bias has to do with being given information and evidence, but because of your unconscious impulses, you don't take action that you should take. That is the basic concept of implicit bias.
So this isn't an excuse that you're giving for Ethan. This is an explanation. Is that correct?
It's an explanation.
There was questions asked about the fact that you don't know for sure that a teacher saw all of these assignments that were found in his backpack. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. But you were made aware of a note card that a teacher, when reviewing after seeing him search bullets and search other things, went back and looked at an assignment from September that she had not realized before, where in fact he drew himself or an individual with a weapon and then erased the weapon, but it was still obvious. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So we know for sure that that assignment was received.
We know at least one assignment was turned in and was reviewed as confirmed by the teacher. That is a fact, and that we do know.
And we do know that that assignment was overlooked, because it wasn't until November 29th or 30th that this teacher then went back to examine what he had turned in previously and discovered this, correct?
That is correct.
There's also no grade or score on that final assignment, the test review, which finally led him to being taken to the office, correct?
That is correct.
So we know that a teacher walking around and looking at what the students were writing observed that.
Yes, ma'am.
There were some questions about the fact that he was in the counseling office and he could have said, I've got a gun in my backpack, I need help. And that's true, correct?
That is absolutely true.
But he also, as you testified, wrote in his own words on the school assignment, help me, my life is useless, the world is dead, blood everywhere, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
There was a line of questioning about the fact that he was obsessed with harming people. It goes to, we're talking about the torturing of the birds, the voluminous text messages about this desire to want to kill. That's because he was mentally ill, correct?
Ethan is mentally ill, and there is no doubt in my mind, based on the testing results, and that cannot be refuted based on the testing results.
So Mr. Williams spent some time talking about motivation. Are you able to rationalize what Ethan did leading up to November 30th?
I just want to say this. A number of innocent people died. And I'm not here to make excuses for Ethan Crumbley. A lot of innocent people died. He planned the attack, and my heart goes out to the victims and their families.
So are you able to rationalize the steps that he took, or is it irrational because he was mentally ill?
He was mentally ill.
And please rephrase your question, sir. I need you to listen to the question. A few of your responses have been unresponsive to the question, so I need you to listen to the question that's being asked of you. Please rephrase your question or re-ask it.
I will re-ask it.
Thank you.
There was a line of questioning about what motivated Ethan. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were unable to say specifically what it was that motivated him, correct?
That is correct.
Do you believe it was mental illness that motivated him to do all the research that he did, to plan out his attack, and the actual shooting?
I do.
You were asked a number of questions of the journal. There is no argument that what he wrote in there is alarming. Do you agree with me?
I do agree.
Do those look like rational thoughts from someone that does not have a mental illness?
They do not.
Do the ramblings in that journal line up with the compulsive behavior that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it line up with the anxiety that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it line up with the depression that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk about the bird videos and the pleasure he finds in it. In watching the video, and I know that you touched on the fact that you can even hear like an elevated voice, what do those videos show you?
The videos show a very ill individual deriving pleasure from the torture of the birds. That's what they show.
There was a lot of questions about the fact that you did not write every specific fact or any of the specific facts that occurred in this case. To your knowledge, are any of those facts at issue?
I don't think so.
Okay. And you were told that Ethan pled guilty to all of the charges, correct?
That is my understanding.
Ethan never reported to you that it did not happen, correct?
That is correct.
There was some questioning asked about the fact that he was focusing on younger children, younger birds, helpless people. What do you make of that?
So he certainly targeted younger birds first and fantasized about hurting younger people. And given the level of obsession and compulsion, he sort of moved on from there to real people. Well, other people, I should say.
The fact that there is premeditation and planning, does that mean that Ethan is not mentally ill?
No.
The fact that he discussing wanting to be famous, are those the thoughts of someone with a healthy brain or an unhealthy brain?
Unhealthy brain.
I want to talk about Dr. Holden's report. Dr. Holden is a well-respected expert, correct?
She is.
She doesn't do any of the testing that you did, correct?
I have not noticed any testing from Dr. Holden.
The report that Brother Counsel showed you did not have any testing, correct?
It did not.
Did you come to your opinion on this case based on your testing in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So when I made you aware that this would probably be something that Mr. Williams would address with you, you reviewed the report from Dr. Holden, correct?
I did.
All right. And what steps did you take that you can tell us when you compared your report to Dr. Holden's report?
Am I able to reference any document? I mean, I can tell you.
Would it assist your answer by looking at a document and I can provide it to Brother Counsel? Would you be able to answer your question if you're able to look at the papers contained in your folder there?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may approach the witness. Please show the prosecutor.
And he actually has a copy.
Thank you.
So what is it that you did with your report compared to Dr. Holden's report?
So when the concerns were raised about the similarity of their reports, and I've done this before, I tasked my assistant with doing 2 independent searches. There's a program called CopyLeaks and another one called editpad.org. What these programs do, they take one report, line it up with the other, and then they look for similarities and consistencies or differences. So that's what I had my assistant do, just because I anticipated that this was going to be an issue. So I have the results that my assistant ran.
Okay, so I want to focus on identical match. What percentage of these two reports is an identical match?
Judge, I'm going to object to this until that other report is admitted. I don't think this document in any way, I want Dr. Holden's report admitted before there's a comparison, please.
Thank you. So I need to understand your legal objection. What's your legal objection to this line of question?
That there's not a foundation for this testimony without Dr. Holden's report. This is now a comparison between his report and Dr. Holden's report. Her report is not in evidence.
Thank you. I agree with that, but I haven't seen Dr. Holden's report either, so that's not substantive evidence that's before this court. So the objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of questioning, but noting that the court has no idea what's inside Dr. Holden's report.
Understood. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask one question. The percentage of the identical match between the two reports is what?
1.3%.
Thank you. You were also asked and shown your report on a case of People versus Jamar Johnson, correct?
That is correct.
It's my understanding from that case, Mr. Johnson had already done a significant period of time in prison, correct?
That is correct.
And so you were able to review prison records for a number of years for Mr. Johnson, correct?
That is correct.
So would you agree with me that it would be much easier to talk about the rehabilitation prospects or the actual rehabilitation when you have years of prison records showing that he either changed his behavior or listing all of the good things that he's done?
That is correct.
So your report here on Mr. Crumbley is different, and different than probably almost all of the reports you completed, because Mr. Crumbley hasn't been to prison yet, correct?
That is correct.
So you don't have a number of years of behavior, tickets, programs completed to look at, correct?
That is correct.
You were asked about the fourth Miller factor and the fact that you didn't address it. But you did actually do a competency test where you measure if he's able to assist his attorney in his own defense, correct?
That is correct.
So you may not have actually listed that fourth factor, but you definitely addressed it, correct?
I did.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Judges, very briefly.
Counsel approach. Absolutely. Thank you. The court will note that the time is approximately 3:44 p.m. I note that the people intend on calling a rebuttal witness. Defense, do you have any further witnesses at this time?
We don't have any further witnesses, Your Honor, but I'm asking that you note the last 4 exhibits in my binder that have been admitted. Exhibit T, there are letters of support from 2 family members of Ethan Crumbley. Exhibit U, it's a report of the legal guardian ad litem, Ms. McKelvey. V, the Violence Project report, which is a report that was created at the people's request in the parents' case. And W, a stipulation on the GED examination that will show that Ethan Crumbley paid for and completed all necessary testing to be able to take the GED, but unfortunately the jail could not accommodate that. Other than that, Your Honor, we rest.
Thank you. The court will so reflect counsel's statements this afternoon. I note again that the people intend on calling a rebuttal witness the time we're late in the day, and so there's no way possible that we're going to be able to get through the people's rebuttal witness before 4:30 p.m. I will also note that you all cannot return tomorrow. As you all are aware, we have to put a lot of things in place in order to have these hearings for the 3 days, and so we need to make sure for building safety issues, we need to make sure that we also confer with the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. And so to make all of that happen, we need to adjourn this to another date, as well as the court is unavailable for some dates. And so the return date that I discussed with counsel is August 18th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Counsel's already confirmed that that date works for them. I will also note that we need to address the defendant's placement at the Oakland County Jail, as we must review that every 30 days. People, any statements that relates to the defendant's placement at the Oakland County Jail?
Judge, we don't believe there's any changes. We believe the placement's appropriate.
Thank you, defense.
We have no arguments.
Thank you. Based upon the court's previous rulings, the court does continue to believe that it is in the best interest of justice to continue the defendant's placement at the Oakland County Jail. We will return here August 18th, 2023 at 9 a.m. to continue this hearing. At that time, the court will also give you another review hearing date as well as a decision date. As I discussed off the record, there are some things that I need to address with the Michigan Department of Corrections before I set a sentencing date in this case. Anything else we need to address for the record before we end for today?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy, you may take the defendant. And please be seated in the courtroom while he's exiting. Thank you. The court stands in recess. You all have a good day. Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you, Judge.
And that live stream has ended of the courtroom there. Things have ended for the day.
That is right, and we are hearing that they will be returning August 18th. There's still quite a few things that will have to happen. We're hearing that there will be another few times that we have to assemble to continue getting this done.
Yeah, it's something that came up, Lillian. Is there a limit to the duration of Miller hearings?
Apparently not. If we thought it might have been, it's not. So it all depends on the judge in their courtroom, right? Some judges are just like hammers, right? We're going to move on, move on, move on. And this judge, he's being very deliberate. He's being methodical. I can't fault him for that. But it is, it's going on a long time.
We've hardly heard from him.
Who, the judge?
Yes.
He's listening.
Throughout. He is listening. Absorbing it all.
Quite a bit to listen to, and we know that that shooter is going to be going to the Oakland County Jail and waiting. Just based on everything that was presented today, it was quite heavy, a little contentious at times. Where do you think that leaves us?
The same place we were, right? We just don't know. I mean, you see clearly, you have a clear picture now. We have the horrendousness, the appalling behavior of November the 30th that took 4 innocents, and then we have the mental health challenges, right? And then we have the Miller hearing. Let's get back to that. He's guilty. We know he's guilty. What is the appropriate punishment for those particular heinous acts?
And we don't have any more witnesses, excuse me, correct? We don't have any more, we won't be hearing from anyone on the stand on August 18th.
Yes, you will.
We will.
It sounds like what I heard is a prosecution may have a rebuttal witness, so they want to put somebody on to rebut Dr. I'm sure King, that was up there being skewered, right? I hope the defense doesn't skewer their witness. Have some class about defense.
So if you were on the defense team in this, how would you have handled this a little differently than they did when that questioning was happening?
One of the things is I would have got up argumentative. This is an expert. This is his opinion, right? We're not here for whether it's a god-awful thing that someone got shot in the head, right? You made it personal, right? You backed this person into a corner where they had to start talking about things such as race and implicit bias. That was what the prosecution put on the table. I wouldn't have put it on there.
Yeah, today's testimony was long. It was hard to watch. And it just is an interesting sort of summary of how this has been going, this entire Miller hearing. The first day, I guess let's just recap. The first day we heard from law enforcement officials, we heard from the first victim. It was the educator who was shot in the arm. The second day we heard from other victims, 2 students. That was a very, very harrowing. And then we heard from more experts and experts. There was 1 witness today. One. That was a surprise.
We were all
Is that typical
surprised.
to go? What was that? 4 hours of
Way
testimony?
more. Because remember, that was the first witness this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
From what I remember.
This morning. So we've had 1 witness, right? 1 witness that we had to hear from. And it got to be, I'm fighting you. I'm fighting the witness. You're fighting this witness. You're not getting anything out of fighting it. I disagree. Put somebody up to say something different.
Yeah. It started out where we really got to see the mind of a killer, a calculated killer who had rage within him. And then it's like it kind of transitioned where we got to see the damage in that mind. Just based on the point of this Miller hearing, of course, this is in place to decide whether or not it is appropriate to send him with life without the possibility of parole. Based on the way things have kind of gone up and down this roller coaster, do you think that it was effective, what we've heard so far?
I do, because it moved me, and it moved me in my very conservative view, right, and very negative view, right? I'm still upset, I'm still negative about the behavior, right? But now you get to see even more of what could have been, what could have stopped, right? How many lives should not have been lost.
And what about, Lillian, the decision to show these graphic videos of the shooter in throes of psychosis in prison? What was the benefit of seeing these really disturbing videos today?
It was very moving. It moved everybody, right? Even the people in the courtroom, and whoever the father was, right? My heart is going out to you, because that was emotion. That was the human emotion of it. We've never seen anything like that. I've had every type of client in the world, serial killer, mass murderer, right? Every kind. I've never seen anything like that. And they've been on suicide protocol. Never.
And we did say it was also the first time we heard any sort of remorse, verbal remorse from the shooter in those videos, in these moments where the doctor said he was out of touch with reality, but he was saying, why didn't you stop it? We don't know to who.
Yeah, and also at this point, it's really hard to say what the judge will decide. I know with cases that you've tried, Lillian, you've seen where it's kind of gone either way. How do you think the public would receive this either way?
The public is tired. The public is weary. The public is tired of being tired. The public is tired of seeing these mass shooter casualties, right? I don't know how they're going to receive it. I know if we could have stopped it. That's what the public is trying to look for, and I know they're angry about this because I'm a criminal defense attorney and I am past angry about what we've seen, right, and witnessed. So the public, how they're going to perceive it, it's difficult, right?
And what's the process now looking ahead for Judge Rowe between now and August 18th? What is he going to be doing with regard to this case?
So all of those binders, maybe some of the exhibits, maybe he'll go back through the admitted exhibits. I saw he took a lot of notes in this just to keep himself focused and grounded, because remember, this is just for the Miller hearing and the 5 factors, right? This is not even when the victims make a statement at sentencing. It is, what should the sentence be?
And remind us quickly of those 5 factors.
There we
Miller
go.
Hearings.
All right, so we have the defendant's chronological age, right? And its hallmark features among that is going to be his immaturity, impetuosity, and failure to appreciate the risk and the consequences. The defendant's family and home environment is number 2. Number 3 is going to be the circumstances of the homicide offense, including the extent of the defendant's participation in the conduct and the way familial and peer pressures may have affected this particular defendant. Whether the defendant might have been charged and convicted of a lesser offense, if not for the incompetencies associated with which he's been charged with the worst thing, the highest. So that. And 5, the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. That's where we are, right? And you're going to be rehabilitated in a prison with people that may or may not radicalize you, right? Or you may go to a different way. We don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Judge Rowe, that's why you're up there. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
And looking at your notes, you feel like most of the factors went to the defense.
So,
correct?
So the number 1 for sure to me went to the defense, the age, right? The family's home and family definitely went to defense against every human being in America. The circumstances goes to the prosecution of the homicide. It was absolutely horrendous. Whether or not the defendant might have been charged of a lesser, well, that's not applicable here. That goes to the prosecution. The defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. Right?
So then we talked about in earlier shows the weight that these factors can hold as well in a Miller hearing. So do you think based on these factors that the majority of them went to the defense?
So it went, you know, as far as when you say the majority, whatever weight it is, but when I heard someone talk about the amygdala and all of these things right here and how we're more impetuous up until we're 24 and 23 and all of those things in the prison that happens when you're younger as opposed to when you're there and you're older, you stop being foolish. But it's not for me to say, right? It's very difficult. It's almost it's triggering for us to have to sit here, and I'm a crusty old defense attorney, right? This is very difficult, one of the most difficult things I've had to sit through.
Indeed.
It's been difficult for a lot of us. Just looking at how things have gone so far, are you surprised at the length of time that it's taken, or do you think that this is just part of the process? I'm
surprised at the length of time it took today for that one witness because of the tone and the tenor, right? To me, I'd have been able to finish him up in an hour and a half at the most, right? I don't agree. This is this. You said A, B, C. This is inaccurate. We can impeach you later. Put another witness up to say this is why he's wrong. Why we don't believe in his opinion, as opposed to why we don't believe in him as a human being. It's rough.
It's been a very, very challenging 3 days. Now we know it will go into another day. It will go to August 18th at 9 a.m. That's a Friday. So this will continue, and then the judge said he will be announcing another review hearing date and then a sentencing date at that time.
Yeah, and we will be watching all of this very closely for you, bringing you those updates over the air and online at cbsdetroit.com, also streaming on the Pluto TV app. We're going to continue with our 4 o'clock show, so join us over the air or online.
Can we get prompter, please?
All right, our team has been covering the Miller hearing of the Oxford High School shooter for 3 days, bringing you the latest information inside the courtroom.
For many, this has been an emotional and triggering 3 days as prosecutors and defense attorneys plead their cases, and we learn just the hearing will resume on August 18th.
All right, we're going to check in with our Andres Gutierrez, who's outside of the Oakland County Circuit Courtroom, to recap everything that's happened so far on this day 3. Andres, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Terrence. The only witness we heard from was that psychologist, Dr. King, who characterized the shooter as a feral kid who lost track of reality. He says that the shooter was neglected by his parents, and all of this was because he had untreated mental illness. Dr. King says the shooter did have a breakdown at the Oakland County Jail that fits the symptoms of psychosis, meaning he had a panic attack and lost touch with reality. King believes the shooter's childhood trauma, abusive parents, and lack of support from the Oxford school system led to what happened on that terrible day. And because the teen's brain is still developing, King emphasized the shooter still has a chance to be rehabilitated in prison. Take a listen.
So, a feral child, and I would love to read the definition if I can.
If you can give us the definition, that would be fine.
Certainly. It's essentially a child who has been abandoned. Initially, this phenomenon was known as someone who is abandoned physically. But then there is an emotional and a psychological construct to it. So what the researchers saw is that someone who is abandoned has what is called arrested development. Hence, they lack social skills, they lack social awareness, they lack social cues, and essentially become misfits in society.
And now for the better part of the afternoon, the prosecution did pick apart Dr. King's testimony to prove that the shooter knew exactly what he was doing the day that he carried out the crime and knew what was right from wrong. So when the court resumes here on August 18th, we anticipate that the prosecution will bring up another witness on their side, and they will do a rebuttal. And then after that, we are expected to hear closing arguments. Again, the judge will not reach a decision then. Instead, there will be 2 dates set aside. One of them is when he'll announce his decision, and then followed by that will be the sentencing date, where we will hear more from the victims as they do those victim impact statements. Reporting live in Pontiac, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, Andres, thank you for that update.
And we are joined by Carl Malinga, the former Macomb County prosecutor. Thank you very much for being here. Still with us is Lillian Diallo, defense attorney. So, Mr. Malinga, can you tell us, first of all, what your just initial reactions are to this hearing?
Well, I think that both the prosecution and the defense are doing the optimal job for their respective sides. I think that Karen McDonald has been brilliant in the way that she has separated, well, she has presented the horrors of the crime, but then even made the point, which I think is important if there's any appeal of this, that Ethan not only had the chance to consider the consequences, but he actually planned for his survival, meaning that he wasn't going in there with a reckless disregard for everything. He was still trying to put down the gun, be captured alive, and as Karen said, so that he could all the more enjoy the misery that he had created. If there is a case, again, as the prosecutor said, which says that normally you do not want to put children in prison for life without parole, but since the Supreme Court said there could be such a case, I think her question, her rhetorical question is a good one. If not this case, what case would then qualify? On the other hand, on the defense side, I think that the presentation has been brilliant in its own way, knowing that the horror is going to be there no matter what the mental state of the defendant is. And so you can't just look at the horrific consequences and all of the suffering, all of the pain. The question is now, is there something about that defendant that doesn't excuse the crime, but says that at this young age, life without the possibility of parole is over the top, it's too much, and in the words of the Supreme Court, is the child incorrigible? That means impossible to be corrected. And I think the psychologist's testimony today, although long, got to the point where the feral child is the perfect words to use, that yes, apparently grown up, taken care of, but emotionally left abandoned.
And Lillian, you've talked about the fact that you think that this has really done the point of a Miller hearing. We've carried that out. Why do you feel that way?
Because it moved me from that just stuck position, right, of the horrendousness of the crime, right, the atrocities that were committed on that particular day by that particular person, that shooter, right? So now we get to see other things, right? We get to see the mind, the horribleness, right, that he had to grow up with. And that doesn't give you the right, though, to me, to take lives like that, right? It's just, what is the punishment here, right? And like I said, up until one of the prosecutors, I think it was prosecutor, the last one, was going on, and he went after, personally, it looked like, the last witness. This has been a great job on both sides, right? But I think sometimes we might get a little involved in whatever we're involved in our position. And that's when we need somebody to say, hey, hey, and I've had that happen all the time. Okay, now go this way now. Okay, I need you to, stop, take a breath. You've been a judge for many years, right? You were a former prosecutor, so sometimes we're just humans. We have to take a breath in those courtrooms and just step back, because we get so into it, we're just so in, and we're on and not off at all.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, I think as a defense attorney, I would stress that, look, as bad as this is horrific, bad, horrific, there's no words that can qualify to describe what happened. If the person was provably insane, that is unable to tell right from wrong at the time of crime, no matter how bad the crime, you would still have to legally say not guilty by reason of insanity. And so you can't measure what you should do by the consequences of what happened. On the other hand, from the prosecution side, I think you can say that look at, again, this is more than just pre-planning. This is not the usual crime. This is a crime in which the perpetrator intended to survive, meaning that he was going to relish the horror that he created. And one other thing that I think I would slip in and remind the judge, that the Miller versus Alabama decision was a 5-4 decision. The liberal bench controlled at that time. Now it's a 6-3 conservative bench. The dissenters are now joined by 3 more conservatives. If you do say life without parole, the chances that you will be affirmed if it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court are excellent, because now the bench reflects what the dissent was in those days in 2012.
All right. Thank you both so much for your insight and expertise. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to head to Karen now in the